we're here for. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
That's too much, man!
Come on!
It's science.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
What?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be creepy.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
What now?
It's supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch.
Yeah! Come on!
Cyclone Cheeto.
I go into the dry cleaner. arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century. This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality. Come on!
I see that you know your judo.
It's science.
Help! I'm being repressed!
China. Have to have more China.
Immediately, if not sooner. Zuckerbuck.
Break now.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Consequences.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
Are you not entertained?
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
What now?
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Don't even play.
Cyclone Cheeto.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Give me a joke.
Phrasing.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen,
Precision of language. Please.
Winter is coming.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Well, here we are again. Floating in space. Or on Earth. Not sure where we all are right now. I've lost my bearings. Well, may as well not tarry on here, as we've got a lot to talk about today. Didn't stream on Monday, which means there's even more for us to get through. With that said, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams. As you probably know, these journeys through the unknown are often dangerous and filled with unexpected turbulence. Well, look at us, gathered here on this here Tuesday. News on the Twos, whatever it is. Let's see, who won medals? Ooh, Moa Noah first, Hermit Horologist second, and Series third. Aaron W. a close fourth. I also see the Anti-Corporatist. Sasha G. Happy birthday, Sasha G. StreamLord knows all. Charlie Janmir. Sarah Layla. Morbius Dragon. Epi Mew, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, news, indeed. I agree, and I appreciate the super chat. Very generous of you. Sue, Fairy Dust B. Tracy Eva, Look Bovine. Wow, there's a lot of people in chat already today. My Mozart. Omega Star. Disco Wolf. I think that's everyone. Bob Carmody. There you are. Hello. Okay, I think that's everybody. Okay, well, enough shout-outs there. These shout-out lists are getting longer and longer. Every stream we do. Guess I shouldn't complain, because I do enjoy all of your company. Well, you know where we're going. That's right. America. Wonder what's been going on there. What's that? The Super Bowl happened? I completely missed it. I guess we better talk about it for 30 seconds. Let's go here. As you can see, Donald Trump, he's in a armored Cadillac limousine on the phone with Elon Musk, I would assume, or someone else like that, heading to the Super Bowl for the first time. Not him heading to the Super Bowl for the first time, but the first time a president has headed to the Super Bowl, I believe. There's Ivanka. Gotta love Ivanka. She's a beautiful woman. I wasn't married to her mother. Or actually, am I married to her mother? I can't remember who I am married to anymore. She's exactly my type. I totally hit that. All right, Donald Trump disgracing the already disgraced Super Bowl. Now let's see what happened. Now I hear someone won the game, but let's first go to see who lost the game. Oh no.
Destroyed, but
fans crying on the ground.
It's like a moment for us to realize that, you know, anything can happen, and this is just our beginning arc. We are capable of so much more, and yes, the Chiefs flopped today.
Oh god,
but maybe
I love when people talk about their sports teams in the plural we, when they use things like our and we to describe their favorite sports team. us. We could do better. You know, it's one of those things that I always find fascinating because it's almost never the players that are saying these sorts of, you know. Actually, I don't mind when players say it, but like when just random fans are like, "Oh, we could do better, guys. Come on, come on, we gotta hustle harder or whatever." It's like, I don't think that you had anything to do with it.
Walking so that the team in the future can run. The Chiefs are the team.
Oh, I don't think he's on the team.
Sadly, today we lost, but we're not perfect. We're human, and
we're not perfect, and we're human.
We came all the way from Colorado to watch the Super Bowl in Kansas City, and
from Denver.
Denver, and
it's very sad. There's a lot of copium that's going on here. It's okay, because I don't care. We were boycotting the goddamn Super Bowl. Alright, let's go see who won. I guess there's only one option, really, since apparently the Kansas City Chiefs lost. Must mean that the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl.
My birthday, so we had high hopes. We knew what Saquon was going to bring. We knew what Musk was going to bring, and we were ready for it.
This girl is drunk as shit.
I put down a bet already, 41-28. They scored actually less, so we did better than we thought.
Yeah, the score was crazy. We were not expecting such a blowout.
This fucking guy.
Couldn't be happier about it. Couldn't be happy.
Before the ball got kicked off, I knew it was us. This is
before the ball, before it happened.
Jalen Hurts and everybody was gonna get busy.
I always love the fan breakdowns after the game. They're just so good. Anyways, congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles and their fans for all of the effort that went into this victory. Now, one thing happened at the Super Bowl, which we missed when we talked about this on... Oh, I guess it must have been Sunday night after the Super Bowl happened. Right? Yeah. But apparently, something of a kerfuffle occurred during the Super Bowl halftime performance. I wonder what it was. Uh-oh. Not free speech. That could be bad. Is that what happened? Free speech at a public event?
Performer at Lamar's Super Bowl. A performer at Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime show was detained and will be banned for life from NFL stadiums and events after the individual unfurled a combination Sudanese-Palestinian flag. The performer, who was part of the 400-member...
I was going to mention this, but I couldn't remember who said it. Who said this, Epimu? I can't remember. But I know, I want to say it was like Donald Trump or... But I can't, like, I listened to so much news over the last 24, 48 hours, I genuinely cannot remember it. But I do remember hearing that. Big burn to Philadelphia. Big burn. Little rude, actually.
Stood on a car being used as a prop and held the flag aloft. It was emblazoned with the words Sudan and Gaza. The NFL said the performer had hidden the flag, unveiling it late.
Oh no!
Adding that no
contraband flag
knew of the performer's plans.
Can't have contraband
flags. The New Orleans
flags.
Police Department has said it is working to determine applicable charges.
Well, let's go and hear from that guy. See what he has to say about all of this. He went on to Al Jazeera to discuss his protest at the Super Bowl.
Now, a producer turned protester has raised Palestinian and Sudanese flags in front of thousands during rapper Kendrick Lamar's halftime show at Monday's Super Bowl. Zulkarnain Nantambo says he was part of the show's production team. He says the gesture was meant to raise awareness about Israel's war in Gaza, as well as the civil war in Sudan. Nantambo was detained and questioned by security, but has since been released. Well, Zulkarnain Nantambo joins us live
I hear he was tackled
from Miami, Florida. So your protest video holding up the Palestinian and Sudanese flags at the halftime are all over social media. Tell us a bit more about why you decided to do this.
Alhamdulillah. Well, I felt I didn't have a choice because I was selected to be a part of the halftime show, and when I saw what my position was, it was a great stage, a large stage, and we know as a practicing Muslim, our Prophet Muhammad teaches us if you see a wrongdoing or you're aware of a wrongdoing, you must stop it with your hands. And if you can't stop it with your hands, stop it with your tongue. Speak out against it. And if you can't stop it with your tongue, try to stop it with your heart, meaning pray about it. And we know that's the weakest of faith. So I had an opportunity on a grand scale to bring awareness or speak out against a wrong of our Muslim brothers and sisters, because we know if one part of the body is hurting, all of the body is hurting. This ummah is one body. So I didn't want to face my creator and not with a sign of weak faith when I knew I had an opportunity to show I didn't have weak faith.
So let me ask you, do you have any cultural or family links to either Palestine or Sudan, or was this purely a gesture of humanity and support for those affected by these wars?
Humanitarian. Yeah, humanitarian. I'm a humanitarian and I'm a Muslim. So we're spiritually connected in Islam, and we're connected with empathy for humanity, because we're all human beings, God's creation, and they're oppressed. And we know God answers the prayers of the oppressed. They are suffering. They're treated with injustice, and it's on a wide scale, and nobody is really giving it the light that it should get, at least working toward a change. And I wanted to show the solidarity to those afflicted by this and their families and loved ones, that they're being remembered here in America. And they're being remembered here in America, not just by me, but by others. And it'll strengthen all of our faith. It was not about a countryman. It was more about spiritual.
Okay, let me jump in and ask you, do you think the protest or your protest is likely to damage your career? Are you worried you may find it difficult to get work again, given what happened?
I trust in God, brother. I wanted to pass that. I fear God more than I fear man. I fear loss of wealth. I fear loss of anything else. I fear losing the pleasure of Allah. And it was clear to me with the signs of the show that Kendrick had the American flag and human bodies. He had his PG Lane flags, and it was also many signs for me to show those flags.
Look at this. This is insane. I mean, he's technically, he was a performer. He was supposed to be there. This is idiotic. You see these guys tackling him, 2 security guards tackling him for putting up a flag during the performance.
Illegal, illegal, illegal.
Anyway, there you go. That is the performer who raised the Palestine and Sudanese flags during the Super Bowl performance, speaking on Al Jazeera about why he did it as a show of support for Palestinians to raise awareness. All right. Wait, why is this here? This should not be here. Hold on. I gotta refresh this. This is the... Yeah, I thought we were supposed to have... Bob makes a good point. We were supposed to have extreme free speech now, right? Nazi flags allowed. Nazi commentary on social media. But no Palestinian solidarity in public, please. That's illegal still.
Illegal.
Help, help, I'm being repressed.
Okay. Now let's go on to another issue that should probably have some attention brought to it. Wait. This is in the wrong order. I'm fucking up. Why is this here? Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's let's talk about an issue that deserves some light brought to it as well. Let's go to Hawaii. Talk about somebody who has been detained and I believe maybe even at this point deported by ICE, a local farmer in Laia.
First at 4:30, new details about
Oh, the volume's low. God damn you.
Who was detained by federal agents even though he has no criminal record. Tonight, we're hearing from the feds on his arrest. Mahea Richardson has the latest developments. Mahea.
Well, Ash, Hanjun Shen's story, first told on Hawaii News Now last week, has been widely shared. Tonight, local nonprofits say it impacts him and his immediate farm, the workers who have jobs there, and the food that's produced.
Last Thursday, farmers held a rally to support 60-year-old Hanjun Shen of China and owner of JM Farm in Laie. He's been in Hawaii since 2009 and was detained by federal agents last month, even though he has no criminal history.
Oh, no.
Homeland Security Investigations says...
Wow. No criminal charges aside from being here undocumented. A man who's running a farm, happens to be from China, arrested. And presumably ICE is planning to deport him.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Unbelievable. 27 likes already. We're only 28 minutes in. How is that even? That's like a like per minute. That's out of control. Whoa. There we go. Oh, okay, well, you deserve them. It's a 4. 16. Okay. Pretty sure that's Jessica Fletcher. And Rod Serling, I think. Has a bunch of employees. He's creating economic growth, if you will. He's productively productive non-citizen of the United States who happens to be residing in the United States, making food for people's dinner tables. And he's being deported because, China! Now, let's just talk about a group of people who should probably be deported, but are definitely almost not going to be deported. Let's go here.
Next tonight, a disturbing scene in an Ohio suburb. A hate group dressed in all black and some waving Nazi flags gathering on an overpass in the Cincinnati area. They were confronted by residents of a historically black community. Here's ABC's Perry Russell.
Tonight, the clash above a highway near Cincinnati, Ohio. Neighbors confronting neo-Nazis dressed in black, waving swastika flags on an overpass north of the city.
In this neighborhood, we do stand for something. And this here turf is golden soil, and it won't be tarnished with things like that.
At least one neo-Nazi seen holding a long gun. Police shutting down the overpass, trying to keep everyone apart. The neo-Nazis taking off in a U-Haul. One person seen running.
I'm so sick of watching police protect Nazis. We need to make being a Nazi, doing Nazi things, we need to make it illegal.
Illegal?
It's illegal to do this in a lot of countries where there is in fact free speech, actually. But, even in Germany, of all places, it's illegal to be a Nazi and to do Nazi stuff in public. Having a Nazi flag out will get you put in jail, and that's where we should go, I think. If we're going to continue to claim that we, are the bastion of freedom and democracy, we should probably do something about the Nazis running around in the streets. Deport the illegal Nazis.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Maywormy, thank you for the gifted galactic memberships. Blue Tomato, Lab Goats, I Smoke and I Know Things, Crotchy, and Shade Dragon, all getting some super sweet galactic membies. And I'm going to have to check on this, but that may have just gotten us over the limit for another emote on YouTube. I'm not sure. The last time I checked, it was 3, but it kind of goes up and down as people's memberships either expire or whatever else. But I got to check that now. I will check that while we do this next video. But thank you so much for donating memberships to our beautiful space fams. Now let's go to a sort of petty Nazi adjacent piece of news here in, what is this? I think it's, I'm trying to remember where this is. I think it's in, where's Fort Bragg? Or whatever it is, Fort Liberty. Well, you'll see. Whatever, let's go here. I think it, God, I want to say it's in one of the Carolinas, but I cannot remember. Okay, let's go to this petty ass fucking move by one Pete Nazi-loving Hegseth.
Now, breaking news from
Whoops.
Ariel.
What are you doing? Why are you repressing me?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Now, breaking news from WRAL. Coverage you can count on.
And we are following breaking news right now at 10 o'clock affecting one of the world's largest military installations. Tonight, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says the Army will change Fort Liberty back to Fort Bragg. Thanks for joining us. I'm Lena Tillett.
And I'm Gerald Owens. There is a twist this time. The post was originally named after Confederate General Braxton Bragg in 1918. It will now be named after Private First Class Roland Bragg, who served during World War II.
This
no
is
relation.
so fucking stupid.
The base
and
was
petty.
renamed in June of 2023 as part of a Defense Department initiative to rename 9 military installations named for Confederate soldiers. President Trump vowed to change the name back to Bragg during his campaign.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. This is so dumb. This is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Wait, did you all see it? You did see it, okay. Oh my God. I mean, like, we know what this is, right? We know what this is. It's pretty clear what's happening here. Pete Hegseth is doing a nod to white supremacists and neo-Confederates by renaming it Fort Bragg. But, you know, as a, you know, finding a loophole. Oh, we'll find a different soldier named Bragg, and then we'll name it after that soldier. And then, then the woke libs, they can't say it's named after a Confederate general. Now it's, you know, it's named after some completely unknown World War II soldier. Oh, see, we're not supporting the Confederacy. Come on, what the heck? Oh my God, Rob Skelt's donating 5 galactic memberships as well. Thank you, Rob. Let's see who got memberships from Rob. What? I'm just gonna say Jack. There's too many ones in there. Jack, Javier Fernandez, Dude Knight, Grand Theft Audiobot, and Melanie Dennis. Much appreciated, Rob. It's beautiful. I appreciate you very much. And if you didn't hear my excitement over here, it was not about Fort Bragg, the renaming of Fort Bragg back to Fort Bragg. I was actually super stoked to find out that yes, we have crossed the goddamn threshold to a 16th galactic emote. Truly incredible. Without you, we would not have these emotes. All of you. Everyone who's been gifting or signing up for memberships. Getting us more stuff. You know, it's like a collective effort, if you will. I gotta check the emote vote. See which. Keeping it Gary seems to have the most. I'm gonna add Keeping it Gary. Keeping it Gary. Okay. There's one guy who is in the White House right now who's kind of got a complicated thing with all of this white supremacy and stuff. You know, because he's kind of into it, but he also has, you know, Indian children and an Indian wife. But But he also supports Asian hate. It's a confusing guy. He's a confusing guy. If you haven't figured it out yet, it's J.D. Vance. He doesn't want people to think they're racist for being racists. But he also, he wants to be in the good graces of the base of the Republican Party. So it's like I said, it's very complicated. It's even, well, I don't know if it's complicated, this one, but it's very unfortunate, I would actually say. Not for us or me in particular, but it's unfortunate for J.D. Vance. He's in the co-captain's chair right now. He's vice president. He's one step away from being president right now. But there is one thing that's going to be holding him back on all of that. And that would be this. Let's see what Caitlin Collins had to say here, this CNN short.
This has always been a question ever since Trump picked J.D. Vance to be his running mate, and then, of course, now is his vice president and is there in the East Room for a lot of press conferences or in the Oval Office for a lot of the key briefings or executive order signings. He's in Paris right now at the AI summit. And Trump was asked, does he view J.D. Vance as his successor in this political movement that he has created and very clearly has a firm grasp on? Trump had a very quick one-word answer when he was asked that question by Bret Baier.
Do you view Vice President J.D. Vance as your successor, the Republican nominee in 2028?
No, but he's very capable. I mean, I don't think that.
Poor JD's stuck his neck out so many times for the administration already within just a few short weeks. Well, actually, very long weeks. Some of the longest weeks I think I've ever experienced. But you heard it. You heard it just now. Let me play it for you again in case you didn't.
Asked that question by Bret Baier.
Do you view Vice President J.D. Vance as your successor, the Republican nominee in 2028?
No, but he's very capable. I mean, I don't think that it. No, I think you have a lot of very.
You have a lot of very capable people, maybe even more capable than JD. So how can I say my own vice president should be the president? I love that confidence. I love that confidence. Oh, God. It is so funny. Oh, God, I'm just hella amused by that. Usually presidents have more faith in their own vice president than that. Shocking lack of confidence in JD, claiming there's a lot more capable people than him, essentially. It's very sad for him. I'm crying tears of something right now. All right. Now it's been like it's been a torrent, really, something of a hurricane of news over the last few weeks since Donald Trump took office. Let's go here. Talk more about that. Oh God, 2 CNN videos in a row. This is dangerous. Out of control.
Here's my take. It's been a head-spinning week for American foreign policy, with tariffs against Canada and Mexico dramatically announced and then suddenly postponed. USAID was gutted, and President Trump said he wants the U.S. to take over Gaza. The most revealing lens through which to look at all this might not be Donald Trump's pronouncements, but rather those of his aides and supporters. The tariff tantrum suggested that foreign leaders are becoming skilled at handling Trump. They mollify him with token concessions, allow him to declare victory, and then return to business as usual. The concessions that Mexico and Canada made were either small bore or policies that they were already pursuing. Mexico agreed to send thousands of troops to the border at the Biden administration's request, and are now doing the same for Trump. In the case of Canada, Trump's own statement notes that Canada was agreeing to implement its border plan, much of which had been announced over a month ago. Some conservative commentators pointed out the obvious.
Speaking of announcements, I would like to pause for Reed here to tell you all that as of just now, the last 5-10 seconds, that's how breaking news this is. if you all refresh your browsers, those of you who are members right now, you have a new emote. That's right. I've just uploaded the newest addition to the Galactic emotes. Keeping it Gary. Alright, back to Fareed. Whoops.
Words of a Wall Street Journal editorial, Trump blinks. The Fox anchor Laura Ingraham implied that the president caved to huge negative reaction from markets, saying, "I'm not too impressed about the concessions from Canada." Canadian media reactions were similar. Canada's CTV News published an article with the headline, "Canada takes a stand and Donald Trump blinks." The country's satirical show, 22 Minutes, has a Donald Trump look-alike declaring victory.
I did everything right and they indicted me. With Canada and ended the unjust trade war that I started.
Has a Donald Trump look-alike declaring victory.
I did the impossible. I made peace with Canada and ended the unjust trade war that I started. I'm signing this. This executive order, I did not lose, but I totally won the trade war order.
I totally won.
Of course, from J.D. Vance and Mike Johnson, Republicans fell over themselves to praise the stunning negotiating powers of President Trump. The Trump effect is in full force, Johnson posted. At this rate of achievement, wrote Elon Musk, not only should President Donald Trump be on Mount Rushmore, I want to personally work the chisel. With the abrupt dismantling of USAID, Trump supporters scrambled to adjust. Secretary of State Marco Rubio quickly blasted the agency, saying it was out of control and unresponsive. This was the same agency that he had repeatedly posted in favor of over the years, written about in his book with pride and admiration, and recently recommended funding increases to President Biden. The pattern is now familiar and was followed after Trump's Gaza announcement. Those who had long supported Trump's determination to end America's military interventions cheered when he announced he would take over Gaza, send in troops if necessary, displace 2 million Palestinians to neighboring countries, and stay in Gaza for long-term ownership.
I don't want
Kayleigh
reality.
McEnany responded with this on Fox News.
President Trump is playing four-dimensional chess. You all are playing checkers.
Later that day, Trump officials began walking back key aspects.
I'm fairly certain Donald Trump couldn't even name all the pieces on a fucking chessboard, let alone play four-dimensional chess, whatever the hell that means.
Of the president's plan, as did Trump himself. If you don't understand all this, you haven't played four-dimensional chess. Donald Trump's White House is now a court, and his courtiers scurry around aware that the mercurial monarch might change his mind at any time. TikTok is terrible can suddenly become TikTok is great, and they need to pivot quickly. It reminds one of the court of Henry VIII.
Now, if only Donald Trump's voters had, less cultish loyalty and a little bit more skepticism, perhaps the ability to remember things, a number of years back, not even, in some cases, like a month back, in many cases, actually, like a month back, if they could just, if their brains were capable of holding information a little bit longer, maybe they would realize just how hypocritical all of this is from Republicans, from Donald Trump himself and his sycophants. But no, that's inconvenient.
That's too much, man!
No, you're right, I'm sorry.
Monarch who went from being the greatest defender of the Catholic Church to a
We
vicious opponent
have Henry VIII,
because he wanted a divorce that the Pope would not sanction. One man who refused to play the game, Sir Thomas More, had his head chopped off. The reason Trump forces aides and supporters to say things that they know are false is to enforce a regime in which loyalty is paramount, overriding facts, overriding your long-held convictions.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, this might seem like an amusing spectacle, but there is a real cost. In the case of USAID, it will translate into death and despair. for millions of the poorest people on the planet. On trade, it remains a mystery as to why Trump singled out Canada. In the 2024 fiscal year, less than 10% of migrant encounters happened at the Canadian border, and just 0.2% of fentanyl seizures occurred there. America runs a smaller trade deficit with Canada than with China or Vietnam. In fact, if you put aside Canadian crude oil, the U.S. sells more to Canada than it buys from it. But the effect is clear. For Canada, the U.S. is turning into an undependable ally, and it will try to lessen its reliance on America and search for new markets and friends, from Britain to China.
And one thing I want to point out to people, because I've heard a lot of different sort of takes on the left about the cancellation of USAID, whether or not it does anything good. Well, here's something to keep in mind. According to Democrats on Capitol Hill, there is currently 235,000 tons, not pounds, tons. To give you the perspective, if you multiply that by 1,000, right? We're talking about what is that? I'm trying to think. It's like it's an insane number. It's like 50. There's like I'm sorry, no. It's like 200. It's like 20 million. I can't do math right now. My brain just broke. But 200. You do the math. That's stupid. I'm an idiot. I can just do the math right now. It's not hard. I just can't do it. 235 million pounds of wheat is sitting on the verge of, potentially going to waste because it has not gone out after the shutdown of USAID. Right? This suggestion that USAID doesn't provide assistance to people out there aside from CIA, whatever, is it's disingenuous in my opinion, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. There has been times where USAID has been involved in stuff, statecraft type stuff that, may not be super beneficial or maybe even bad. But is it 2,200? I always forget whatever the conversion is. That's why I was thrown off. I think that's why I went to 50 million initially. But yeah, I guess that means it's 500 million pounds, almost 500 million pounds of wheat waiting to go out as aid to wherever. I don't know exactly where, but you would assume to a bunch of different places that need it. And it's just sitting there because of Donald Trump's illegal decision to just shut down federal agency without any authority to do so. So fucked. So fucked. All right, we're going to keep it going because I have got a shit ton of content today and we've only gotten through 10 videos out of 100. It's going to be a long one. We're going to have to do a goal at some point here. I can almost guarantee it because this stream, there's no way I get through this in 6 hours. It's not possible. It's just not possible. All right, now let's go to New York. Get away from talking about the federal government for a moment and go here, talk about the mayoral race in New York.
All right, time for one more call. Calling from a 530 area.
Please hold.
But who's this? Where are you calling from?
Please hold, Sam. That's my bad. That's my bad. I noticed and I totally blanked it because so much stuff is happening right now. I'm uploading emotes, all this stuff. But I saw about 10, 15 minutes ago that somebody said, I believe it was Mo, who said, we have over 30 likes already. 2, that's going to be a Captain Benjamin Sisko of Babylon 5. Wait, Babylon? No, Deep Space Nine, not Babylon 5. What am I talking? Just switched properties in my mind.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right, who's that? Ah, yes, right. Go here, play this.
Time for one more call. Calling from a 530 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Jesse. I'm calling from just across the river in Manhattan.
Jesse in.
We're at 44 likes already. How am I supposed to keep up with this stream of likes? I'm only at 50 minutes. You people are liking the stream. Like, why do I keep hitting the same numbers? There's only 3 characters up here. 17. I don't know who that is right now. Can't think. All right, take 3, I guess. Let's try this again.
The big city. Yes, sir. We look across the river longingly.
Yes.
Someday we're gonna.
Yeah, I mean, it's windy over here, so don't look too longingly. Yeah, so I had a very quick comment. I went out and canvassed for Zoran Mamdani a couple weekends ago, and just wanted to encourage everyone that's listening to like get involved in some way with local politics. I just left feeling so, I guess, encouraged, and like the solidarity we can actually win on like a local level, and that filters up, and it's just really important. Very good. But my question, very brief question as well.
I will also say, you work in a campaign for someone like that. That's an organization that they're going to maintain afterwards. I mean, that's the difference. Right. You go out and, you know, I would never, ever, ever encourage anybody to work for Andrew Cuomo in any capacity for anything. But if you were to go out and campaign for someone of that ilk, even someone like, you know, like a Brad Lander, that organization is not going to be around in the same way that the one that you would get from Mamdani. It's just
right. Yeah. And it was full of just like. Oh, go ahead. I was just going to say it was full of like working class people, union organizers, and it was 25 degrees outside, and there were almost 400 people that showed up for the first canvassing event 6 months from the primary. Like,
that's a lot of people.
It was, yeah, like I said, just incredibly encouraging. Well, I'm ranking him first. I mean, there's no question.
Number one.
As of now, I'm probably going to rank Lander second, but I'm open.
I would say Lander should get off of his, I have lots of plans. I'm not like the other people who say they can make a magic wand and solve public housing. I'm not here for that sort of technocrat BS. Anymore.
My favorite was to look at, there was a interview that Mamdani did with the New York editorial board, which is like a aggregate of writers in the city. And Ben White, he's the guy from Semaphore.
Yeah.
Asked him like, what would you do? And Zoran said something to the effect of like, I'm just paraphrasing. Oh, here it is. Okay. Is there anything that you would spend less money on? Which is in and of itself sort of like a catty little thing to say.
Yeah, of course.
But Zoran said, I'd spend less money on the New York Police Department, Communication Department. And Ben Smith saw that. I saw that in your release, but this is a huge city. That's a gimmick. That's $5.
$5?
It's about 6 or 7 people. And Mamdani said it's about people. 80 plus people.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is amazing. So my.
I love it when reporters do their research after the fact. It's always the best. I'm a big fan of that. That's called journalistic integrity, everybody. Write that down. Now, I'm just going to use this to segue into a different, mayoral candidate who may not like that idea whatsoever, but is getting currently a lot of support from the federal government. Republican-led federal government. Maybe he should just run as a Republican, That being one asshole by the name of Eric Adams.
The Justice Department has ordered prosecutors to drop the federal corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. He's currently facing 5 charges, including bribery and fraud. A memo on the decision claims the case was politically motivated and was also interfering with Adams' ability to help with President Trump's immigration crackdown.
All right, that's really all we need of this story, but I'm just going to make some comments on all this, right? So, I don't know if anybody heard, but J.D. Vance tweeted earlier, let me pull up the tweet, but basically, generally speaking, this tweet said a lot of stuff about where is it? Yeah. This is in response to the federal judges who have attempted to block Donald Trump's constitutionally illegal actions as president. Here's J.D. Vance. What did he have to say? If a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the attorney general in how to use her discretion as a prosecutor, that's also illegal. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Now, here's the thing. The Justice Department, right, the AG Pam Bondi is technically at the head of the Justice Department, right, which is in a way sort of a judicial branch, but it's actually a federal agency, right? Something which I believe the administration has said repeatedly over and over again, that these federal agencies need to be shut down. All these independent federal agencies all over the place are just, they're doing illegal things to the American people.
Illegal.
So I'm just wondering, what is Pam Bondi's authority to tell a judge what to do? She is an unelected bureaucrat at the head of a federal agency. Where's her authority to tell a judge what to do? It seems there's just a lot of, very confusing elements of this. Doesn't make a lot of sense. A lot of inconsistencies going on here. Very strange. I'm very confused why Republicans think that it's okay for Pam Bondi to tell a federal judge not to prosecute, but federal judges can't tell the branch that they're supposed to be a check and balance for what to do. It doesn't make a lot of sense if you think about it, but they're just hoping you don't think about it. Let's be real. Let's be real. That's kind of their playbook right now, is hopefully that their very stupid voters are really just dumb enough not to question any of this stuff. Hopefully they don't know the Constitution or anything like that. They probably don't, that would be my guess. They only know like two parts of it, right? Freedom of speech, Second Amendment. Those are the only parts I know. I'm allowed to say whatever I want and shoot whoever I want. Okay. Now, there were protests going on outside of the CFPB yesterday, I think it was. I think we should go to that, see some of what was going on there. Here's the AP from yesterday. Live stream footage. JD went to law school too. That's what makes it even more nonsensical. I mean, fact is JD is sticking his neck out all over the place for this thing. And yet he's not even getting the support of Donald Trump. Donald Trump said he's not even going to endorse his own vice president for presidency when he's done. Maybe that's because he's planning on running for king next, which I guess you don't have to run for. You can just declare yourself king. Just, stay in office till you die. I do like this papier-mâché Donald Trump. It's really well done. Although I guess it might not be papier-mâché. Hard to say. It's very well done, though. Accurate. Fucking joker. Okay, hold on. I forgot. This is like a 2.5 hour long protest that was going on here. Who do we want? A lot of different Democratic lawmakers came to speak here. See if we can hit up some of the better speeches. Actually, I already have this one lined up, so we'll... Oh, actually, do I? No, I don't. No, let's go here. Let's go to see what Elizabeth Warren had to say. Where are you, Elizabeth?
so glad to be here with you today. My name is Elizabeth Warren, and I am here with you to fight for our Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The CFPB is the cop on the beat. And that cop is the one that caught the crooks and so far has made them give back $21 billion. That cop is the one that put that $21 billion right back into the hands of the American people who got cheated.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That cop is the one who has worked day by day to get your money back when some slime ball decided they could cheat you and there wouldn't be anything you can do about it. Now, the CFPB is the little agency that has fought for us, and we are here today to fight for the CFPB. Let's give a huge cheer for the CFPB. Donald Trump ran his campaign on lowering costs for working families. Yeah, now he and his co-president, Elon Musk, have tried to shut down the agency that has delivered $21 billion to hardworking families, $21 billion to people who got cheated, and Trump and Musk want to just take that agency away. Donald Trump and Elon Musk have told the financial cops at the CFPB to stand down. Now think about this. I want you to think about this for a minute. No matter how big the scam, no matter how bold the trap, they have said, just stand by and let the Wall Street boys take your money.
Follow the rich white man.
Well, we are here to fight back. We want our financial cops back on the beat. This is a fight, and I want you to watch who this fight is between. This is a fight between millions of hardworking people who just don't want to get cheated. That's right. And a handful of billionaires like Elon Musk who want the chance to cheat them. So here's how we have to think about this. For every person who wants to buy a home without getting scammed, this fight is your fight. For every family that doesn't want to get put out on the street in an illegal foreclosure, this is your fight. For every student who wants to borrow money to go to school without getting defrauded, this is your fight. For every member of our military who doesn't want to get trapped by some sleazy payday lender, say it with me, this is your fight. For every person who borrows money to buy a car and doesn't want to get trapped in the fine print, this is your fight. For every American who doesn't want to see Wall Street crash our economy again, this is your fight. Oh, and for every American who doesn't want some weird Elon Musk suck-up searching through your personal private data, this is your fight. Your fight, my fight, our fight, and we...
Yeah, anybody who is cheering the closure of the CFPB is essentially cheering their own repression, unless they happen to be billionaires or run a bank or whatever else. CFPB is meant to protect consumers. It's in the name, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I know it's crazy. It's a lot of words. It's a long acronym, 4 whole letters. It's hard to remember, but remember, this organization is here to protect you, right? And if you feel like, oh, it hasn't done enough to protect me, well, guess what? It's probably because, Citizens United, Republicans have been fighting for billionaires for quite a long time. And we don't have money out of politics. And so, some things may not happen as quickly as we'd like them. But I can tell you what, Elon Musk, PayPal boy, he is probably, into having junk fees. He's probably into you paying more for things that you don't have to or shouldn't have to, right? If you like paying your bank more money to have a bank account, okay. That's weird. I don't even think billionaires like paying banks more money for the same thing. But, it's just a strange vibe because there's a lot of people who seem to be shouting about how great this is, especially Republicans right now. We're like, yeah, but why should consumers have protections? Why should they have protections? It's just not fair.
That's too much, man!
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Sorry, this is super long. I'm trying to find another spot in here. Yes, let's go here.
Are you willing to withhold your vote until this constitutional crisis is over?
Every damn day.
Let's go.
What an amazing opportunity to be here. And, we do drown out noise of evil. I wanted to just deliver a message for folks who are just tuning in right now from every cancer center in the United States. The mother who is literally waiting on a new treatment for her daughter. The father who is literally signing his whole life savings so that his son could go through stem cell transplant. See, I have been there. I buried my husband over 10 years ago. He died on Father's Day of 2014, and I told him that night that I would tell our story every living day of my life. You see, when Kevin, who was a young black journalist, when we got married and we had our baby, we deeply believed that everything was in front of us. I, a young organizer, he, a journalist. He got a fellowship at Stanford, and 3 days before he was set to teach, he got a diagnosis that changed us forever. He was diagnosed with T-cell proliferative leukemia, and he was given 3 days to live. We took the baby to grandma's, and I sat in his hospital bed every single day for those 3 days, and Lord, I thank every single doctor and healer who surrounded us. But let me tell you this, 2 years, we got 2 years, we got 2 long years, and my daughter remembers her father's face, but we, like so many folks, like the televisions that are watching us right now, we lost everything. Everything. The last thing we had left was Kevin's car after burying him, and it was impounded. I don't drive, I'm legally blind, one of the disabled organizers in this country who will not give up. But when I think about folks like me who have filed for bankruptcy and who gave all that they have, and I think of the work of the CFPB, I have to tell folks, you have a Calvary, so let them work. So let them work. The CFPB has brought home $21 billion to low-income and working-class families across this country. They have made sure for families like mine that their medical debt didn't hamper them their ability to get student loans or get a cell phone or rent a car. For the folks who are the most downtrodden downtrodden, the sick and the tired and the weeping and the disabled. This is the Calvary. Let them work. And every damn day, Democrats will stand instead to support the brave men and women, our siblings, our family, who walk into these offices every day, day after day, to protect the.
I love this sign. Do not rob the poor, because they are poor. Proverb 22:22.
Fundamental rights of the American citizen and our neighbors. Let them work.
I'm getting chills. It has nothing to do with the weather. That was incredible. Representative Simon, everybody. Got another representative from Rhode Island, Gabe Amo. Hey, I just have one question. You might have heard this question earlier. Are you willing to withhold your vote until this constitutional crisis is...
Okay, there we go. Gonna stop it there because we cannot watch all 2.5 hours of this much better Democrat gathering here. You've certainly, if you've been watching the show, you've heard me complain about the lack of energy coming from Democrats, lack of seriousness seemingly taken around what's been happening in our government. This one gave me a little hope. Latifah Simon, Elizabeth Warren, many people here who were speaking really had a lot of good stuff to say and weren't just putting everybody to sleep while saying it. You know, like we saw some of the elderly members of the Senate do during Russ Vote's confirmation or whatever else that we've been watching, where they're just kind of talking in a monotone, and this is very bad, and oh boy, oh god. And you know, I just, like, I much prefer this vibe, where they seem to be taking it much, much more seriously. Oh, I just realized I have some of this out of order. I have 100 videos today. Let's just say that. Some of these videos might not be... might not be in the best... Actually, it's fine. It's fine. Alright, let's go here. This was Donald Trump in the White House while signing more executive orders, talking about Elizabeth Warren, the woman credited with having created the CFPB.
That by freezing it, it's giving big banks and giant corporations the green light to small families.
Pocahontas.
Pocahontas.
The fake.
Everybody's laughing.
You know, that was set up to destroy people. She used that as her little personal agency to go around and destroy people. And she's a fake. Just like she said she was an Indian, and she wasn't an Indian.
She said she was a Native American,
Indian
not
blood
an
in
Indian.
you than she has.
It's 2025, and Donald Trump is still calling Native Americans, people indigenous to this land, Indians, like it's 1950. Love it. How great. Make America great again.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Precision of language. Please.
Now, apparently, Elizabeth Warren, not Native American, but she apologized for having said it. She believed that she was Native American, Cherokee, I believe, enough that she took a DNA test to prove it. And, you know, I think that speaks to the fact that she at least was not being disingenuous. Was she wrong? Yes. But it's different than just doubling down on stupidity like Mr. Trump here is going to be doing. And for the rest of the day, for the rest of the week, for the next 4 years, when he lies, he's going to double down on those lies rather than apologizing for them. I can guarantee you that. Write it down. All right, let's talk more about CFPB, financial stuff. relating to all that. I'm going to put this here, actually. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, all right. And actually, I think about it. This should go here. Put that there. All right, let's go back to the conference that was being held outside of the CFPB that had been shut down by Donald Trump and Elon Musk illegally.
Illegal.
See what Maxine Waters had to say. Whoopsies, I just clicked the wrong button. That's not good.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Take two. Come on. Here's Forbes breaking news with the clip.
And now, one of my great heroes, Maxine Waters.
50 likes.
Wow. Look at this crowd.
We are practically getting 1 like per minute. This is out of control. Out of control, I tell you. What is that? I think that's Archer. Believe that's Archer.
Phrasing?
Nope. Yep, it is. All right, there we go. Back to Maxine. We're getting like literally like 1 like per minute almost right now. Pretty impressive, I gotta say. Give you all a round of applause for your efforts.
You bring your ass over here so you can see who.
Sorry, I gotta go back. I screwed that up. I double speeded that just now, unintentionally.
Look at this crowd. Elon Musk, where are you? Bring your ass over here so you can see who's here and what we're doing. We're not afraid of you. We know that you are the co-president now of the United States of America. But ladies and gentlemen, I want you...
Wow, Coach McGurk. There's a blast from the past. Technically, it is Coach McGurk talking. I mean, really... I want to be specific, it is Sterling Archer, but of course H. John Benjamin is both Coach McGurk and Sterling Archer and Bob from Bob's Burgers and a bunch of other things. You know, his voice acting skills are truly impressive. You know what's also impressive? How many memberships have been gifted already in this stream in just the first hour? Double O Govan giving out another galactic membership to someone I don't think I've ever seen in this chat, but Outside Air, welcome to the Galactic family. Enjoy that sweet, sweet Memby. Double O Govan. And I know it's Double O Govan, Double O. I just like calling you Double O Govan. I hope you don't mind. It makes you sound like a secret agent.
To follow very closely what he's doing and how he has done it. First of all, we're here at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. What is it? This is so important. Prior to this being organized in the Dodd-Frank reforms, consumers didn't have any place to really file complaints. They didn't have anywhere to go when the biggest banks in America was ripping them off. The student loans were being undermined. They didn't have any place to go. But guess what? The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was organized in a way to deal with people who are the victims of fraud by the biggest corporations in America. And so, what do? They're holding mega banks accountable for violating the law. They're protecting service members from illegal fees, high interest loans, and false advertising. Stops discrimination in housing and the U.S. economy. Protects students from scams. Why does Elon Musk want to get rid of all of this? Because he's a thief. He's a gangster. He brings his billionaire friends along with him.
Follow the rich
because
white
they
man.
think that they can take over this country. And Trump has said, you give me enough money, you can have it. And that's what he has done. He has turned over our country to Elon Musk.
Illegal.
We didn't elect him. We didn't select him. We didn't ask for him. And we don't want him.
Perfect. That's perfect. Stop part to stop right there. Maxine Waters, even in her advanced age, coming out with the fire. The fire at this protest outside of the CFPB, attended by quite a few people, as you can tell. Yeah, and hopefully we can continue with this fight against this illegal billionaire takeover of our government by unelected bureaucrats. Something that the government has been complaining about this whole time. Like, Republicans are complaining about unelected bureaucrats while simultaneously empowering the richest man, who is also an unelected bureaucrat now. It's fascinating. We're going to get more into that right now. Let's go to democracy now. Talk about perhaps the history of this unelected billionaire bureaucrat.
I want to bring into this conversation Chris McGreal. He was the Johannesburg correspondent for The Guardian during the last years of apartheid until 2002. His new piece for The Guardian is titled, "What Does Elon Musk Believe?" and how the roots of the PayPal mafia extend to apartheid South Africa. This is really illuminating, Chris. Who are the PayPal mafia, and how are they linked to apartheid-era South Africa?
Well, they're a group of men who are at the top, the founding of PayPal, all of whom, in some way or other, grew up in South Africa as children. You've got Musk himself, who was born in South Africa and lived there, went to high school there until he was 18 and then moves to Canada. You've got Peter Thiel, who was a co-founder with Musk of PayPal. Thiel was born in Germany but brought to South Africa as a young child. His father was a mining engineer. Lived in Johannesburg and then moved to Southwest Africa, which was then a South African colony, is now Namibia. And he went to school in Swakopmund, which was notorious as probably the last place on the planet where people still openly greeted each other with Heil Hitler and celebrated Hitler's birthday. He went to a German school there before moving to the United States when he was 10 or 11. You've got David Sachs, who was born in Cape Town. He's big in PayPal and is now Trump's AI and crypto czar. He moved to Tennessee as a relatively young child, but grew up in the white South African diaspora there. And you've got Roelof Botha, who was the son of Pik Botha, the grandson of Pik Botha, the last foreign minister of apartheid South Africa. He was the acceptable face of apartheid. You'll remember he used to run around the United States trying to put a gloss on how they were reforming things and that everything was getting better, which apparently it wasn't. But so you see those four key people at the top of PayPal, and they all have this, very intimate connection to South Africa.
So we just played.
Yeah, and the worst intimate connection possible to South Africa, to the apartheid South Africa part of South Africa, to the most racist, shitty part of South Africa. It's God. We really are being run by fascists right now, people, I'm afraid to say.
Errol Musk, that's Elon Musk's father. Talk about what the significance of what he said and also how he gained his wealth in South Africa and when these men left South Africa.
So, well, Errol Musk still lives in South Africa, which is why, of course,
kids.
Errol Musk made his money.
Oh my God, this is true? Oh my God. We need reporters outside of Errol Musk's house waiting for him to leave, to get him to answer what he thinks about Donald Trump's. I don't know if anyone remembers this story. We covered it earlier I think it was Sunday. We talked about how not Elon Musk, how Donald Trump had, I think, signed an executive order. You know how he's getting rid of all the immigrants? He signed an executive order to allow white South Africans to come to the country, no questions asked. You could be I guess you could be a criminal, right? You can be a criminal white South African. That's fine. Just no non-criminal Mexicans, please. And just have him answer the question, what he would like to do if he'll be leaving South Africa for the United States. I just need to know. I don't know why.
Mines in Zambia, and he became extremely wealthy. Now, the conditions on those mines were notoriously bad, as they were on mines throughout sort of southern Central Africa. He made a lot of money from that, so much so that when Musk's mother divorces him, there's listed a jet, a yacht, several houses in the divorce settlement. So he was extremely, extremely rich. Musk himself, he stayed in South Africa till he was 18. He goes to school first in Johannesburg and ends up at Pretoria Boys High, which is a largely racially exclusive all-white school near Pretoria,
that's not a fun
which
vibe.
is the capital. There was a quirk of it in which there were some black students. I think the first black student in the school was the son of a foreign diplomat, but the diplomat came from one of the black homelands that only South Africa recognized as independent, part of the apartheid structures. Musk has a Canadian passport through his mother, because Musk's mother's father was, mother's parents were Canadian, and there's a whole story there. I mean, Errol Musk regarded himself as an anti-apartheid liberal. He joined the Progressive Federal Party, which was ostensibly against apartheid, but he leaves it when it starts supporting one person, one vote. He actually doesn't believe in that. Musk's grandfather had...
This sounds incredibly progressive. That sounds incredibly progressive. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, he's like, yeah, well, I'm into democracy as long as the blacks don't get a vote. Then that's fine. In Africa, of all places. Yeah. So there's a little history into who not only Elon Musk is, but also Peter Thiel and some of the other PayPal mafia types. We're going to keep talking about that throughout this story, because we got a lot of new Elon news, unfortunately. None of it's good. But before we do that, let's go here to, what was this? A Senate Banking Committee, I believe. Yes.
And banking, that will fix this.
Thank you, sir. Senator Alsobrooks.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to Chair Scott and Ranking Member Warren for hosting today's hearing, and I want to thank all of our witnesses as well for your participation. I can say I agree with all of the others you've heard today who believe that we should both be expanding access to credit and capital for all Americans, and that we're concerned about making sure that we keep our financial system safe as well from criminals and fraudsters and scammers. And I happen to believe that we can do both at the same time. And so I have, I also like like to say that that Mr. Cawley, Mr. Rain, you've both spoken about the need to protect the integrity of our financial system from politics, and I have to tell you that I could not agree more. And so these should be fairly easy questions that I have just for both of you. You both run businesses that depend on maintaining the trust of your clients. And so my question is, would these clients trust you if you share their most sensitive financial information with someone outside your bank and without their consent?
Senator, no, they would not trust us if we shared that information.
Oh.
No, Senator.
And so I ask as well, so should an unelected billionaire be snooping on Social Security payments, say, for example, to my elderly parents? Would you agree that?
Yeah. Yep. All good questions.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Yeah. Shocking. Even bank CEOs seem to think that giving over your clients' data to some random dude might cause a rift in trust between them and their customers. Who could have guessed?
Give me a joke.
Yeah, that's where we're at right now. Elon Musk has access to all of Americans' private data, social security numbers, tax information, IDs, whatever else. Unelected bureaucrat. Gotta get rid of him aside from Elon. He's the good one.
Legal experts are warning of a constitutional crisis, as the Trump administration hints it may ignore a federal judge's ruling temporarily blocking Elon Musk and his DOGE associates from accessing the Treasury Department's payment systems and sensitive data. Over the weekend, Elon Musk lashed out at Judge Paul Engelmeyer, referring to him on X as a, quote, corrupt judge protecting corruption, calling for Engelmeyer to be impeached. In his ruling, Engelmeyer warned of irreparable harm presented by DOGE's access to sensitive information and of the, quote, heightened risk that the systems in question will be more vulnerable than before to hacking, unquote. In response, Vice President J.D. Vance said on X, quote, if a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the attorney general on how to use her discretion as a prosecutor, that's also illegal. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power, said the Vice President of the United States, a graduate of Yale Law.
Great point, Amy. Graduate of Yale Law School.
Follow the rich white man.
J.D. Vance seems to be conflating the military with the executive here, as well as attorney generals. It's very strange. It seems like he forgot everything that he learned in law school. Very weird.
J.D. Vance. Meanwhile, President Trump on Friday said nearly every federal agency in the U.S. government could fall under the scrutiny of DOGE. Trump was questioned by Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy.
And we're going to be doing more and more of that. We're going to be looking at Department of Education. We're going to be looking at even our military. We're going to be looking at tremendous amounts of money, Peter, being spent on things that bear no relationship to anything and have no value. We're talking about trillions of dollars. It will be, in the end, trillions of dollars being absolutely wasted.
Peter Doocy he was praying to God, I assume. Maybe Satan, I don't know. That Donald Trump would come back. And now he's got him. And now he gets the president to let him ask his questions. So exciting for Peter.
Trillions of dollars. It will be, in the end, trillions of dollars being absolutely wasted and perhaps illegally.
Democratic Senator Chris Murphy appeared on ABC this week Sunday and warned against what he called the billionaire takeover of government.
And I think this is the most serious constitutional crisis the country has faced, certainly since Watergate. The president is attempting to seize control of power and for corrupt purposes. The president wants to be able to decide how and where money is spent so that he can reward his political friends, he can punish his political enemies. That is the evisceration of democracy.
This all comes as more details have emerged of DOGE's young so-called engineers who are playing a key role in Musk's overhaul of federal agencies, including Edward Korestein. He's 19 years old, a college dropout. He graduated from Rye Country Day High School last June. Other DOGE engineers have been identified as 21-year-old Akash Baba, who has been listed as an expert at the Office of Personnel Management.
Uh-oh, Akash. Uh-oh. I'm not sure if that's an Indian name, but I thought I heard one of the DOGE employees suggest that we should normalize hate against people such as this individual here. Wow. It's a weird agency, the DOGE agency.
reportedly has been able to access internal databases. 23-year-old Luke Farrator, a former intern at Musk's SpaceX, 24-year-old Gautier Cole-Killian, 25-year-old Gavin Klieger, who described Trump's failed U.S. Attorney General nominee and accused sexual abuser Matt Gaetz as a victim of the deep state. And 22-year-old Ethan Chaltron. Musk said on Friday he would be rehiring 25-year-old DOGE staff member Marco Elez, who resigned last week after he was linked to a deleted social media account that advocated racism and eugenics, writing, among other things, normalize Indian hate. Both Trump and J.D. Vance called for Elez to be rehired. For more, we're joined here in New York by Victoria Elliott, reporter for Wired, covering platforms and power. She and her team have broken several major stories on Elon Musk and DOGE. Elliott's recent piece is headlined "The Recruitment Effort That Helped Build Elon Musk's DOGE Army." Welcome back to Democracy Now!, or to Democracy Now! For the first time. Thank you for joining us. We know you are under the weather, tired for so much reporting on this fire hose of presidential actions. Victoria, what do you think is most important for us to understand of this DOGE army? You can refer to them by their names or by their various handles, which are quite amazing.
I mean, I think the most important thing is to note that, you know, what we're really seeing is people coming out of either Musk's companies or companies owned by Peter Thiel, another billionaire who's very close to Musk. He's the chair of Palantir, a big data analytics company that is also a massive defense contractor. And so what I think was really interesting for us when we reported that most recent story is the fact that, you know, these young people were sourcing within these already established networks of people who are very, very technically gifted, probably because they've worked at these companies, but that this is sort of a closed network. And what we've sort of learned, being tech reporters in general, is that oftentimes people in the tech industry see the press as pretty adversarial. They see government in some ways as sometimes pretty adversarial, with overreach and red tape. And so I think what stuck out to me is that although Musk sort of put out this public call on X, it seems that a lot of the people who are part of this effort were people drawn from what he and people who are close to him would consider trusted networks. And in that way, you know, I think this sort of sense that DOGE is almost this parallel operation to sort of traditional government operations really feels very salient, particularly when these people have access to really sensitive data that people who are government contractors maybe would not often have, or people who are new hires into government would not often have.
So talk more about who the young people are, like the Rye Country Day graduate from last year. His name, Edward Karstein, he refers to himself as Big Balls. These are the people that the administration is referring to as these efficiency experts. He's the one. Senators aren't allowed now into the Treasury Department to see what's going on. They're stopped by police. But he's right there.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think a lot of these people, you know, if you look at their backgrounds, they're people with really strong technical skills. You know, I think they all have, you know, really some impressive achievements on their resumes. I think Edward Karstein, as you mentioned, is quite young, and our team was able to sort of identify that he was seemed to be associated with a possible DDoS, or distributed denial of service for hire situation. So, you know, that particularly is sketchy, and I think
it's great. It's insanely sketchy. I mean, are you kidding me? This guy is involved in illegal activity, essentially. I mean, I could have sworn DDoS attacks were considered to be malicious activity, but we're putting this guy in this position to just, you know, have access to all of our data. That seems bad.
When we're looking at that, even if these people are particularly technically gifted, they may not.
can you explain what that means for people who are not digitally completely literate?
Sure. So a DDoS thing is a sort of distributed denial of service. It's a form of attack. So it's when someone comes to your website is flooded with views at such a high rate that it basically shuts your whole website down. It's sort of meant to overwhelm a technical system, and it's a form of cyber attack. And so I think it's one of those things where when we look at that type of instance, you know, even if these young men are very technically gifted, and they very well may be, you know, they do seem to have questionable, some of them seem to have questionable backgrounds. And if they were going through the regular process of, you know, doing a security clearance or getting background checked for a government job to access the kind of sensitive data that they would seem to be having access to right now, they may not have actually been given that if they were adhering to the standard protocol that we have set up within the US government.
Yeah. So these guys aren't being at all, you know, the only person who is deciding whether or not these guys are what's the word? Like like Elon Musk is the only person right now who is deciding whether or not these guys are viable people to have in these incredibly powerful positions where they have access to and are able to shut down, well, not able to, but being given the power by unelected bureaucrats like Elon Musk and or Donald Trump. I guess Donald Trump's not unelected, but my point is that the, you know, the normal ways in which people are vetted for these sorts of jobs not happening. No background checks, no nothing as to whether or not these guys should be given such power in our government, a government not of one, but of 340 plus million people. Just, you know, no reason to double check any of that, I guess. What is the, why, you know, why worry about that? We don't need competent people in our government, just competent people. Wait, what? That's not making a lot of sense. Now, of course, DOGE, the agency, is named after Elon Musk's favorite cryptocurrency. And in the Senate Banking Committee, I think this is from that. One idiot by the name of Tim Moore had some stuff to say. Let's see what he has to say about cryptocurrency.
We want him doing this.
Whoa.
We don't want an unsuccessful doing this.
Democracy. This may say...
Hush.
At a high level,
Hush.
you say, what is the goal?
Hush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to our witnesses, thank you for taking time to be here out of your schedules to bring this information before the committee. Just like Representative Herodopoulos, you're right, Mr. Chairman, it is a tough name. I had to practice it several times. This has been a new experience. I've served in our state legislature in North Carolina, and so coming here and seeing things, it's been eye-opening in a lot of ways. But one of the more eye-opening things that I've seen since arriving here is how I've seen how some of our friends on the other side of the aisle will try to, I would describe it as weaponize the regulatory system.
Weaponize.
Try to simply prevent access to types and forms of capital. And it strikes me, I did a little research here, and the country has roughly, 334 million people in it. Most recent data shows of that, anywhere from 27 to 28% of the people in our country either own or use crypto. So based on I was a solid C student in math, but based upon that, I think that
I wouldn't go basing it upon that, because I think these numbers are coming from people like Coinbase and whomever else who need to inflate their users, right? And how many people are actually holding and using cryptocurrency in a substantial way, all right? 28% is a wild overestimate in terms of the number of people who are genuinely holding a significant amount of cryptocurrency, or using it on a regular basis, and that's an even much lower number. The only people who are actually like buying and selling crypto on a regular basis are crypto traders, people who are attempting to profit off of the movements in crypto, right? Daily, intraday, whatever movements. It's just a speculation, right? The number of people I would guess is much closer to, in terms of people who hold a significant, I would say like $1,000 or more of crypto is much less. Probably closer to 5%, maybe a little higher, you know. Could be wrong.
Around 90 million people in this country who have confidence in crypto. And what it seems has been happening by the previous administration and by the other side is an attempt to try to use the regulatory framework to simply tell those 90 million people that they can't invest or they can't own in crypto.
Wait, invest? Invest? Tim Moore just kind of gave it away. He just gave it away just now. Cryptocurrency, cryptocurrencies have been trying to run away. All the crypto bros have been running the other direction from this sort of language. Investment? Oh boy, that's not good. If it's an investment, then we got some problems here. We got some big problems, Mr. Moore. That would bring them under a whole bunch of other regulations that you might have problems with. But when you claim something is an investment, you have a bunch of responsibilities to your investors. That is awkward. All right, let's keep hearing this idiot talk.
I can't frankly think of anything that is more antithetical to a free enterprise system. So I first of all think, and those of you who are providing...
Now, if you don't understand what I'm saying, no, I'll try and break it down in multiple ways, all right? Investment, well, I think you all understand that part of it. But here's the thing. Cryptocurrency, they have been claiming it to be currency, right? And I've already pointed out that according to whatever it is, 16 US 486 was made in 48, I think, which made it illegal to make your own currency. But they didn't specify making your own cryptocurrency on a computer because you couldn't back in the 40s. Computers took up entire warehouses. Nobody had a computer in their pocket or in their home. And, you know, I've contended, I've suggested that this is in violation of that law, and they just found a loophole to get away with it. But they have been, oh my God, the crypto people have been so adamant about the fact that this is currency, this is an investment. There's no expectation of increasing value. Because, you know, when you talk about currency, think about the US dollar, right? When you get paid in dollars, you don't just hold those dollars and hope that they go up, right? That would be an investment, right? If you were, but no, that's not what currency is made for. Transacting, right? Not for holding for extended periods of time in the hope of that currency to go up. No. Currency is supposed to stay stable. In fact, random fluctuations in price and currency are really problematic for economic systems. And yet, Mr. Moore seems to be completely missing all of that here. Now, he goes on to say that cryptocurrency will go somewhere else if the U.S. regulates. He believes that U.S. regulations on the cryptocurrency space would stifle the industry. And I'm okay with that. And also, why? Just because an industry might stop profiting based upon regulations, that's kind of what regulations are. It's not about punishing industries for nothing, right? Regulations are there to punish bad actors, right? And it would seem that he's in this statement, he's implying that they are bad actors. And if we regulate them, they'll all go to jail or they won't be able to do their jobs here anymore. They'll have to move it somewhere else. And also, once again, I'm just going to say this as many times as I can. I'm fine with them leaving. I'm fine with it being made completely illegal. Because it's a scam industry. It's a confidence scheme, okay? That's how it's been since the beginning of cryptocurrency. It's a confidence scheme. Since the like, you know, the nexus, since the very, you know, nascence of Bitcoin. The only reason that they even got as far as they got is because it was all about pumping it up, going out and yelling about Bitcoin, telling everybody Bitcoin is the future, you know, and you know, convincing everybody else this is a good idea, you know, when really it's not. It's never been a good idea. It doesn't do anything for society. In fact, it detracts from the rest of our economic systems. All right, now let's go to a guy who loves confidence schemes and cryptocurrency and ruining the US government in whole. One Elon Musk, who finally, after weeks and weeks of hiding away, he's decided to show tiny bit of, what do I call it? Pride's the wrong word. That's what I wanted to use, but that's not it. But, you know, willing to finally show his face after practically an entire month of hiding in the dark, well, probably not darkly lit. There's probably some, you know, bunker somewhere hiding away, hoping to not get Luigi'd. One Elon Musk came out with his little human shield here at the White House.
At a high level, if you say, what is the goal of DOGE and I think a significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we would have to...
Okay, shut up, kid.
Sorry.
Oh, what a great dad. Oh, man. Wish my dad was that nice. Aww. Shut up, kid. You're talking while daddy's talking. I need you to just be a quiet human shield, please.
If you sorry. Tell you, gravitas can be difficult sometimes. If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy
You're a bureaucrat.
Have? If the people
You are a bureaucrat.
Vote and have
I love how he starts it off this way. This is the very beginning of this 30-minute sort of Elon Musk / Trump / Elon Musk's human shield interview. He immediately comes out, like I've been saying, like the rest of these people have been saying this whole time, is that unelected bureaucrats are terrible. The U.S. government's most unelected bureaucrat here to tell us about how bad unelected bureaucrats are. It's fascinating. The hypocrisy should, honestly, this one's so evident that literally no one should be confused by what's happening here. Like, nobody should be missing this. But I feel like there's plenty of Republicans right now watching this and saying, yeah, Elon's right. And not questioning who's giving them the message right now. It's fascinating, the sort of schism going on. The dichotomy of it all is really very strange for me. Sort of it's a little Twilight Zone, if you will. You got to hear that again.
Feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have?
Yeah,
if
good
the
question.
people cannot vote,
What does that mean? What meaning does voting have? If we can have an unelected bureaucrat speaking to us from the White House, who is now running a completely made from a whole cloth agency by the president, what do our votes matter? Exactly. We can have the richest man tell us about how stupid voting is. How exciting.
By their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly
That
important
is what we're living
that
in
we
right
close
now.
that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public,
We fix it?
the public's elected representatives, the President, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large unelected bureaucracy. This is
Yeah,
not
we
so-
can't have a
there are
large
good- there are
unelected
good
bureaucracy.
people who-
We have to have a tiny, tiny oligarchic bureaucracy. Okay, that's better than having a multilateral bureaucracy.
elected bureaucracy. This is not to say that there aren't some good. There are good people who are. But
World's smartest, richest man. So smart. He's realizing mid-sentence during a press conference that he is an unelected bureaucrat. That's great. I love that.
But you can't have an autonomous.
There's some good
federal
ones. Me,
bureaucracy. You
in
have to have
particular.
one that is responsive to the people.
I am very
That's
good.
the whole point of a democracy.
I'm a very good bureaucrat, unelected.
And so, and if you looked at if you looked at the founders today and said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well, we have this unelected, fourth unconstitutional.
He keeps going back to it. Even Donald Trump seems to know. Did you see that look from Donald Trump just now? He says unelected, and Donald Trump's like,
fourth unconstitutional.
He's like, oh shit, that's you. You're talking about yourself, Elon.
Branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative. And this is not something that people want.
Yeah,
and
get the fuck out.
It does not match the will of the people.
Get
So
the fuck out,
it's
Elon.
something
It
we've
does
got
not
to
match the
fix.
will of the people.
And we've also got to address the deficit. So we've got
about to have
$2
a
trillion
revolution on your
deficit.
hands.
And if we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt. I mean, it's really astounding that the interest payments alone on the national debt exceed the Defense Department budget, which is shocking.
Now, it is a little shocking. One thing I would point out to Elon, which he seems to be completely missing, is that one of the reasons why our debt is so high is because of our $1 trillion defense budget, right? And the debt payments are barely above that. And maybe if we, slash the military budget, right? Not by getting rid of DEI or women in the military, but instead just spending less on it, maybe we would have less interest payments. Maybe we wouldn't have to borrow money to, like it's so ridiculous. I love that. I love that. He's like, the interest payments, they're very high, higher than the Defense Department, which is the highest by many factors than any other country on the planet. And what we need to do is slash all of the other departments, right? We'll start with Department of Education, and then we'll do the Treasury, and then whatever else, USAID, all of them, and we'll just leave the defense budget where it is. But, if we stopped having to borrow money for military stuff, military spending, I'll bet our interest payments would be a lot lower. It's just, I'm opining here on this. I could be totally wrong. Yeah, except I'm not.
Because we spend a lot of money on defense. But and if that just keeps going, we're essentially going to bankrupt the country.
Oh,
so what I really want to say is, like, it's not optional for us to reduce the federal expenses. It's essential. It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country, and it's essential for America to have the resources necessary to provide things to its citizens and not simply be servicing vast amounts.
Now, I love that Elon mentioned the Defense Department here as if he's going to make huge cuts to it, as if Donald Trump is going to allow him to actually cut the defense budget, aside from the DEI parts, the woke parts. Because, of course, he's going to need the military to invade Gaza and Canada and Greenland and Mexico and wherever else that he's planning on bringing U.S. troops to. The guy who, was supposedly anti-war, U.S. involvement in global affairs. It's I feel like I'm really living in the Twilight Zone lately.
That.
And also, could you mention some of the things that your team has found, some of the crazy numbers, including the woman that
The crazy
walked
numbers.
away with about 30 million?
The craziest of
Right.
numbers.
Well, we do find it
Immediately, if not
rather
sooner.
odd that there are quite a few people in the bureaucracy who have ostensibly a salary of a few.
I love how confident he sounds. Well, there's well, you see, I'm trying to say something, but my brain is not actually, it's not very smart, actually, so,
$1,000, but somehow managed to accrue tens of millions of dollars in net worth while they are in that position, which is, what happened at USAID. We're just curious as to where it came from. Maybe they're very good at investing.
So curious.
Should take their
Just a
investment
curious
advice,
guy.
perhaps. But just there seems to be mysteriously they get wealthy. We don't know why. Where does it come from? And I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at the taxpayer expense. That's the honest truth of it. So we're looking at say we just if you look at say Treasury, for example, basic controls that should be in place that are in place in any company. Such as making sure that any given payment has a payment categorization code, that there is a comment field that describes the payment, and that if a payment is on the do not pay list, that you don't actually pay it. None of those things are true currently.
what does that mean, the do not pay
So the
list?
reason that departments can't pass audits is because the payments don't have a categorization code. It's like just a...
If it's on a payment list, why? What do you mean by do not pay? This is making no sense, Elon.
Massive number of blank checks just flying out the building. So you can't reconcile blank checks. You've got comment fields that are also blank, so you don't know why the payment was made. And then we've got this truly absurd, a do not pay list, which can take up to a year for an organization to get on a do not pay list. And this, we're talking about terrorist organizations, we're talking about known fraudsters, known aspects of waste, known things that do not match.
Known fraudsters like yourself, like the crypto people that you've aligned yourself with. I mean, you're technically a crypto man too. But yeah, maybe we should stop giving fraudsters money like yourself and Peter Thiel.
Congressional appropriation
Winklevoss twins.
can take up to a year to get on the list, and even once on the list is not used. It's mind-blowing. So
We're just giving terrorists money everywhere.
We're really just talking about adding common sense controls that should be present, that haven't been present. So you say, like, well, how could such a thing arise? That seems crazy. When you understand that really everything is geared towards complaint minimization, so then you understand the motivations. So if
complaint minimization. Well, the complaints that have skyrocketed since Elon became an unelected bureaucrat and started dismantling all of our governmental institutions. And I think when he says, he's going to decrease complaints, he's just going to make it so that we don't have to listen to the complaints, I guess. People have complaints and will continue to have complaints about things. But as long as you can't hear the complaints, then you don't have to do anything about it. Because you know what I mean? Like, it's like a, he's doing like a little dance, like, oh, I can't hear you. I'm too busy dancing with my fingers in my ears. Can't hear the complaints. Everything's fine.
Receive money, they don't complain, obviously. But if people don't receive money, they do complain. And the fraudsters complain the loudest and the fastest.
The fraudsters.
So
all of the fraudsters complaining about the
Then
money.
when you understand that, then it makes sense. Oh, that's why everything just they approve all the payments at Treasury.
I'm so glad this guy's in charge of our government
if you
now.
approve all the payments, you don't get complaints.
Right. If you just stop
But
taking
now we're
complaints,
saying
you won't
that,
have
no,
any more
actually-
complaints. That makes sense.
We are going to complain. If money is spent badly, if your taxpayer dollars are not spent in a sensible and frugal manner, then that's not okay. Your tax dollars need to be spent wisely.
How is this guy the richest man on the planet?
I mean,
he doesn't seem to understand anything. He just seems like a complete idiot. I can't believe that, like in this moment, he's been given an incredible amount of power. He's standing in the White House with his little human shield and the president. And He can't seem to get through one sentence without saying, actually, and like, what? How did this guy get to where he is? Certainly not by merit.
These things, like, it's just common sense. It's not draconian or radical, I think. It's really just saying, let's look at each of these expenditures and say, is this actually in the best interest?
Is it?
It's proved. If it's not, we should think about it.
Yeah, we should think about it. Okay, sweet.
You know, there's crazy things like just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone that's 150? I don't. Okay, they should be on the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out.
150-year-old Social Security recipients.
So, you know, that's a case where, like, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess. Or they should be very famous, one of the two. And then there's a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. Well, like, why is there no identifying information?
Now, Social Security does actually have ways of identifying who is receiving Social Security. There's definitely mechanisms to deal with fraud. But Elon is going to do it unilaterally without being elected. Without being, you know, really even slightly qualified to do any of this. Richest man on the planet, planning on cutting Social Security payments from people based upon their age, I guess. Too old to receive Social Security.
Obviously, we want to make sure that people who deserve to receive Social Security do receive it, and that they receive it quickly and accurately. I'll tell you another crazy thing. So, one of the things is, like, we are trying to sort of right-size the federal bureaucracy.
Right-size
sure
it.
This,
well, just one.
There needs to be a lot of
just
people
one
working for the
bureaucrat.
federal government, but not as many as.
One bureaucrat, Elon Musk, and his minions, and that's it. Thank you. No further questions.
Currently, so we're saying, well, okay, well, let's if people can retire, you know, with full benefits and everything, that would be good. They can retire.
That would be
their
good.
Retirement payments, everything. And then we were told, this is actually, I think, a great anecdote because
I'm so excited.
The most number of people that could retire possibly in a month.
A great Elon Musk anecdote. Oh God, I'm excited.
I think a great anecdote because we're told the most number of people that could retire possibly in a month is 10,000. Like, well, why is that?
Okay.
Well, because all the retirement paperwork is manual on paper. It's manually calculated, then written down on a piece of paper. Then it goes down a mine. And like, what do you mean a mine? Like, yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork. And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. So it looks like it's like a time warp.
Oh my God.
And then the speed, the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine.
This is idiotic. Hold on. I need to look this one up. I didn't listen to this whole thing because I knew it'd be more fun to just do it with you people. I got like about to hear and then just stopped listening to this man and moved on. Okay, let's see here. This is I'm not familiar with this site, Mediaite. The limestone mine that Elon Musk says manually processes federal retirement paperwork is actually real. Wow. So they've reappropriated a completely defunct limestone mine in which they are storing the paperwork, apparently. I think it's been processed before it goes down there, though, if I'm not mistaken. This is very strange. It's a very strange discussion from Elon. He's objecting to the existence of an old building. What about the White House? It's been there longer than that mine. Should we revamp the White House? Knock it down? How about the Capitol? Or the Pentagon? Any of these buildings? They're all old. Being old doesn't mean it's not that somehow it makes it worse. You know, especially when you're talking about like geographical or like, you know, like this is such a stupid fucking anecdote. I love that he thinks this is a great anecdote. This is an idiotic anecdote.
Determines how many people can retire from the federal government. And the elevator breaks down and then sometimes, and then nobody can. Doesn't that sound crazy?
You sound
There's
crazy.
Like 1,000 people that work on this. So I think if we can take those people and say, like, you know what, instead of working in a mine shaft and carrying manila envelopes to, boxes in a mine shaft, you could do practically anything else. And you would add to the goods and services of...
You could do practically anything else. Now, what I think he is envisioning is some sort of a networked situation, and I think to some degree that could be problematic in terms of security, right? Putting everyone's social security data. But he's not concerned about your security, okay, of your data. In fact, Elon thinks your data should be available to him and all the other oligarchs at will. And, I think in a way, not having it in that way, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I've never received a social security payment. And it's not necessarily my realm of expertise, but the notion that anything would be better is just hands down wrong, right? Anything? No, definitely not. Like having unelected Elon Musk, who's not even part of the Social Security Administration, looking over the Social Security, I think that is actually definitely, that's one potential that I would say is worse, Lighting them on fire, that would be worse. I like carrying them by horseback. I don't know what is he even getting at?
United States in a more useful way.
More useful.
So anyway, so I think that's an example. Like at a high level, if you say like, how do we increase prosperity? Is we get people to shift from roles that are low to negative productivity to high productivity roles, and so increase the total output of.
Yeah, this is where things I think are going to start going off the rails. Starts talking about productivity. This guy's vision, if you will, of productivity seems to me to be automate everything, right? So if you could be, rather than a librarian making sure people get education, and rather be a factory worker making sure that his robots get oiled properly, or helping to facilitate the replacement of jobs with AI or whatever else, that would be more productive for him specifically. Like, he would make more money, right? The oligarchs would make more money. They just need to get people out of unproductive roles and into roles that make rich people more money. I think that's what he means. Could be wrong.
Services.
Trump seems excited.
That there's a higher standard of living available for everyone.
Ah, so excited about that.
That's the actual goal.
Is it?
Everyone's very quiet.
No one believes you. That's why.
So people normally this quiet?
Your detractors, Mr. Musk.
What?
Including a lot of Democrats.
This guy is such a piece of shit.
Detractors?
You do, sir.
I don't believe it.
Say that you're orchestrating a hostile takeover of government and doing it in a non-transparent way. What's your response to that criticism?
Well, first of all, you couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public. The public voted.
Not for you. The public did not vote for Elon Musk to run the government. Okay, Elon? I love how he keeps going back to this, like, this sort of thing, He's talking a lot about voting and about bureaucrats and unelected bureaucrats. And yet, there was no Elon mandate. And currently, the numbers say that Elon does not have a mandate. Just the poll numbers. We talked about this a few days ago. I can't remember when it was. Maybe Saturday or Friday. But we saw the polls. People do not trust Elon Musk in doing what he's doing in this government right now. So he definitely doesn't have a mandate. And we've talked about how Donald Trump also doesn't have a mandate because only 20% of America voted for him, and yet he still won. That's not a ringing mandate of any kind. He didn't even beat Joe Biden's numbers from 2020. So this is just a bunch of anti-reality.
I don't want reality.
You couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public. The public voted. We have a majority of the public voting for President Trump. We won the House. We won the Senate. The people voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that. That was on the campaign. The president spoke about that.
Even Donald Trump's own voters have been quoted as saying they didn't think Donald Trump would do the things he's doing now, or even during like the like the election, they were saying, oh, Donald Trump, he says a lot of stuff, but he doesn't mean most of the bad stuff that he says, right? He doesn't mean he's going to, gut the entire government. I'm still going to get my Social Security check or my whatever, right? He's not going to, I don't know. I'm trying to think of some of the things we fucking said, but there were so many people who were like adamantly like, Donald Trump, he's a riffer, he riffs. He gets out there, he just says what's on his mind. It's not all going to happen.
Rally. The people voted for major government reform.
22%
and that's
of
what
the
people are going to get. They're going to get what they voted for. And a lot of times, that people that don't get what they voted for. But in this presidency, they are going to get what they voted for. And that's what democracy is all about.
Is it?
Mr. Musk,
I love how nobody.
that you will identify.
I love how nobody's like sure what to say in the press corps right now. This room is filled with reporters, and they're just like looking at this guy like, what in the actual fuck is going on? I too feel that way. I'm not even in the room.
About.
Mr. Musk, the White House says that you will identify and excuse yourself from any conflicts of interest that you may have. Does that mean that you are in effect policing yourself? What are the checks and balances
that's exactly
that are
what
in
it
place
means.
to ensure that there is accountability and transparency?
Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, our actions, we post our actions to the DOGE handle on X and to the DOGE website.
Oh, that's
So all of our
super
actions-
transparent. You know what we can do is FOIA request these motherfuckers, okay? I don't give a shit what they're going to post on X or on their website, okay? And I love, he's talking about, he's responding, I'm going to move past the point I was going to make, because what's fascinating to me is, the question is, you own multiple multi-billion-dollar companies. In fact, I think Tesla might be at $1 trillion at this point, or near it. And he's talking about one of his own using one of his own companies to disseminate information from, in response to a question about conflicts of interest. He's like, actually, no, we're not, no conflicts of interest and transparency. We are transparently choosing, cherry picking what we post on my social media platform, actually. And that's very transparent, no conflicts here.
Are maximally transparent. In fact, I don't think there's been, I don't know of a case where an organization has been more transparent than the DOGE organization. And
so transparent.
So,
so transparent, it's opaque.
Are, I think, very, very simple and basic. They're not. What I mentioned, for example, about Treasury, just making sure that payments that go out, taxpayer money that goes out, is categorized correctly, that the payment is explained, that organizations on the do not pay list, which takes a lot to get there, that actually are not paid, which currently they are paid. These are not individual judgments.
Wow. All right, we got to take a break because I just blew through the first break by like 20 minutes. Wow, I got carried away with this thing. You can't blame me. This is the first time Elon Musk has actually fucking spoken since he started taking over our entire government. So this, I would say this one's pretty important for us to get a handle on here. Figure out what's in Elon's mind, I guess, beyond what the obvious is. All right, short break. Here it comes. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Very, very important stuff. Gotta get those subscriber numbers up. Getting closer and closer to 1,000, which is a goal that we've had for quite some time. Please help us get there and hit that subscribe button. Really appreciate it. Now, while you're doing those things for free, I'd point out, I must say, I am obliged to ask you all for help here at the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways to do that, of course. YouTube, we got the super chats, the super stickers, Membies, and if you become a member, you get access to a cornucopia of emotes now. 16, count them. So many sweet, sweet emotes. for just $3 a month. But if you're not on YouTube and you're on Twitch, of course you can still do bits, subscriptions there, avoid the Jeffy Bezos ads. If you want to just give us money to make sure that I don't go hungry while waiting for my YouTube payments, maybe go to Cash App or PayPal and send me a few bucks. All those links are in my bio, but of course, the best place to go to support the Galactic News Network is to go on Patreon. Go to that website, click the link in the chat or in my bio, and also for $3 you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many benefits, I'm not even going to describe them here. Go on to the website, make sure to not sign up on the Apple app or we will have some problems, not you and me, but Galactic News Network will, because Apple's payment system is completely horrifying and monopolistic and is causing massive delays in payments for Patreon members. Not Patreon creators, excuse me. So remember that. But go check out those benefits, because there are plenty. Also, quick announcement to anybody who is a new member, make sure to check your Patreon mail messaging system, as I've probably sent you a message asking for the answers to a few questions. Alright chat, enjoy this short galactic intermission. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I also want to say thank you to Tracy Eva for the super sweet super sticker. Little doggy dog. And Nadia Eva Chambers for the super chat. The subsidiary crosses of Hexeth Jerusalem cross tattoo are iron crosses, which makes his tattoo an explicitly Nazi white supremacist tattoo. Alright, I'm back. You know what that means. You know what this sound means. It's time. Time for the show to get back on the road. Okay. Where are we? Oh, right. We're still listening to Elon. I'm sorry. But we do have to, I mean, at least in my estimation, we have to hear this. I'm afraid. I mean, I'm sorry, you know. But that's where it's at right now. All right, back to Elon.
It takes a lot to get there. They
Musk.
actually are not paid, which currently they are paid. These are not individual judgment decisions. These are about simply having sensible checks and balances in the system itself to ensure that taxpayer money is spent well. So it's got nothing to do with, like, say, a contract for some company of mine at all.
But if there is a conflict of interest when it comes to you yourself, for instance, you've received
I forgot what he was just talking about. But he just, I mean, he's just glossing over the fact that he's using his own social media, his own private social media company, Elon's Twitter. He's using, that's a conflict of interest, okay? Just using your own private company. He's basically, by doing this, right? Think about it. Being at the head of this agency, right? This is completely made out of whole cloth agency by Donald Trump, who now Elon is the unelected bureaucrat of, is now using his own private company to disseminate information, right? That's a conflict of interest, okay? Because it's going to drive users to his platform. We've talked about it with Truth Central too, right? Truth Social, which Donald Trump owns, you know, he's doing the same thing. And it's just, it's wild that these guys can stand here and pretend like it's not a conflict of interest and that anybody can take them seriously when they talk about it. God, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. For instance, you've received billions of dollars in federal contracts when it comes to the Pentagon, for instance.
I don't want reality.
Which the president, I know, has directed you to look into.
Yeah.
Are you policing yourself in that? Is there any sort of accountability check and balance in place
Yes,
that
he
would
is.
provide any
No, there is
transparency
not.
for the American people?
No, there is not.
All of our actions are.
No, I'm going to say, before he even answers, I'm going to say, no, there are not. I mean, technically there are, right? Like federal judges. But according to people like the Vice President, J.D. Vance, Pam Bondi, some of these other people in Donald Trump's administration now, are all saying that no, there are no checks and balances anymore. The justice system, no longer a check on executive power, right? You know, the power of the purse is no longer the responsibility of the legislative branch. It is now purely within the hands of the executive and of unelected bureaucrats like Elon, specifically Elon, not just like Elon, but specifically it seems to be Elon's job now to completely ignore the Constitution. A South African apartheid billionaire. Yeah, just wow. Let's see what he has to say. What's your answer to this question?
Provide any transparency for the American people?
Well, all of our actions are fully public. So if you see anything, you say, like, wait a second.
See something,
come on,
say
that
something.
That seems like,
yeah,
maybe that's, you know, there's a conflict there.
I love how he just got done being like sort of droll and sarcastic about there being people who are objecting to him, and now he's suddenly like, if you have an objection, let us know. We'll listen. Well, I mean, totally, yeah, of course. Yeah, we're listening to our protractors.
a second. Hey, Elon, that seems
Yeah.
like
Well, I'm
that's,
seeing something, and I'm
you know,
saying something
there's
right
a
now.
conflict there.
Shut it down.
It's not like people are going to be shy about saying that. They'll say it immediately.
Yeah, we're not being shy.
Yes.
Everyone, many people are saying it. Many good
transparency
people.
is what builds trust.
Many good people
Not
have come to
simply
me. They say,
somebody
sir,
asserting trust.
they say, sir, Elon is an unelected bureaucrat who is dismantling the federal government without legislative authority to do so. No votes put him there, and yet he's doing a bunch of stuff that's really bad. And I say, we're going to get right to the bottom of that once we get done destroying the government.
So not somebody saying they're trustworthy, but transparency, so you can see everything that's going on. And then you can see, am I doing something that benefits one of my companies or not?
Illegal.
It's totally obvious.
And if we
Follow
thought
the
that,
rich way,
we would
man.
not let him do that.
Oh, we would not let him.
segment or
I'm
looking
sorry.
at it.
Wait. What's that, Donald? You got to hear that. What?
And if we thought that, we would not let him do
Ah,
that
yeah.
segment or look in that area. If we thought there was a lack of
The conflicts of interest in chief here to chime in. I love that Donald's here to back up Elon. If we thought that he had conflicts of interest, which he doesn't, which I do not, we would let him know. But of course, I own my own social media company and other companies as well. I don't divest. He doesn't divest. Still no conflicts. And if we notice any, we'll definitely say, Elon, that's bad. Can't do it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
transparency or a conflict of interest. And we watch that also.
We're watching
He's a
it.
big businessman. He's
From
a
afar.
successful guy. That's why we want him doing this. We don't want an unsuccessful guy doing this. Now,
We're going to investigate ourselves.
Elon hasn't really mentioned are the groups of people that are getting some of these payments. They're ridiculous.
Some of these groups of people.
And we're talking about billions of dollars that we've already
Billions.
found. We found fraud. And
You know, speaking of billions of dollars, how many billions of dollars in net worth is in this screenshot right here? What is it like? It's over 500 billion because Donald Trump is now much more wealthy than he was in 2019 or in 2015 when he was claiming to be a billionaire and wasn't. He is in fact now a billionaire to many multiple factors now. I don't know the exact number at this point because, you know, Truth Central is always fluctuating and I'm not exactly keeping track with a ton of rigor because I've been kind of busy, but he is definitely an actual billionaire now. Combined net worth here is at least 500 billion, I think. And maybe they can shore up the federal government, you know? We got all this fraud. Thankfully, we got 2 billionaires to pay it off. Not the American people.
abuse. I would say those two words as opposed to the third.
Fraud
word
and
that I
abuse.
usually use, but in this case, fraud and abuse.
Thank you, Mr.
It's
Huckster.
abusive because most of these things are virtually made up, or certainly money shouldn't be sent to them. And you know what I'm talking about. It's crazy.
Yeah, we know.
So
The
but we're
poor.
talking about
It's fraudulent to give
millions
the
of
poor
dollars.
money. It's a fraud and it's an abuse of power to give the poor money when billionaires need that money just as much. It's wrong.
Illegal.
already found. And now a judge who's an activist judge.
An activist judge
wants
doing
to
an
try and stop us from doing this. Why? Why would they?
I love that. I love them using that term right now. An activist judge. You know, one of the judges, because there's been multiple federal judges now to try and stop Donald Trump's and his administration's illegal and unconstitutional acts. I think, I'm not sure if it's both of them, but at least one. Because don't forget, Donald Trump appointed a shit ton of federal judges during his first term. And at least one of the judges, if not both of them, I can't be sure about that second part of it, but from my understanding, at least one of them is a Donald Trump appointed judge. These activist Trump judges going against my word, not loyal enough.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
To do that. I campaigned on this. I campaigned on the fact that I said government is corrupt. And it is very
Full
corrupt.
stop.
It's very, very
Even the ones that I appointed,
it's
they're all
also
corrupt.
foolish as an example of
I love this. He promised to drain the swamp. And then he said he had done it. He appointed a bunch of judges. And now in his second term, he said, I campaigned on how I was going to fix the government a second time. And my own judges have become the swamp, and I must get rid of them. People want that.
has a contract for 3 months, and the contract ends, but they keep paying him for the next 20 years, because nobody ends a contract. You get a lot of that. You have a contract that's a 3-month contract. Now, normally, if you're in a small, in all fairness, it's the size of this thing is so big.
Yeah.
But
So big.
you have a contract, and
Phrasing.
you're in a regular business, you end the contract in 3 months. It's a consultant. Here's a contract for 3 months, but it goes on for 20 years. And the guy doesn't say that he got money for 20 years, They don't say it. They just keep getting checks month after month. And you have
What the fuck is
various
this guy
things
talking
like
about?
that. And even much worse than that, actually, much worse. And I guess you call that incompetence, maybe.
Yeah.
It could be corruption.
Now, Elon has been the beneficiary of some of these contracts that Donald Trump is talking about. He's been receiving billions and billions of dollars from the U.S. government. And he's going to investigate himself and see if there's any fraud and abuse by his own companies like SpaceX or, what's it called? Cyberlink? I can't remember the name of all his fucking dumb companies. But yeah, it's fascinating. Elon's going to police himself and his fraudulent spending, abusive space spending. Starlink, that's what it was.
Could be deals made on both sides, where the guy gets the money, he kicks. I think there's a lot of kickback here.
A lot of
I see
kickbacks.
a lot of kickback here.
To Elon.
A tremendous kickback, because nobody could be so stupid
Nobody
to give out
could-
some of these
nobody could do
contracts,
it.
So he has to get a kickback.
Gotta get it.
So that's what I got elected for, that and borders and military and a lot of things, but this is a big part of it. And I hope that the court system is going to allow us to do what we have to do. We got elected to among other things.
Oh, I love that. I love this. So at least Donald Trump, I mean, he is an American, whereas Elon Musk just showed up here more recently than Donald. But he does seem to at least vaguely understand that the courts do, in fact, have jurisdiction over him and the executive branch. This whole conference is really fascinating to me. Just wow. Just wow. I thought JD said that the judges don't have the right to let or not let Donald Trump do anything. A lot of inconsistencies going around here.
Fines, all of this fraud, abuse, all of this horrible stuff going on.
Horrible fraud.
We've already found billions of dollars, not like a little bit, billions, many billions of dollars. And when you get down to it, it's going to be probably close to $1 trillion. It could be close to $1 trillion.
$1 trillion.
That will have quite an impact on the budget. And you'll go to a judge where they handpick a judge, and he has certain leanings. I'm not knocking anybody for that, but he has certain.
Now, they are obsessed about getting this $1 trillion knocked out of the budget. Not because they're concerned about you or I or anybody who makes a normal amount of money or less than a normal amount of money, pays less in taxes. No. We're all going to probably be paying the same amount in taxes, but he needs to fund the billionaire tax cut that he's planning on pushing through here very soon. Oh, God, son of a bitch. Oh, no.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, no, hold on. I'm sorry, everybody. Oh, God, that's bad. That's bad. Okay. I definitely didn't spill my tea across my desk and my soundboard or anything like that. In fact, you would suggest that is ridiculous. I wouldn't do anything that stupid or clumsy. Ever. Never done anything like that before in my life. Which means I still haven't, of course. That's definitely not what was going on. That fucking towel, just go. Yeah. Everything is fine. Everything is totally fine. Everybody settle down. investigating myself, and I found I've done nothing wrong. Okay. Is everything good here? So I gotta feel for liquid. The liquid that doesn't exist, of course. Just be exercising caution. Okay, let's try this again.
And he wants us to stop looking? How do you stop looking? I mean, we've already found it. We have a case in New York where a hotel has paid $59 million. $59 million because it's housing migrants, illegal migrants. All illegal, I believe.
And they were being paid twice the normal room rate at 100% occupancy.
Unbelievable.
So it's a racket.
Mr. Musk, can I ask you a question?
Well, if I may sort of just going for the president's comments, at a high level, you say, well, what are the two ingredients that are really necessary in order to cut the budget deficit from $2 trillion to $1 trillion?
Sorry, I just love it when he struggles to get out of a normal sentence.
What are the two ingredients that are really necessary in order to cut the budget deficit in half from $2 trillion to $1 trillion? And it's really two things: competence and caring.
What?
And if you add competence and caring, you'll cut the budget deficit in half. And
caring? Let's leave the competence quote for another time. But caring? This guy's talking about caring? They shut down the Department of Education. They're going to make it so that kids don't have the schools don't have the necessary funding to take care of the kids. He's talking about shutting down Social Security payments and stuff like that. What if anything that Elon is doing has a fucking iota to do with caring? Nothing this man is doing has anything. Maybe what he cares about. Maybe that's what he's talking about. That's what it is. It's not. He's not talking about the caring for others, but caring for himself and billionaires. That makes more sense, actually. So you just have to dissect it. Then you'll understand. That's what it is. See, you got to go multiple layers deep. Because it doesn't make sense if you try to accept it on its face. You have to dig deeper for the answer.
And I fully expect to be scrutinized and get a daily proctology exam, basically. Might as well just camp out there. So it's not like I think I can get away with something. I'll be scrutinized nonstop.
What are you talking about?
And but with the support of the president, we can cut the budget deficit in half from $2 trillion to $1, and then with deregulation, because there's a lot of sort of regulations that don't ultimately serve the public good.
Exactly, like the CFPB, for consumers. Like, he needs those consumers to have as few rights as possible, right? So that he can continue to make, self-driving cars that kill people, stuff like that. And that's what it's about, right? We need the owner financial protection bureau, okay? Not the consumers. Fuck the consumers. We need the billionaire financial protection bureau, of course. Consumers are just always complaining so much, and that's what makes the CFPB so bad for the people.
We need to free the builders of America to build.
Free the what? The builders?
If we do that, that means I think we can get the
Donald
economic
Trump
growth to be maybe 3-4%, maybe 5%. And that
growth,
means you get $1 trillion of economic growth, and you cut the budget deficit by $1 trillion. Between now and next year, there is no inflation. There's no inflation in 26.
There's inflation already happening right now, and he's saying there will be no inflation between now and 2026, even though it's going up as we speak. People are cutting costs everywhere to try and avoid going bankrupt, whatever else. Sixth emotional support character? We do need that. Alright, I'll take a pause on this so we can get a sixth emotional support character. That's very needed. That's gonna be Worf. 2 Star Trek characters. Galactic. Emotional support. Incoming.
And if the government is not borrowing as much, it means that interest costs decline. So everyone's, the mortgage, their car payment, their credit card bills, anything, their student debt, the monthly payments drop.
What is he talking about? Oh my God. You do not have control over interest rates, Elon. Nothing you do will affect interest rates. Elon and Trump have as much control over interest rates as I do right now. All right, that's maybe not true, but not much more, right? It's the Federal Reserve that controls interest rates in the market, not Elon, not Donald Trump. Oh, I forgot to put that in here. I forgot to put the Fed speech in here. Whatever, we'll do that tomorrow or something like that. But I mean, it's just, this is idiotic. This is idiotic. Like, we all know this, right? The Federal Reserve controls interest rates, at least on the short end, like in terms of the federal lending rate, stuff like that. But they cannot control the interest rates of the bond markets, aside from using things like quantitative easing or quantitative tightening. Two things that we are not doing really at this moment at all, right? We're not doing that. We're not buying or selling at a rate faster than normal of those treasuries, right? Because that was what we did in 2009, quantitative easing, where the Fed bought treasuries, right? 5, 10, 30, whatever, 2-year treasuries in an attempt to force the bond market down, right? But that's the only way you can actually artificially lower or raise interest rates, right? Like, even the Federal Reserve can't force interest rates to do what they want, essentially. And it's hilarious that he's pretending like this is gonna, what he's doing is somehow gonna solve that. This is idiotic. Also, Elon's human shield is picking his nose right now on the president's desk. Wow. Look at this kid. He's going to town. He's 2 fingers.
That's a fantastic scenario for the average American.
Just put his booger on the president's desk.
I mean, imagine they're going down the grocery aisle and the prices from one year to the next are the same.
Price caps.
And their mortgage, all their debt payments dropped. How great is that for the average American?
It's not. You can't do that.
We had no idea we were going to find this much, and it's.
I love how they think that somehow cutting government spending will lower prices at the grocery store. Like, cutting subsidies for farms, are going to cut prices at the grocery store. That's going to do the opposite. We need price caps. We need forced price caps on things, right? Not insane, unelected bureaucrat billionaires telling us that cutting subsidies and whatever else is going to fix it, because it's just a pure lie. I think he knows that perfectly well. Probably. Maybe not. Hard to say.
And it's not complicated. It's simple.
It's not complicated at all. Very simple.
You can't believe it. A lot of work.
Nobody knows how
smart
easy
people involved,
it could be.
Very, very smart people. But you're talking about anywhere. Maybe.
If we want to talk about how we lower mortgage payments for people, maybe we go to banks and tell them you're only allowed to make a certain amount of money on mortgages, right? Cap bank earnings on mortgages, whatever it might be, like 10%. I don't know. It's just because how much they make, right? With the current interest rates, they're doubling their investment every time that they hand out a mortgage, as long as the holder of that mortgage pays their loan, right? Like, you buy a $250,000 house, they make $500,000 before you ever pay it off. Maybe we could cap those earnings, make $25,000 on $250,000. That seems fine. But no, that's not going to happen.
$500 billion. It's crazy, the kind of numbers you're talking
really crazy.
about. Normally when you're looking at something, you'll find you're looking for 1 out of 100. You're almost reversing it. You look for one that's good.
Yeah.
And you can look at the title and you say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? And the public gets it. You know, the public gets it. You've seen the polls. The public is saying, why are we paying all this money? This for years, this has gone on.
Mr. Musk,
Yeah, go ahead. Wait, go ahead.
Senator Rand Paul today said that DOGE cuts will ultimately need Congress. Do you agree with that? Is that the plan?
I really don't know. I know this. We're finding tremendous fraud and tremendous abuse. If I
Very
need a
best
vote
fraud.
of Congress to find
Very
fraud
best
and
abuse.
it's fine with me. I think we'll get the vote, although there'll be some people that wouldn't vote. And how could a judge want to hold us back from finding all of this fraud and finding all of this incompetence?
You're doing it all unconstitutionally. That's why a judge would want to stop it. Obviously. That's what judges are for. Why would they want to do that? Why would they want to do their jobs?
Congress, if we do need
Checking,
a vote, I think we'd get a
balancing.
vote because we have a track record now. We've already found
You got a crack record?
billions of
Yeah, you guys do
dollars
have a
of-
crack record in the White House. Where is Don Jr.?
incompetence and
Eric.
corruption. A lot of corruption.
If a judge does block one of your policies, part of your agenda, will you abide by that ruling? Will you
Well,
comply
I
with that
always
order?
abide by the courts, and then I'll have to appeal it. But then,
Oh, he's gonna
what
abide by the
done is He
courts.
slowed down the momentum,
Okay.
and it gives crooked people more time
Crooked
to
people.
cover up the books.
All the crooked people.
You know, if a person's crooked,
So many crooked people in the government right now. So many. Can't even count. But I can see one right now. In the reflection from the camera.
they get caught, other people see that, and all of a sudden it becomes harder later on. So, yeah, the answer is I always abide by the courts.
Always
abide by
do.
them, and we'll appeal.
Always.
But appeals take a long time, and I would hope that a judge, if you go into a judge and you show him, here's a corrupt situation, we have a...
I love how Donald Trump's like, he's about to go into, I believe, he's about to essentially say, why can't we keep doing what we're doing? Even though a judge has ordered us to stop. Why can't we keep doing the crime until they actually find that it's a crime? Why do we have to wait for the appeal? It's so long. It could take years. Why can't we just keep doing the illegal stuff? What's wrong with that? Think about that in any scenario, right? Like in a normal criminal situation. Non-constitutional. Just think about this. Somebody is arrested for serial killing, right? They've murdered a bunch of people. They get arrested. And at the bail hearing, the accused serial killer says, Why should I have to be in jail? I have a big responsibility out there to keep killing people, and why are you trying to stop me until you found me guilty? What's wrong with that? I should be able to keep doing what I've been doing. Nothing wrong with it.
check to be sent, but we found it to be corrupt. Do you want us to send this corrupt check to a person, or do you want us not to give
Yeah,
it and give
that's
it back
exactly
to the
what he did.
taxpayer?
That's exactly what he did.
I would hope a judge would say, don't send it,
Don't
give
send
it back to the
Don't send it.
taxpayer.
You do the unconstitutional thing that I said was unconstitutional, and then we'll talk about the appeal, okay? It's fine. Do the unconstitutional thing. It's fine. Like, think about this. Actually, let's move past serial killers. Think about this. Like, there's been a whole bunch of talk about squatters in the media. People taking over homes unlawfully. Abandoned homes by rich people who are just holding properties empty. And squatters go in and start living in there. And, you know, they go to the judge. They say, I've got a illegal squatter on my property. And the judge says, actually, that sounds right. But they should be allowed to keep squatting because you are like, you're a bad guy. You're a bad guy, and they should get to squat regardless of the law. I'm sure that he would defend that, right? I'm sure Donald Trump, a real estate developer, would be all about that. I'm just trying to think of an example where he would, because maybe he likes serial killers, I don't know. But like, I know he hates squatters. I wonder what he would say about that. You know? Or actually, that's not even the best one. Because, like, really, if, like, say, like, a landlord who's, like, violating, like, housing codes, right? Not keeping the building warm enough. You know, letting it deteriorate and just break down and all this other stuff. They go to a judge, and, like, the judge is like, yeah, well, you know, you're doing crimes, but you should be able to keep doing the crimes. It's just, whatever. Like, This is a ridiculous situation that we're in. I cannot believe that we haven't even heard from Elon until this time. And now that he's come out, he's railing against unelected bureaucrats, and Donald Trump is saying, I'll follow the court's orders, but why should I have to follow the court's orders? It doesn't make sense. Appeals, they take so long.
If I can add to that, what we're finding is that a bunch of the fraud is not even going to Americans. So I think we can all agree that if there's going to be fraud, it should at least go to Americans. But a bunch of the fraud rings that are operating in the United States and taking advantage of the federal government, especially in the entitlements programs, are actually foreign fraud rings. They're operating in other countries and actually exporting money to other countries. We should stop that.
Should we?
and this is big.
I mean, in a way, every time Elon Musk receives money from things like Tesla, which are technically, I believe, incorporated here in the United States, he's a foreign individual. Every time we pay Elon Musk a single dollar, we're sending money overseas to South Africa, I guess, or whatever.
What big numbers? Talk about $100 to $200 billion a year. Serious money.
Mr. Musk, you said on X that an example of the fraud that you have cited was $50 million of condoms was sent to Gaza. But after fact-check this, apparently Gaza in Mozambique, and the program was to protect them against HIV. So can you correct the statements? It wasn't sent to Hamas, actually. It was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct? So we can trust
good
what
question.
you say?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect. And so nobody's going to...
It's not expecting that one. Oh god, that needs a sound. I need this as a sound shot. This is perfect. This is the most perfect I've ever found. I mean, if I've ever been excited about a sound shot, this is maybe my newest, most favorite one. Now, some of the things I will say would be incorrect. Like, I thought we were recently and repeatedly told that you were the smartest man on the planet. What? Some of the things you're gonna say will be, and he's saying it with such resolute. What? Like what? So we should expect that many of the things that Elon Musk is saying on X are incorrect, and that he's not taking the time to fact check any of it. Can we also assume that many of the things he's doing in government are both incorrect and illegal, and he's going to do those too? I mean, that's pretty much what I think was just said there. I need this clip. Please hold. Start recording. There we go.
Statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly.
I think Donald was hoping for a different answer right there. Initially, he's like looking real smug, like Elon Musk incorrect, and then Elon's like, "Yeah, I'm incorrect all the time, actually." Fascinating. This is fascinating. I think this is where this starts. Sorry, I just need to export this sound clip from Audacity. Hold on, we got to hear this again. What? No, not quite. I think that's it right there. Whoops, that's still too far. Son of a bitch. That's fine. Yeah, perfect.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Great. Fantastic. I'm so glad we can count on Elon to give us incorrect information on his own private social media platform about his own bespoke governmental agency, which is he is the unelected bureaucrat of. Some of the things, I would argue many of the things he's going to say are incorrect. That is, wow. If I at this point have been dubious about this government, at this point I must take it all back. Gotta take it all back. Because I've been very doubtful of their competence up to this point. But now that I know that some of the things they're going to be saying are incorrect, then I rescind all those statements. Incorrect Elon. That's what I'll name this file. No. No apology. You're right, Tracy. No apology. That would be too much.
That's too much, man!
He's just a wrong person. He's just wrong. According to his own words, he's a wrong man. He's wrong about all sorts of stuff. You know? It's fascinating.
Correct any mistakes.
Yeah, not going to correct any of your mistakes. Yeah.
You know, if I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million worth of condoms to anywhere. Frankly.
Why not?
I'm not sure that's something Americans would be really excited about.
Why?
And that is really an enormous number of condoms if you think about it.
Yeah, Elon, people have sex. You know, that not everybody has to, you know, like sexually harass workers to get, you know, whatever. God. Wow. I'm blown away by all this. Yeah, the reason we send condoms to Mozambique is to help stop AIDS. You know, because, you know, the better you can stop AIDS other places, the less likelihood we have of it spreading from the source to other places, like the United States, perhaps. But Elon doesn't get that, actually. He doesn't understand why we would need to give people condoms. Where is it? Incorrect Elon. Incorrect Elon. Sorry, I'm adding it to the soundboard as we speak right now. This is important, okay? I hope you know that.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000.
Nobody's going to bat 1,000. Hold on, I got to edit this down from... I'll say it's like right there.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Perfect. Perfect. Here we go.
But, you know, if it went to Mozambique instead of Gaza, I'm like, okay, that's not as bad, but still, you know, why are we doing that?
Yeah. Yeah, first of all, why are we giving Elon billions of dollars to blow rocket ships up in the low Earth orbit and the stratosphere? Just wondering, because he's been doing more launches recently, even though he had a fiasco just weeks ago.
Closely, you're working with agency heads as you're directing these cuts. Do they have how much input do agency heads have when you're making these decisions?
Yeah, we work closely with the agency heads, yeah. So there's sort of checks in place. So it's not just us just going in and doing.
We're communicating with they have barred the heads of these agencies from even entering the buildings. And we're working with them. What a fucking outright lie. We need it.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect. It's willy-nilly. It's in partnership with the agency heads, and I check frequently with the president to make sure that, you know, this is what.
Wow, Elon's little privileged minion / human shield, which he's been carrying around ever since the Luigi incident, just told somebody to shut the fuck up? Wow, kid.
How rude.
Wow. Wow. Can we watch that? Let's watch that again. Let's watch this little brat tell an adult to shut up.
No, it's in partnership with the agency heads, and I check frequently with the president to make sure that, you know, this is what the president wants to have.
Wow. That's a little demon right there. And Elon's not even gonna correct him. No one's gonna tell this child not to tell adults to shut up. Wait, does he have no respect?
How rude.
So, you know, we talk almost every day, and I double check things to make sure, is this something, Mr. President, you want us to do this? Then we'll do it.
USAID has been one of your main targets. Are you concerned at all that some of the cuts or that shutting that agency altogether may lead to diseases or other bigger problems starting in other countries that then come to the United States?
Yeah, so that's an interesting example. So that's something where we work closely with the State Department and Secretary Rubio. And we have, for example, turned on funding for Ebola prevention and for HIV prevention.
Left that, you said?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, no kidding, Scarecrow. I mean, at his age, that's absolutely a learned behavior. I cannot guess. Oh, I'm struggling to think of who might be the responsible party for this kind of behavior that we are seeing on display here right now. Oh, God, I am at a loss. Moving on.
And we are moving fast, so we will make mistakes, but we'll also fix the mistakes very quickly. So,
do you see it as a worthy cause, USAID?
I think that there are some worthy things, but overall, if you say what was the bang for the buck, I would say it was not very good. And there was far too much of what USAID was doing was influencing elections in ways that I think were dubious and do not stand the light of day.
I mean, just as a follow-up to the Pentagon contracts, if you have received billions of dollars in contracts from the Pentagon, and the president's directing you to look into the Department of Defense, is that
which we
a
definitely need
conflict
to
of
do and
interest?
are going to do at the president's request.
Does that present a conflict of interest for you?
Yes,
No,
it does.
because you'd have to look at the individual contract and say, first of all, I'm not the one, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or someone who will be.
It's not me who files for the contracts. It's someone at SpaceX, my company. Right, because you delegate all of the work to workers. It's still your company, you dumb shit. This is the most disingenuous statement of all time, maybe. It's hard to say because there's just so many of them that are coming at me like a non-stop basis, but holy shit, dude. Yeah, no, it's not actually a conflict of interest even though I own the company outright. It's actually totally fine because I have a worker doing it for me, and that's who actually would not benefit, who would be benefiting from the contract, not myself. I have no personal interest in SpaceX, actually.
And I'd like to say, if you see any contract where where it was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value for money for the taxpayer, let me know, because every one of them was.
Okay, great.
The president said the other day that you.
So when you blow up rockets, it's good?
treasuries. Could you explain that a little bit? What kind of fraud?
I love that. The very best value for blown up rockets here at SpaceX.
Because every one of them was.
The president said the other
and
day
I love that. Like,
might
I can't believe that this guy is going to be in charge of deciding whether or not his own contracts are good or bad. Of course, he believes that everything he does is perfect. It's insane. This is fucking insane. This guy is being allowed to oversee, decide, investigate every single branch of government, shut it down, get access to every file. He has no right. He has no right to be doing any of this.
At treasuries. Could you explain that a little bit? What kind of fraud, and that question goes to both of you, what kind of fraud are you expecting to see or do you see right now in U.S. treasuries?
Yeah, I think you mean the Treasury Department as opposed to Treasury bills, or.
You also referenced treasuries.
Yeah.
Of course, one the other night.
Stupid.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, really the first order of business is to make sure we're actually collecting. Sorry for this. I thought my son might enjoy this, but he's sticking his fingers in my ears and stuff. So it's a bit hard to hear sometimes. Hey, stop that. No, the stuff we're doing with the Treasury Department is so basic that you can't believe it doesn't exist already. So for example, like I mentioned, just making sure that when a payment goes out, it has to have a payment categorization code. It's like, what type of payment is this?
Can't Elon afford a nanny? Why is this kid here, aside from to be his human shield, and hope that somebody doesn't, blast him for, fear of hurting a child? Because he, of course, has the money to hire a fleet of nannies. He could, buy a warehouse, fill it with playground equipment and nap beds, wet bar, whatever else. Hire a literal fleet of, a goddamn battalion of nannies. And stick this kid in there. Why in the fuck is he here? Why is this child here aside from to be Elon's human shield? Elon is basically Hamas, okay?
You can't just leave the field blank. Currently, many payments, the field is left blank. And you have to describe what's the payment for, some basic rationalization. That also is left blank. So this is why, the Pentagon, when's the last time the Pentagon passed an audit? I mean, a decade ago, maybe? Ever? Really? And we want to just, in order to actually pass audits, you have to have financial information that allows you to trace the payments. And once in a while, the Treasury has to pause payments if it thinks the payment is going to a fraudulent organization. If a company or organization is on a do not pay list,
oh my God,
we should not pay it, I'm sure.
All right, we're going to end it there because we've been on this for like an hour. So I need to move on from this. Holy fuck, I might have to try and clip some of that because this shit is out of control. This is wild. This is out of the realm of anything I could have expected out of this. I mean, I expected things to happen with this administration that I was going to have a problem with, but I did not guess that this would be where we were at 3 weeks into the administration, with Elon Musk dismantling every single branch of government. This is all just horrifying. But, since we were looking at at least two oligarchs in that room, if you don't count the child, who is almost definitely going to be an oligarch if we don't manage to strip Elon Musk of his ill-gotten wealth. Certainly has the vibes, telling people to shut up. Adult people whose job it is to ask questions and be here in this room reporting on the situation. So maybe at least three oligarchs in that room. Let's talk about the oligarchs a little bit with one Bernard Sanders of Vermont.
They will remember whether we stood with President Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, who in 1863, looking out over a battlefield where thousands of people had died, thousands of soldiers died in the fight against slavery, and he stated that, quote, "This nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." Do we stand with Lincoln's vision of America, or do we sit idly by and allow this country to move into a new vision? And that is a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, for the billionaire class.
100% Bernie. Now, just to tell you all what I just created another galactic goal to make sure that we get all of the content tonight. I've given you 3 hours to get it done. Because at this point, I'm 100% sure that there's no way I finish all this without us going way over the time limit. It's been a crazy 48 hours. Can't believe it's only been a day since I last streamed. Take a 1 day break and all of a sudden it's like trying to God, it's insane.
But it is not just oligarchy that we should be concerned about.
Very true also, Bernie. I also want to remind people that it's not just super chats, even though it says super chats. I will count super stickers as well. Even memberships on a piecemeal basis, but I think it's like 2 memberships per chat, technically, is what I determined a while back. But yeah, plenty of options to help get us to that goal. So,
not just the reality that today 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million. 3 people, more wealth than the bottom 170 million Americans. It is not just that the gap between the very, very rich and everyone else is growing wider, and it is not just that we have more income and wealth inequality today than we have ever had. On top of all of that, the reality is that today we are moving rapidly under President Trump toward authoritarianism. More and more power resting in fewer and fewer hands. Mr. President, as we speak right now, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man on the planet, is attempting to dismantle major agencies of the federal government which are designed to protect the needs of working families and the disadvantaged. These agencies were created by the U.S. Congress, and it is Congress's responsibility to maintain them, to reform them, or to end them. It is not Mr. Musk's responsibility. What Mr. Musk is doing is patently illegal and unconstitutional and must be ended. Mr. President, 2 weeks ago, President Trump attempted to suspend all federal grants and loans.
Illegal.
An outrageous and clearly unconstitutional act. And as I hope every 6th grader, every kid in the 6th grade in this country knows, under the Constitution and our form of government, the president can recommend legislation, he can support legislation, he can veto legislation, but he does not have the power to unilaterally terminate funding passed by the Congress. It is Congress, the House and the Senate, who control the purse strings. But in this move toward authoritarianism, it is not just the Congress that is being attacked. It is our judiciary. This weekend, the Vice President of the United States, a graduate of Yale Law School, who clerked for a Supreme Court justice, said that, and I quote, "Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power." Come on! End quote. Really? I thought that one of the major functions of the federal courts is to interpret our Constitution and, when appropriate, serve as a check on the unconstitutional power of the executive. That's not just what I believe. That is what I suspect every legal scholar and lawyer in America understands to be the case. Further, Mr. Musk, meanwhile, has proposed, and I quote, that the worst 1% of appointed judges be fired every year, end quote, and he demanded the impeachment of judges that have blocked him from accessing sensitive Treasury Department files. No doubt, under Mr. Musk's rule, it will be him and his billionaire friends who determine who the worst judges are. And no, Mr. Musk, I must tell you, you don't impeach judges who rule against you here in the United States. You may or may not know this, Mr. Musk, but under the U.S. Constitution, we have a separation of powers, brilliantly crafted
I don't want
by
reality.
the founding fathers of this country in the 1770s. And it has worked pretty well throughout our country's history. We have
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
A legislative branch, and we have a judiciary. Mr. President, what we are seeing now is not just an organized attack on the power of the Congress and the responsibility of the judiciary. Mr. Trump and his friends are not just trying to undermine two of the three pillars of our constitutional government, Congress and the courts, they are also going after the media in a way that we have never seen in the modern history of this country. Trust me that every member of Congress will tell you that the people working in the media and media organizations are not perfect. We have all had our experiences with the media. Media, like everything else, makes mistakes every day. But I do hope that every member of Congress understands that you cannot have a functioning democracy. You cannot have a free flow of information. You cannot have the pursuit of truth without an independent press. A press not intimidated by presidents of the United States, but a president who writes it and sees it the way they understand it to be. And in that regard, I want to mention to my colleagues what President Trump has done just in recent months. Mr. Trump has sued ABC and received a $15 million settlement. He has sued Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, and received a $25 million settlement. He has sued CBS and its parent company Paramount and is right now in negotiations over a settlement. He has sued the Des Moines Register for a poll results that he didn't like, and his FCC is now threatening to investigate PBS and NPR, major news outlets in our country. In other words, we have a president of the United States who is using his incredible power and the power of his agencies to go after media in this country who are saying and doing things he does not like.
The oligarch president here to tell all the media what's okay to say and what's not okay to say. Free speech. We're going to have free speech once again. Aside from the speech that I don't like. In that case, it will be illegal speech.
Illegal.
Bernie's right about everything, usually. And in this case, he, right again, I would say. Where are we going now? We need more Bernies. We need like at least 100 more Bernies. All right, where are we going to next? What is this? Now, here's an example of a non-Bernie. Let's go to the majority report. Talk about one Hakeem Jeffries.
All right, let's look at some decent examples, at least, of messaging to some extent.
They're starting to get it together.
Some. And the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is a sort of a perfect entity in which to make this clear. Like, USAID was chosen, I think, because Americans reflexively know nothing about their government and they don't care about foreign aid. And there are, valid complaints from the left on some of these sort of like more submerged, nefarious things that are imperialistic that USAID does. And of course, because at one point they help people out, there's also, conservatives are happy to attack that agency because they're people who are not, they're from other countries and not all white ones. But the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is literally is bulletproof in terms of selling it to the American public. For every dollar spent at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which comes out of the the Fed and isn't even.
Whoa, bunch of donations suddenly. Rob Scouts. Bernie makes me feel safe. Spooning. Love it. Appreciate that. Breaking the ice on our goal. Then Mo and Noib coming in with 5 Galactic News Network memberships gifted to the community. Who got them? Matt, Jeremistic, Ill Store 8500, Jeff, and Selena Mary. Awesome. Much appreciated. I'm trying to do the math on that. Was that like 3? Where are we at now? I think we're at 3.5. Yeah, 3.5 super chatters. It means we only need 1.5 equivalent donos, and we're only like 15 minutes into this goal. How is that possible? It's almost guaranteed that we get all the content at this point. Truly incredible. You people are making me feel like I am making these goals too long. Jeez. I put a 3-hour timer on this thing. I was like, let me give them a bunch of time to get through this. And blam, 60% done immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, back to the majority report.
That's stellar.
Whoa, that's not what you do.
For every dollar spent, like 20 comes back to American citizens who are consumers of various financial products, credit cards, banks, maybe they deal with debt, et cetera, et cetera.
And this is the scam period right now. The Trump administration with all its crypto guys, they want to do more of that. So the CFPB gets in the way, and they never say the full acronym. They'll never spell it out. They say CFPB because they don't want to let people know that they're gutting the thing that protects consumers.
Yeah.
To your point on the math,
you wouldn't want to do that.
$800 million cost, and it's returned $21 billion.
It's more than 1 to 20
to the consumers.
And you know, it's
but
not
I mean
just
that's over
Musk,
time. But yeah,
like Zuckerberg is also somebody who's been has an eye on banking sort of things. Not to mention all of these sort of scams that are hosted on Facebook that I think the CFPB would also want to look at.
Yeah.
The two things that the Trump administration signaled they were going to overturn, I think it was yesterday or the day before, was one, the idea of medical debt showing up on your credit report. Under the Biden administration, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau basically said you can't put medical debt on your credit report. So if you get hit by a bus and you owe all this money all of a sudden, it shouldn't reflect your credit risk going forward. The second one was overdraft fees for banks. And what banks were doing is they were structuring your overdrafts in such a way to collect more fees. How do they do that? Let's say you have $400 in your bank, and your electric bill costs $150. So you pay that $150. Now you've got $250 in your bank account, but you get into a fender bender. You got to pay for your car. It's $390 or $400. Let's say. They would not be able to strike you for an overdraft if they took that first charge first. Mm-hmm. Well, what they do is they delay these charges onto your account, and they can sometimes spread this over a couple of days. They will invert those charges. So the $400 charge, they'll go first, and they'll go, you overdraft. Let's say you had $399 in your account. You overdraft, and then you did the cable bill or the electric bill, and then you overdraft again. Whereas you meant to pay the electric bill first, $150. Okay, I get $250 there. Now I pay the $400 for my car, and I overdraft. You would have had one overdraft, but they structure it so you actually have two, the same transactions. They just invert those transactions so that you pay extra fees. They're literally rolling that back. Illegal. How can you say? And I dispute the fact that anybody said this in the first place, but in what planet is this something you could sell to any voters
couldn't do
anywhere?
Not
anywhere. Here is Chris Van Hollen at the rally out in front of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau yesterday. Hundreds of people there, which is sort of impressive, to come out to protest the essentially shutting down of an agency. Here's Van Hollen.
We have another senator coming up, and remind me, what are we asking our elected officials right now? Something about withholding something. Withhold your vote. Senator Chris Van Hollen, my senator from Maryland, I got to ask you, are you willing to withhold your vote until this constitutional crisis is over?
I am, and no more business as usual in the United States Senate. Let's give it up for Elizabeth.
Stop billionaire grift in the background. Stop Elon's takeover. Let's make it about the billionaires. Let's make it about the not good billionaires. Let's not make a distinction. Make it about the billionaires. It's good.
Exactly.
Finally.
This guy wasn't my favorite choice, Ammo, in this Rhode Island congressional race. I can't remember who he was running against, but Ammo was certainly not my favorite.
It was Aaron Regenberg, I'm pretty sure,
Yeah.
who was like more of the progressive choice.
But
this was good rhetoric.
At the very least, I'll take it where we can get it today. Here is Gabe Ammo of Rhode Island at that same rally.
And let's hear it again for the great people of the CFPB. See, the thing is, Trump and Musk and their billionaire buddies know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. But there are millions of Americans who are just tuning in. So we have to let them know what we're standing up for. So I have a few questions for you. What's wrong with protecting consumers? Nothing. What's wrong with eliminating junk fees? Nothing. What is wrong with avoiding foreclosures? Nothing. What is wrong with making sure that banks don't take every single penny out of your account when you ain't got nothing in it? Not a damn thing is wrong with the work of the CFPB. In fact, it represents all that is right, protecting Americans. And so I say to Elon, take your hands off. Take your hands off the CFPB because the American people are watching. And we're not just watching. We are getting loud. We are on the streets. We are going to be everywhere, making it heard.
Absolutely. So we're getting another peek at the protests outside of the CFPB earlier on Monday, I believe it was. But let's go to a different part of this video. Let me just find the spot. Because there's one Democratic senator who I've been complaining about a little bit. Yeah, let's see what
standard Democrats are out there. Van Hollen is not in DSA, but they're at the very least showing up to defend the American people, and Hakeem Jeffries is at the podium making excuses. Supposed to be the leader of the party.
Well, Hakeem Jeffries was on with Jon Stewart, right? Let's watch this. I mean, he is really like.
You see why
the soaring rhetoric is just impressive here. Here he is with Jon Stewart. Is that actual room? Why does it look like he's in front, like
in a lighthouse?
Like a weird.
I think this is his. This is where he films his podcast from, so I recognize it. But
make a little bit of mood lighting. Go ahead.
Are the Democrats not thinking big enough?
This has nothing to do with politics or what he's saying.
The Democrats not.
I think. The lighting, you can see, there's like big windows. You can see the reflections in the pictures here. You can see here, there's one window here, another window here. There's just a lot of natural light coming in here.
Thinking big enough to change the relationship between, this whole idea of having to fight.
Pause it for a second.
To lower it.
Just like, okay, it's been teed up. Are you not thinking big enough? Like, fight. Big. Like, tell me what the big vision is.
Hakeem looks ready to fight.
The relationship between, this whole idea of having to fight to lower insulin costs, as though that's like we got 10 drugs that we can now negotiate with. Like, don't they have to be clearer, stronger, and change that relationship to get government to deliver these services directly and effectively?
Go, John.
Well, I think the Affordable Care Act, it's been an interesting journey, and
I like that phrase.
No, a very important one.
Yes.
In terms of what has happened transformationally, you're talking about more than 100 million Americans with pre-existing.
You paused it. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. He is talking like a contestant on The Bachelor, talking about their journey, getting to know this person over the past 3 months.
Emma.
The lack of.
Wait,
it's like he's
on?
talking about a friendship or some casual relationship.
Shut down?
What do you mean the journey with the Affordable Care Act? Yes, the Republicans tried to dismantle it, which is why we have to keep improving it and proposing a Medicare for All system or whatever. I don't care about the journey and the litigation about the Affordable Care Act.
There is a way to even, putting aside the sort of the
Sorry, hold on. My camera died. Need to fix this situation. Not sure what the fuck is going on here. There we go. Okay. Okay, very strange. Never seen that happen midstream before. All right, back. Yeah.
deficiencies in the Affordable Care Act. You don't say journey.
Yeah.
No.
Because you say fight.
Yes.
Because the fight was Republicans wanted Americans to have no health insurance. They didn't want the insurance to be quality health insurance. They didn't want Medicaid to be expanded.
Nope.
There was a fight.
Precision language.
We wasn't like, we were in a boat and we were sort of like floating down the river on a journey.
Down the river.
This sort of like non-specific, really kind of like not even political speak is how you like do good in interviews for corporate jobs.
Yeah. It's just bizarre.
I'm meeting at the intersection of
Yeah,
synergy.
seriously. Hakeem seems to be incapable of taking this moment seriously. He's left it up to God at this point, which I would say in this moment is not a good plan for an elected official. Seems very strange to suddenly say, government, fuck it. God will fix it.
You're talking about more than 100 million Americans with pre-existing healthcare conditions who now have coverage because of the Affordable Care Act, who otherwise would be left to the public market, the insurance market, and healthcare insurers, many of whom would have no...
It's not the public market. It's the private market. Yes. It's the private market. I mean, again, this has been my point about the ACA. The full name of it was the PPI, the Patient Protection Initiative, I think it was, and Affordable Care Act. The patient protection part worked. That was the 100 million with pre-existing conditions. That was no rescission, no annual or life.
This was another failure of Democrat messaging. You know, they let Republicans run with Obamacare because they knew they could fearmonger about a black president, and Democrats did very little to actually, you know, really push back and remind people of what the actual bill was, right? To use the actual language of the bill. You know, in fact, I feel like I've heard the word Obamacare so many times, even I may have said it unintentionally. But yeah, the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. Like, why didn't we stick with that? Because we lost the messaging war. Because Democrats didn't put enough energy into it.
Caps.
I mean, it still exists, but then when we talk about it, it's like we gotta remember, because it's actually very popular. People just don't know. Like, a lot of people just don't know that they're the same thing. That Obamacare and that the Affordable Care Act, Patient Protection Initiative were the same thing. And it's a failure, unfortunately.
But it was a fight.
Yeah,
public market,
put us
the
to sleep,
insurance
Hakeem.
market, and healthcare insurers, many of whom would have no intention of allowing them affordable access to the healthcare that they need to live. That's more than 100 million Americans, young people who have transitioned out of college or hit age 21, but were in the workforce since high school, at that point, they would generally have lost their insurance coverage. They could not continue to be on their parents' plan. Now that was extended to the age of 26. That's been transformational.
He asked.
We've
So,
made the point
short
through
answer, pause real quick, is that we did enough with Obamacare. Why are you looking at us? That's this entire party establishment, and all, like, they exist just to say we do enough. Huh? Why don't you reward us for doing enough?
I don't know if I've ever seen someone speak who blinks as much as he does, but it appears as if he's not blinking. It's strange. It's almost like there's
It's like a flutter. It's a flutter of the
behind
eyelashes.
eyes. I mean, I get what he's saying.
He's trying to woo us with
There
his
was a
eyebrows
journey.
and eyelashes.
Through that journey, we achieved some things. What was your question? What should we do? Let's just talk about
Let's talk about what we did. That's
Are
better.
you aware of Social Security?
Do you know? Have you heard of it
it's
before?
past facing again, which was the whole Biden campaign, which we were like, okay, this is.
Yeah, and that era is over. I don't know if anybody knows. Joe Biden is no longer the president. We got Elon Musk. I'm sorry, Donald Trump as president right now. And yeah, Hakeem is still sleeping. Many Democrats, like we saw talking about Russ Vought, one of the most dangerous men to be put in government, aside from Elon Musk. But of course, Elon Musk didn't have a confirmation hearing, but Russ Vought did, head of Project 2025, and Dick Durbin was putting us to sleep. Who else did we listen to earlier? I'm trying to remember. Basically, none of Democratic senators' speeches were anything beyond just, somnorific. Forward, we need present. We need to talk about the present. We need to be talking about what we're going to do in the future. None of this is sort of looking back like we're still in power right now. We're not even close. And now's not the time to reminisce like Hakeem. But maybe he's just gone full spiritual. He's decided, leave what is Caesar's unto Caesar. Let me focus on my spiritual well-being. It's a weird vibe from a elected official, I gotta say. Okay. Gotta keep it moving. We're moving so slow. It's all my fault. We just have so much to talk about. But speaking of stuff to talk about, let's talk about all that wasteful government spending that Elon and Donald Trump were talking about in the office in a completely creepy, inept, and sort of horrifyingly disingenuous manner.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Who is this? Francesca Fiorentini.
I'm so glad that Doggy is clearing up the waste in the government. I heard that USAID was funding same-sex African penguin wedding cakes.
No.
I heard USAID was funding RuPaul Drag Race tramp stamps for transgender Colombian former members of the FARC. I heard USAID was funding an all-male nativity scene in Thailand where
No.
Joseph had a massive that was being gently caressed by baby Jesus. I'm so glad that thanks to Doggy, we don't ever have to see Joseph's massive hog. So big.
All right, well that's it from Francesca there. The only Fiorentini that I know of, and the best one as well, simultaneously.
President Donald
He's
Trump
great.
says he
If
has
you're not-
directed
If you're
the
not
US
subscribed
Treasury
to
Department to stop-
Francesca, get in there. Situation Room. Really great place to chat, and also for funny but also informative stuff. And it's a good mix of things over there. Okay. Let's see here. Let's go. We're still talking about finance stuff. Let's see what Donald Trump has tried to do, once again, unilaterally from the executive branch, something that I'm fairly certain he does not have the authority to do. But what's new? All right. This one is fascinating. Donald Trump has decided to direct the U.S. Treasury to stop minting new pennies. Now, whether or not he has the power to do that, we will be finding out. Let's go here to the Associated Press from yesterday on this matter. What's happening? Go web go. Go web go.
President Donald Trump says he has directed the U.S. Treasury Department to stop minting new pennies, citing the rising cost of producing the 1-cent coin. Oh, no. The U.S. Mint reported losing $85.3 million in the 2024 fiscal year on the nearly three.
Bob Carmody being suppressed?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Why does YouTube decide to just not allow certain chatters to talk? I've seen Bob deal with this. I've seen Bad Lefty deal with this. I've seen some other people have to deal with this. I can't think of who. But I don't understand, YouTube. Why are you oppressing us? I don't understand.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Yeah, get back to me on that. Sorry, let's,
Citing the rising cost of producing the 1-cent coin. The U.S. Mint reported losing $85.3 million in the 2024 fiscal year on the nearly 3.2 billion pennies it produced. But doing away with the penny could pose challenges for business owners and employees nationwide.
It's not necessary we need a change for work. Quarters and pennies, everything. If they stop doing it, it's no good for me.
If there were no tax, then we could have priced our goods at, let's say, 105 or 110 or 125. But since there are tax, we have to include most of the price. Usually winds up with, let's say, 106 or.
Exactly. And so this is going to either hurt small businesses, or I think more likely it's going to hurt the consumer. The people who need all of the change, not just some of it. And it's just strange to me that this is something that Donald Trump has chosen to do. This is gonna hurt small businesses and consumers, right? It's gonna cause serious, I think it's gonna cause serious, problems, just on a regular scale. You know what I mean? Like just for normal people trying to live their lives. Cashiers and people who are like, wait, why am I getting less change than I deserve right now? There's gonna be a bunch of arguments in corner stores across the nation over people not getting enough change. He'll force business owners to try and find ways to deal with this. But how do you make change without pennies? All prices will be rounded up. But even then, I guess you'll have to round up after the fact. Won't that mean, I'm just trying to figure this out, because they could round it up beforehand, but they still have to charge tax on it, right? So they're either going to have to price items in a way so that they won't have to give out pennies, or after the fact, either take in or lose money that is untaxed, right? Say that they round up the price after the tax. I'm pretty sure that's a crime, right? I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm fairly certain that raising the price after tax would mean that some portion of the proceeds which should have been taxed won't be taxed, and that'll create a real situation right there. I mean, there's also this is so stupid. This is just such a dumb thing.
7, and then we have to deal with the pennies. How we'll do that, we don't know yet.
It is unclear whether Trump has the power to unilaterally eliminate the lowly 1-cent coin. Currency specifications, including the size and metal content of coins, are dictated by Congress.
Excuse me? What? Congress dictates it? Oh no, Donald Trump's trying to appropriate the power of the legislature again. Weird, that sounds like a crime.
Illegal.
But can Donald Trump commit crimes? I don't know. Supreme Court will need to weigh in on whether or not Donald Trump can, in fact, do anything illegal or not. They already did, technically, so that's going to make this all very confusing. You know, it's like they need the legislative branch, but they also need to get rid of it. Same thing for the legislature. And it's very strange. This vibe where they really are attacking every single branch of government right now. Because I think if they do get, I think who said it? I think PB at one point said that they want to get rid of the legislature, not the legislature, the judicial branch. But if they get rid of the judicial branch, wouldn't that also negate all of the Supreme Court's prior rulings, making it so that Donald Trump can commit crimes? But then how do you prosecute? Yeah, see, it's a very strange world we're living in right now. Very strange. Let's see if House Dems have any answers for how we're going to deal with this. Here's Forbes breaking news from before the stream.
Michael.
I wanted to follow up with Vice Chair on the judicial opinions that he mentioned. I'm curious to know if House Democrats are confident that the Trump administration will comply with these orders that are coming from judges.
I can't hear any of this.
Tweets, there have been some
I literally cannot hear any of this.
Trump himself that suggest that
I could kind of hear it with my earbuds in, but this is impossible.
they don't like from judges, no matter who appoints them. So I'm curious how you all are looking at this. Are you all planning for the...
So yeah, let me just ask the question for him because it's in the title, thanks to Forbes actually doing their job. The question supposedly this reporter is asking is, quote unquote, are you all preparing for the worst case scenario with the Trump administration? Yeah, let's find out what the answer is here.
We understand very clearly what's in front of us, but this is very consistent. You know, the Republican Party is no longer a party of limited government and spending less resources and local control. The Republican Party stands for we trust the answer if it agrees, if it is decided in our favor. We saw this with the elections. We continue to see it. Donald Trump still could not say that the 2020 election was fair this weekend in an interview. They trust the election results when they win. They trust the court decision when they win. When they do not win, they want to burn it all down.
That's very true.
That's the consistent theme of where the Republican Party is right now. So it's incredibly, frustrating, but that's where we are, and we understand very clearly the moment that we're in and the danger that they pose ahead with respect to honoring what the courts have decided. I'll yield to the vice chair, who's on the important committee here.
Every president, including Donald Trump in his first term, complied with court orders. If this administration is going to start ignoring court orders, they're essentially eliminating entire judicial branch, because why even have judges if you're not going to follow
That's a great question.
Their court
Thanks,
orders?
Jeff, for the
so
question.
We expect this administration to follow the court orders. And I do note that there was a recent case where the judge had said, hey, look, I issued an injunction on the funding freeze. It appears that you're not following it. What the administration came in and said is that, well, you issued on this one executive order, but not this other one. The administration did not say, we don't think you have the authority to do any of this. That's not what the administration said. And then what J.D. Vance said was just clearly insane. If he really wants to eliminate the third branch of government, I think there's going to be enormous pushback from both Republicans and Democrats.
Now, unfortunately, I didn't get anything from that. Either of their comments. Both seem to be just talking about what is in this moment, rather than telling us the answer to that question, which is what are House Democrats preparing to do for the worst case Trump government scenario, which we are clearly already in, it would seem. He's trying to shut down all branches of government aside from the White House, and whichever ones are run by Elon Musk. It's gonna be the Elon Trump government. I didn't hear anything in there about what we're gonna do. Now, let me make sure I've got this right, because I could be wrong about this. Yeah, it did. Okay. So, one Tulsi flip-flopper Gabbard has been in the Senate confirmation process. The vote in the Senate happened. Let's see how this went. Well, that seems like enough votes. 52 to 45. We're missing some votes in here. $52 to 46. That's still missing a few votes. I guess there were some no votes in here. But it would appear Tulsi is getting that confirmation in the Senate. Doesn't seem like Republicans are willing to block any of Donald Trump's nominees, no matter how much they've spoken out against them in the past or have problems with, you know, some of the things they've done. Now, Tulsi's going to be the top spy in the U.S. government. That's great. That's how good. How it was so good and so great for everyone involved. All right, let's go to this one. Into a couple of slightly less important stories in between the rest of the crazy. Although this definitely counts as part of the crazy. I just found this one hilarious. I don't even know why this is necessary. Because he already did something about this in his first term. But do you know one Rod Blagojevich? Have you ever heard of that before? Ever heard of Mr. Rod Blagojevich, former Illinois governor, one time imprisoned for having tried to sell Barack Obama's then Senate seat for money? Yeah. Which is illegal, of course.
Illegal.
Donald Trump commuted his sentence, ending his jail term, making him a free man, back in, I think it was like 2019 or something like that. But he decided to go one step further and offer a presidential pardon for Blagojevich. All right, Blagojevich. Let's go here.
Next, we have an unconditional pardon for former Governor Rod Blagojevich of the state of Illinois.
Good. It's my honor to do it. I've watched him. He was set up by a lot of bad people, some of the same people that I had to deal with.
Setting
he
him
wasn't
up
quite as successful,
to
but
do
he
crimes.
had somebody that saw what was going on. I didn't know him other than I believe he was on The Apprentice for a little while. He was just a very nice person. He had a
He's such a nice
fantastic
person.
wife. She fought like hell to get him out. He was given a sentence of like
Good guy,
18
that
years.
Blagojevich.
And there was a sort of a terrible injustice. They just were after him. They go after a lot of people.
They were just after him
These
for
are
no
bad
good reason.
people on the other side. So
Oh, yeah.
I think he's just a very fine person. And this shouldn't have happened, and it shouldn't have happened to him. And let him have a normal life and let him go out and do what he has to do.
Oh, my God.
So I'm signing this as a full pardon. Rod Blagojevich.
Aren't I a good guy?
Wow. Blagojevich is back. Pardoned. Sentence commuted.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I love how Donald Trump is like, he's a very good guy. He tried to sell Barack Obama's Senate seat. What's wrong with that? I don't get it. Is that illegal? You can't sell things in government? I'm going to be doing it. I'm doing it all over the place. I already sold one agency to a billionaires. What's wrong with that? Is that wrong? No, I'm a good guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
Unlock him up. Yeah. Oh God. I mean, he was already unlocked. That's the point. For 5 years, he's been out of jail for at least 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. And yet he needs a pardon too, just in case. Just in case. I don't know. What does this do for someone whose sentence has already been commuted and is already walking around a free man? I don't understand how this helps him. He'll still be a felon, right? I'm not a lawyer. Maybe I don't understand the pardon process enough. But my understanding of it is that even a pardon doesn't make you a non-felon all of a sudden. Still a guy who tried to sell the government to the highest bidder. But Donald Trump, he gets that. He's like, a lot of good people try and sell the government to the highest bidder, and then they're demonized by the very, very bad other side. They're all very bad people who have a problem with people selling the government out to billionaires. And that's what's wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. And that's why we need to end the judicial branch, aside from the Supreme Court, who's very good and told me I can't do crimes anymore.
Illegal.
It's a presidential act. All right. Now, Donald Trump, he's been very busy. Very, very busy with all these things. But he's also been waging the world's, in fact, history's dumbest trade war.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
And while it hasn't gone the way he expected, he hasn't given up. He imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada for about 6 hours until the market, it was longer than that because it was on Saturday, and then on Monday he was like, oh my god, the market doesn't like it. All the shareholders are mad. They're selling their stocks. So he took those tariffs. He ended them. Claimed that he got a bunch of concessions that were actually just already enacted policies of Mexico and Canada from his previous tariff. Not his previous tariff, from his previous trade deal with Mexico and Canada. But I guess that's the same thing, right? That's the same. Different but same. But he's, like I said, he's not done. He's got to continue waging the dumbest trade war in history. So he's decided to tariff Mexico and Canada and anybody else who sends us steel and aluminum. Of course, there's already tariffs on steel, especially Chinese steel. So this is going to affect Chinese steel even less than it will our allies, because if you don't know, Canada is actually, I believe, the #1 importer of steel to the United States. And maybe aluminum too. I could be wrong on that one. But point is this is going to affect our biggest trade partners that aren't China.
China?
No, not China. I said not China. Canada, Mexico, people that we were supposedly not going to tariff anymore. Let's go to Reuters. This is from yesterday.
With President Donald Trump targeting steel and aluminum, here's a breakdown of where the U.S. gets those metals.
Yeah, question.
Roughly a quarter of all steel in the U.S. is imported from neighbors Mexico and Canada or overseas allies like Japan, Germany, and South Korea. Canada and Mexico accounted for almost...
Wait, you're saying all of our biggest allies are our biggest importers of steel, and China's all the way down here? Or do we have a problem with Japan now, where we have military bases all over the place? Or South Korea, where I believe we have at least one? as well as like, do you remember the freaking? You remember the protests for Yoon Suk Yeol's impeachment hearing, like the one or his impeachment, like for his like supporters, they were all waving American flags. We're gonna tear South Korea. We're gonna our two biggest trading partners and allies and neighbors, Canada and Mexico, are gonna be hit even harder than South Korea. Brazil, also definitely technically an ally, although if anybody here, according to at least Donald Trump's own wishes, right, this one actually makes maybe more sense because, of course, Brazil is in BRICS, just like Spain. And he said he was going to tariff all of those nations. Remember that? He also thought that Spain was in... God, I never clipped that. I should have clipped it. There's just too much dumb shit that's happening. I have had like so little time to do clips lately. Oh, God. It's just fascinating. These are all our friends
40% of
on one
U.S.
graph.
steel imports in 2024. 6.6 million
Not
net
Netherlands
tons
anymore.
of steel mill products
Take
were imported
Denmark.
from Canada, and 3.5 million came from Mexico, according to U.S. Census Bureau data via
the
the
Netherlands,
American
taking it
Iron
all.
and Steel Institute. Brazil was the second largest source of steel imports to the U.S. last year. While China is the world's largest steel producer and exporter, very little of that is sent to the U.S. Most Chinese steel was shut out of the market when 25% tariffs were imposed in 2018.
Yeah, so China stopped importing to the United States because of all the tariffs. So this isn't going to affect China in the slightest.
China.
We have 70 likes. That's a lot of likes. That is a lot of likes. To the GCU. Bar. Oh, god damn it. That's a misroll. Take two. That's Worf. We already have Worf. Ah, we don't have Morty. Morty. Okay. All right. Let's go and see what the current, but technically in the process of stepping down leader of Canada, one Justin Trudeau. Let's see what he had to say about these new import taxes that Donald Trump has decided to levy.
Key Canadian industries with tens of thousands of workers are now facing a fresh U.S. tariff deadline and new potential for economic disruption. The United States is going ahead with punishing tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum, and we have the first reaction this morning from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, speaking at an AI summit in Paris.
Tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum would be entirely unjustified. We are the U.S.'s closest ally. Our economies are integrated. Canadian steel and aluminum is used in a number of key American industries, whether it's defense, shipbuilding, manufacturing, energy, automotive. We should be doing more together, not fighting with each other. But Canadians will stand up strongly and firmly if we need to.
Canada sends tons of steel and aluminum worth billions of dollars to the U.S. every year. In fact, this country is the largest producer of both metals for American industry. As we heard there from the Prime Minister, making Canada a vital source for the U.S. industrial supply chain. But U.S. President Donald Trump is signaling he sees tariffs as a way to revive American steel production and bring industry back inside U.S. borders.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. This is the beginning.
This is the beginning.
Making America rich again.
So there is President Trump as he signed.
How I love this. We got to make America everything again. Just pick a new noun. Rich, safe, healthy, and great. Now, of course, this is not going to make America rich again, unless you mean the federal government, because the federal government will be taking in these tax dollars which American people are paying. Usually when I think of America being rich, I think of the people, not the government, right? Government is not supposed to just sit there with money doing nothing with it, which is, I think, what Donald Trump expects the government to do in this point, or then return it to billionaires and shareholders or whatever else. But it's just it's a very strange situation, because every time he says one of those things like "Make America Rich Again," he winds up doing something that does the opposite. But you know,
I don't want reality.
Executive order yesterday to hit Canadian steel and aluminum with 25% tariffs. Those will take force on March the 12th, about a week after another tariff deadline for Canada. On March the 4th, Trump's pause on 25% duties on most Canadian imports to the U.S., 10% on Canadian energy. That is supposed to end on that date, the 4th. President Trump is also set to sign yet another executive order today or tomorrow that would trigger U.S. retaliatory tariffs against countries that tax American imports. Canada's retaliation plans could be caught up in that, so we're going to try to...
So we're going to tax everyone who wants to import into the United States, and then we're going to levy even more taxes against people who decide to do the same thing to us? I love that. I love that. That is hilarious. That is really funny. It really is an I don't want reality type of situation. This is just one of the dumbest men to have ever... This is the dumbest man, perhaps, to have ever held the title of president. So we're going to tariff. We're going to double tariff people who tariff us. That's illegal.
Illegal.
Can't tariff us. We're the only ones who are allowed to use tariffs. I came up with tariffs. Using tariffs is copyright infringement of Donald Trump. Let's see what Canadians think about all these tariffs that have been going on. To the Humanist report. What is that? What's a human?
I'm at one of Canada's grocery stores, and Americans lean in a little. You see these? These are new. They're everywhere now. Oh, and by the way, you notice something else about them? Do you see something else about them? Maybe I'll back up. Would this help if I back up? All the Canadian products are at eye level now. That didn't used to be. You want to know where the American products are? What? They're down here at the bottom. You want to know why they're at the bottom? Because they're not selling. You know why they're not selling? Because we're not buying them. This is happening everywhere.
I originally had one of these in my cart, but it's a part of the USA. So I came back, and look what's on sale. And it's grown in Canada. Into the country.
Oh, yeah.
And we got some bananas from Costa Rica, and
I wonder how American businesses will deal with this. Maybe we'll have to tariff Canada even more, even though we ended it, but we cannot allow Canadian people to do what they want in the supermarket. They have to buy American products. This should be illegal.
Illegal.
just strawberries from Mexico.
Mexico.
And we love you, Mexico and Costa Rica.
No.
And still fuck you, Trump.
Go fuck yourself, buddy.
You may find this hard to believe, but those Canadians uploaded those TikToks and they didn't even post follow-ups saying that they're sorry, which goes to show you how mad they are. And you know that you messed up when you piss off Canadians, some of the nicest people on the planet, but that's exactly what Donald Trump has done. And as you can see by this morning consult poll,
what are you talking
the
about?
opinion of the United States among Canadians has soured a lot since the election.
Oh, no.
And it's getting
That's bad.
even worse as Trump continues to antagonize them.
Wow, net favorability -20. That seems bad.
For absolutely no
Gonna make
reason
America
whatsoever.
great.
And as my Canadian leftist mafia
They're gonna
co-host
respect us
David Gill
again.
points out, speaking from experience, this is completely accurate. Regardless of people's politics, unless you're a real Maple MAGA freak, Canadians have become...
People will stop laughing at us, and instead, they will start booing actively and loudly. Gonna make it great. Boos are better than laughs.
more positive about Canada and more negative towards the United States. And what Trump doesn't realize is that this could have actual severe consequences, economically speaking, since the movement to boycott American products in Canada is only growing.
With the looming threat of U.S. tariffs, Canadians are being encouraged and feeling empowered to shop local and purchase Canadian-made goods.
Obviously, we want always to support Canadian products, and this just adds to the importance to it and the urgency.
Yeah, I'm definitely supporting Canada, not going to Costco, no Amazon.
I think it's a good thing that now we're looking more towards supporting our local economy, supporting things that are made here.
And one thing I want to point out is that this happened. These videos were taken after the Trump tariffs against Canada were rescinded. So these people are just resolutely saying, you know what? You can go fuck yourself, okay? You're gonna play games. We can play games too, and I love it. I fucking love it. And I'm sure Amazon, if enough Canadians cancel their Amazon accounts, stop going to Costco, cancel their Costco memberships, all these other sorts of American companies start getting hit. Oh boy, Donald Trump is going to start getting some complaints from some billionaires.
Follow the rich white man.
I wonder what he'll have to do to ameliorate this with the Canadian people. What can Donald Trump do to win them back? Oh, I'm wondering to myself. It's terrible.
We have definitely noticed in this past week, even Canadians putting their money where their mouth is.
Brown's clothing company, Province of Canada, which prides itself on being one of the only brands in the world that manufactures every one of its products in Canada, has seen a surge in support.
And that business owner went on to say that their hope is that this boycott is going to lead to Canadian-made products becoming more prominent over time and American-made products becoming less prominent over time, which is very bad news for American companies that sell their products in Canada. But Canadians aren't just boycotting American products, they're also choosing to just not come to America anymore, because that's how angry they are. No. Margarita Marullo of the Travel writes, the U.S. Travel Association has warned that the U.S. government's move to impose steep tariffs against neighboring countries will lead to an economic tourism disaster for the United States after thousands of Canadian travelers canceled their trips immediately following the president's announcement. And the U.S. Travel Association isn't wrong here. In fact, Forbes estimates that a Canadian travel boycott could cost the U.S. billions of dollars, and they report even a 10% reduction in Canadian inbound travel could translate to 2 million fewer visits, which would mean $2.1 billion in lost spending and 140,000 jobs jeopardized in the hospitality and related sectors, according to USTA projections. And this would predominantly affect people in states like California, Texas, and Florida, where Canadians tend to visit often during the winter to escape the cold. But CBC...
Florida, Donald Trump's home state, under threat from Canadian boycotts. Horrifying. I wonder if that was Donald Trump's intent. To get rid of the Canadians. Can't have them come into the country spending all their Canadian money here. Can't have it. Stay in Canada. Go somewhere else. Go to Haiti or Brazil or something, you know? Wait, where did that go? Found it. Okay. Just fucking... Why did my vape leak on me? That was disgusting. I wish it was a week. Alright. Now let's go here to Mexico. See what we'll talk about Mexico, not necessarily to Mexico. Let's go to, I think this was in the Senate. I think this might have been during the Senate Banking Committee. I can't remember. Oh shit, lovely Pariah with a gifted Memby to Parker Backs. I don't think I've ever seen Parker Backs in here, but I hope you enjoy that, Parker. Very generous of you, lovely. Lovely Pariah. I think that gets us to 4, right? 1, 2, yeah, 1, and then 2. Yeah, that gets us to... We're only 1 super chat or super sticker or 2 gifted galactic memberships away from getting us to the finish line, and to ensure that we have all of the galactic... Oh my god. What happened? How do we blast through another galactic break? I'm I am fucking up over here.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Oh, God. Whoa, lovely pariah gifting another galactic memby. Thank you so much. Who got it this time? Why even bother? Yeah. Why bother? Why bother doing anything but watching the Galactic News Network? This is where you can get the most valuetainment for your dollar. Now that means we're only, I guess, one gifted memby away. Or super chat. Or sticker. Holy cow. That's crazy.
That's too much, man!
Wildly close. I wonder how close we're getting to a 17th emote. I can't believe we're even at that point. You know, we started off with like 8, right? I think we've basically doubled the number of emotes we had initially been granted by YouTube. And now we are approaching 17. We're already at 16. I could be wrong about the starting number, but all I know is that we have increased our numbers drastically around here. And another one completing the cycle to Oid Anderson. Lovely pariah. Going one at a time with those galactic memberships. Getting us there. In a short time, people. How quickly was this done? In 1 hour. We completed what I thought was going to take 3-hour goal. That's crazy. Whoa, what just happened? Whoops. I'm trying to send a super chat on my own channel. That's not how you do it. There we go. Ending the goal. Gotta remove it. Otherwise people will think it's not done. There we go. Holy shit. I just gotta double check this before I even go to the pool. Before we go to the break. I just gotta see how close we are. I know they get harder and harder to achieve. It's like a stepped system where the number of memberships required to get more emotes like goes up. I don't know about exponentially, but it goes up. I mean, it goes pretty fast. That's why they've been taking. Well, at least that's why I thought they were going to take longer and longer to get. But we seem to be really blasting through these. Let me see. How close are we? I guess I could be doing this on the break. Okay, we need 15 for 17. I think it started off at like 30. So we've already blasted through half of the goal to get to 17. Crazy. Love all of you. So much love. So much galactic love. It's overwhelming. What am I doing? Ah, yes. All right. Hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Super important, especially to get us to 1,000 subscribers, something we've been working on for almost an entire freaking year over here. It's crazy. And, while this is all going on, I must impress upon you the importance of contributing to the Galactic News Network. I did some math recently, and based upon the number of subscribers we have on YouTube, if all of our YouTube subscribers donated only $2 a month to the channel, we would be completely out of any sort of financial problems, which we have been sort of just on the grace of God or whatever. Grace of Gary. We have managed to get by all this long. We are getting closer and closer to that. But really, $2 from each viewer would ensure the continuation of the Galactic News Network into infinity and beyond. Space joke. Alright, chat. Of course, you know all the great ways to do that. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. And of course, Patreon, where you can get the most space benefits for your Earth money. Alright, chat. Enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, chat. You know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. Also, Donald Duck celebrating 1 month of being a galactic individual. Happy birthday, Mowgli. Is it Mo and Noah's birthday? Why don't I know that? Why have I not been notified? I thought I knew everything. Mowgli from the Jungle Book. Oh, it's a different Mo. It's a different Mo. It's only been your birthday for 17 minutes, though. Oh, I see. That's why. I didn't realize the date had changed suddenly. But you're right, it has. Well, we're going to have to do something about that. Also celebrating her 1 month galactic individual. Yes, it's my birthday. Awesome. Happy birthday, Mo. Everybody's celebrating Mo's and Sasha's birthday. Look at that. Decipher. It's Mo and Sasha's birthday. It's all very exciting. And I mean, it's technically still the break, so I'm not going to waste this opportunity. 17 minutes in. I should just stop playing this directly from YouTube and maybe put it on my soundboard because of how much we use it, I feel like. Bob has been unrightfully banned from stream. I don't think it's banning, I think it's YouTube. He's being suppressed by the deep state, by YouTube and their horrifying algorithm of repression. It's my fucking birthday.
Happy birthday, Mo. And Sasha G. Even though technically in some parts of the world, much of the world is not Sasha's birthday anymore. But we can have a double birthday celebration at the same time. Message deleted by Soul Life. Soul Life, what have you done? What have you done, Soul Life? Was that an intentional banning? Did you just ban? Was it? What just happened? Why did Decipher just get this chat slap just now? Not seeing a reason. All right. What are we doing? Ah, yes, getting back to the show. I got distracted by celebrations. So, it's a good thing to be distracted by, I'd say. All right, yes. Let's talk about Mexico. Senate Finance Committee is holding a hearing for, what is this idiot's name? I can't remember. Hold on. Wyden. Wait. No. Greer. The fuck is this idiot? Jameson Greer. Greer was asked some questions here at the Senate Finance Committee. Let's see what sorry, not Wyden. I don't know why I said Wyden. No, it's Jameson Greer. Let's see what he has to say about Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Greer, thanks so much for being here, and thanks so much for taking the time to visit in my office. As U.S. Trade Rep, you're going to be the tip of the spear in advancing President Trump's pro-growth and pro-worker trade agenda. You're going to be working to open up new markets for our nation, for our producers, including for Wyoming mining, Wyoming energy production, and for our farmers and ranchers. You'll also be protecting America's interests and fighting back against abusive trade practices from foreign adversaries that undermine U.S. industries and our critical supply chains. You have a big task in front of you, as we discussed. We're all counting on you, and I have no doubt that given your experience serving President Trump as Chief of Staff at the U.S. Trade Rep during his first term, that you're ready and you're equipped to lead the charge on behalf of the nation's trade agenda in his second term. In regard to market access, I know we all talk a lot about market access today. We also talk about market access when we met in my office. I mentioned to you the importance of opening up new opportunities for the industries from my home state of Wyoming. We talked about how opening up markets in Japan for U.S. beef, that was a big win for Wyoming ranchers. Told you about how Wyoming is an energy powerhouse and the nation's energy breadbasket. Wyoming also plays a major part in the world providing abundant, affordable energy to our allies around the world. We also have huge mineral deposits in Wyoming, a mineral called trona, which is refined into soda ash, a basic chemical building block used in manufacturing lots and lots of products, including glass, detergent, pharmaceuticals, whether it's oil, natural gas, coal, critical minerals, and agriculture. Wyoming's economy, the U.S. economy, is going to greatly benefit as we export.
Sorry, this is not about Mexico.
And I agree with you on the mineral wealth and other wealth that Wyoming has to share with the country and the rest of the world. I expect that going forward, we want to be in a position where our economy is very strong. So I don't think about trade policy as an end in itself, right? I think of trade policy as something that's going to result in higher wages and higher incomes for Americans and their families. And that means a lot of things. It means we need to make more here. It means we need to export more as well. As everyone knows, I have concerns about the trade deficit. I think it's unsustainable and I think it's harmful, but there are several ways to get at it. One is by ensuring that there are unfair trade practices with imports, but another important way is by making sure that we have other markets where we can export our goods and services.
Could you add into it in terms of maybe how you would do it differently than what we last saw the last 4 years under the Biden administration? I thought they fell way short in opening access to new markets.
Well, for me, Senator, it's of critical importance to, at a very early stage, and I hope the Office of the U.S. Chair has already started in this, it's very important at an early stage to figure out exactly what we want from these other countries. Sometimes I hear people say, let's do a deal. And I say, well, what's the deal? What's the deal that you want, right? So the more specificity that I can obtain, if I'm confirmed from our industries and from our workers about what kind of market access we need and where, it'll make my job all that much easier to be able to go in and go to these countries.
I like how industries come before workers. We gotta ask the business owners first before we ask workers what they want.
And where it'll make my job all that much easier to be able to go in and go to these countries that have enjoyed market access to the United States for a very long time, but who maintain high tariff and non-tariff barriers and say, this is what we need and this is what we expect. And if you're going to continue to have good relations economically with the United States, we are going to expect access. And this isn't about muscling people or being a bully. It's about having fair and reciprocal access.
Fair and reciprocal.
I want to talk about Mexico and USMCA commitments. So Mexico has repeatedly violated the historic United States-Mexico-Canada agreement.
Wow. Did they?
They were ruled by a dispute panel to be in violation of the U.S. MCA with respect to U.S. corn. Mexico has taken hostile actions towards seizing assets of U.S. companies. An issue that I've weighed in on over the years has been Mexico's hostility toward U.S. energy companies. Mexico's previous president discriminated against U.S. energy producers, favoring his state-owned utilities and oil and gas companies. The Biden administration, I think, fell well short of fully protecting U.S. energy producers. And
the poor U.S. energy
Biden's
producers.
U.S. trade rep failed tremendously to make any meaningful progress.
Right.
That's left great uncertainty, jeopardized lots and lots.
Aside from having granted, I mean, if we want to talk about energy, of course, Joe Biden, he signed into law, not law, I mean, he approved, I guess that's signing into law, more new oil and gas drilling, fracking, than Donald Trump did in his entire first term, in his first 2 years. But that's not fair. All the energy producers very upset about being allowed to destroy more natural beauty for their own wealth. That's very wrong. How dare Joe Biden help them do that?
To make any meaningful progress.
Yeah.
That's left great uncertainty, jeopardized lots and lots of money in U.S. investment. First, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record a bicameral letter that I led on the need to address this matter.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so the question is, going forward under the Trump administration and with Mexico's new president, who's now in office, how important it's going to be for you, U.S. trade rep, to help protect U.S. energy companies and their investments?
Senator, I share all of the concerns that you just laid out. American energy companies, we're the cleanest companies, our labor practices are good, our governance practices are
We're the
excellent.
cleanest companies?
And that's why.
That's a downright lie. I don't know how he's defining clean, but U.S. energy producers are not clean. They're destroying the environment. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
Are good, our governance practices are excellent, and that's why our energy companies are partners of choice all over the world. And so I will expect at a very early stage to be able to go in and look at where the Mexicans have been discriminatory against us, or taken unfair action, or favored their state-owned industries.
Oh, how dare they!
Where they have violated the USMCA, and to move forward if it requires consultation.
How dare Mexico favor their own industries inside of their own country? Come on! Wow.
How rude.
How could they? Aren't we doing the same thing right now? Aren't we literally expressly doing the same thing in our own country? And yet at the same time we are criticizing Mexico for it? A place where there, I would point out, are a litany of U.S. manufacturers already there producing products. People like General Motors or Honeywell, Ford, Coca-Cola, ExxonMobil, Chevron. I mean, the list goes on and on. Many manufacturers and other producers of either energy or materials or whatever else have decided to go to Mexico because it's, in many ways, it's easier than going to China. Also because of the tariffs that have been on China. And so instead of going to China, they went to Mexico, right? And, it's just whack-a-mole. This is what's been happening. Tariff here, companies move here, where there's no tariffs, right? And it's insane that we're pretending like somehow U.S. industry is not benefiting from being in Mexico right now, where they have cheaper labor. It's just this is some real dumb shit. But these are the guys who are in charge of our government now. Idiots, ideological idiots. We think everybody is against the United States, even our trade partners, even people where there are already existing U.S. companies that are not being repressed.
What you talking about?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right. Now we're going to talk about this next thing real quick. We're going to recircle back later on, but let's talk real quick about one geographical Mexican thingy-dingy called the Gulf of... What is it now?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please direct your attention now to the right side of the aircraft. Air Force One is currently in international waters for the first time in history, flying over the recently renamed Gulf of America.
Whoa, woke pilot. Woke pilot alert. Watch out. Watch out, woke pilot saying we're in international waters. These are American waters, okay? Gulf of America. That's why it's called American Gulf now. The Gulf of the stupid. Okay, don't call it international waters, okay? That's not fair.
How rude.
Time in history, flying over the recently renamed Gulf of America. Please enjoy the flight, and we are now about to head westbound to Super Bowl 59.
Wow, he did that well. That's a good shot.
Isn't that great? Isn't that nice? It's so good.
Make America great
Make
again.
America great again. It's all we care about.
Here we go.
Here we go. Big D. Bunch of scribbles.
Actually, interesting.
None of it
I've never
legible.
Spoken to him about it. It was our call, and I have not spoken to him about. I've spoken to him about many other things, but I haven't really talked to him about this. They have never brought it up. I'm a little surprised at that, but they've
Never brought it up. A little surprised. There we go. Apparently the Gulf of Mexico is now Gulf of America. Specifically for Americans. Everybody else is still calling it Gulf of Mexico, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to go back to talking about that geographical anomaly later, because it leads into something else that I find funny. Really one of the best stories of really one of my favorite stories maybe not even just today, but of what's going to be the last week, maybe longer. But I'm going to have to hold you off. I'm going to have to, debate. I'm basically debating you to stick around and figure out what I'm talking about later. All right. Now, let's talk about, quickly, an economic story here from Reuters. This is from yesterday. Now, I'm not entirely sure. I could speculate as to why this thing is happening with a particular American business. But according to Reuters, McDonald's has posted its biggest U.S. sales decline in nearly 5 years.
What?
McDonald's posted its biggest US sales decline in nearly 5 years on Monday. Demand took a hit from a brief E. coli outbreak, while diners also proved cautious spenders. Comparable sales in the US fell 1.4% in the fourth quarter. That was the largest drop since the pandemic and well below analyst expectations. The E. coli outbreak started on October 22nd. It forced McDonald's to temporarily pound hamburgers in a fifth of its 14,000 US restaurants. Hundreds were made sick and at least one died. US regulators ended their investigation into the incident in early December. McDonald's ramped up its limited time offers and meal deals throughout last year as it tried to draw customers who preferred
get people
meals
back
at
in.
home. McDonald's said customer traffic picked up slightly in the quarter from last year, but it said the rise was offset by a smaller average amount spent per customer per visit. Discounts now make up for more than a third of sales. Analysts have warned the company's over-reliance on cut-price deals could pressure future franchise margins. Sales in
It's very sad.
international markets rose 0.1%. It was hit by weakness in Britain. McDonald's.
That's not good. Sales down, revenue down, margins down for McDonald's. They're doing everything they can to get customers back in the door. Deals hurting their own franchisees. Doesn't matter to them. Fuck franchisees. They just need to get the sales up, but they couldn't. They couldn't do it. Oh God, it's so sad. No. My guess for why this may have happened, not 100% sure on this one, but you know, it could be because people since Donald Trump got elected have been concerned perhaps about what that means for their finances. You know, prices have still gone up through the last few weeks here of his presidency, or the first few weeks of his presidency here, and you know, this all just feels like, if anything, just a sign of the times right now. People are hurting out there, and you know, Donald Trump's policies are doing anything but, you know, increasing people's desire to go buy things. Aside from, like, you know, big consumer companies who have been stocking up on products, hoping that people would come buy it. And make some money off that tariff, even though they weren't charged for it. Now, I don't know exactly why. I can't say for sure, but I think it's that. Donald Trump is 5'10". You know what's hilarious? I was actually doing like a deep dive on this earlier because I was like, and you know what? I don't even have the video because I was like, this isn't important. There's way more important stuff to do than that. But Donald Trump recently met with Prince William, who is 6'3", I believe, and he was much shorter than Prince William, which leads me to believe that, you know, Donald Trump might be a lot shorter than he's been claiming. Maybe he's been shrinking, I don't know. Or maybe he's been padding his stats this whole time. I'd be more likely to think it's the latter. But you know, people are dealing with a lot right now. Barely able to afford food. And we got a guy by the name of Raja. Oh wait, no, that's not his name. What is this idiot's name? I cannot remember his name. It's like Ron something. Anyways, there was some Heritage Foundation ghoul who came to, I believe this is the Senate once again. They're going to discuss welfare and childhood poverty. Let's hear what sort of
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
brilliance this idiot is going to give us. Let's see.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Rector. You've written welfare payments, quote unquote, increase dependency. Isn't that right? And in your opinion, dependency on welfare benefits is a bad thing, obviously.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that having welfare benefits is necessary. I'm not against the welfare state, but I believe that the incentives of the welfare state should help people to go upward rather than to fall apart and go downward. And the system you have now.
Let me just jump in here. I'm talking about dependency, over dependency on welfare benefits.
So he wants the welfare state to actually bring people up. So maybe we should increase the benefits. Don't you think? I mean, he's saying he wants welfare and all these other sorts of programs to really assist people, give them a leg up, not just enough to survive. So maybe we should increase payments? Or maybe even, like, I don't know, start investment accounts for people? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what he means by that. He's like, he just wants to give people a helping hand, I guess. Heritage Foundation suddenly woke.
Let me just jump in here. I'm talking about dependency. Over-dependency on welfare benefits is a bad thing?
Long-term dependency certainly is, yes.
Let me bring your attention to something that happened at the Republican National Convention last summer. In this visual, Teamsters President Sean O'Brien said, quote, "The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations," close quote. You don't dispute he said that, right?
I guess not.
In 2023, the Cato Institute, by no means a liberal think tank, found that the federal government spends more than $100 billion a year on what they call, quote-unquote, corporate welfare. You don't dispute that they found that, right?
That's a lot.
No,
That's a lot of money.
Not.
Wow.
Now, Mr. Linden, according to the Brookings Institute, oil and gas companies annually receive $20 billion in direct federal subsidies that no other business in this country gets.
Follow the rich
and
way,
you don't
man.
dispute that the Brookings Institution found that either, right?
Wow, the Brookings Institute?
Right. Look,
Et
if
tu,
we're going
Brute?
to talk about reforming the welfare state, Mr. Chair, let's also look at corporate welfare. In the words of Paul Ryan, the former speaker, quote, "Republicans can't make the case to the American people that Republicans are the reform party if Republicans won't reform the giant corporate welfare state in Washington."
Come on!
Chairman, this is a theme I'll be returning to on this committee as we proceed. Let me turn to my next topic. Sir, Mr. Rector, according to the Washington Post, you said the following, quote, "Is poverty harmful for childhood?" Question. I think not. You don't dispute that you said this, right? No. Let's explore if poverty is harmful. The NIH...
This guy has no good answers for any of this. He's basically, going on with Mr. Krishnamurti step by step here. It seems like the facts aren't lining up with everything that he wants to purport. It's very weird. His own words being used against him. Shocking.
President Trump found that poverty is consistently associated with academic achievement gaps as early as kindergarten. And by age 14, lower income students are, quote, a full year behind their peers. The NIH found, you don't dispute the NIH found that, right?
I could explain what I am saying in that quote if you want me to.
I'm asking you, you don't dispute that the NIH found that these academic
you don't want me to explain.
Gaps exist.
Just answer the question.
I'd like to bring your attention to an Department of HHS study which finds that childhood poverty is associated with, quote, developmental delays, chronic illness, and nutritional deficits. Mr. Linden, you don't dispute that the HHS found that, and I presume that you agree with them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of studies that show childhood poverty has long-term negative effects for the children and the economy as a whole.
So academic gaps, development delays, along with chronic illness. Now, in addition, Mr. Rector, you said to the Heritage Foundation in 2007, quote, most poor children are supernourished.
Supernourished?
You don't dispute you said that.
Wow.
That's exactly what the USDA data shows. Yeah,
that's what the data shows.
Very, very few.
You're not a...
What data? Supernourished? Most poor children are supernourished? This is idiotic. Oh, you know what's not idiotic? Not Yvette Chambers. With the $10 super chat, I almost completely missed it. The SAVE Act, disenfranchising all married women, federal fetal personhood, and the impending criminalizations of gay, sex, and transgender people's bodies may also be worrying people. That could be it too. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of things worrying people right now. I was just picking out random things, but yeah, that's a good point. I'm sure that's got to be a factor. A lot of there's so many factors. We've used this analogy so many times. There's an entire fire hose of factors just sort of spraying the American public.
Phrasing?
Settle down. The supernourished poor children. Fantastic. Now, you know what? I just want to read off something from Robert Rector, the witness who's answering these questions, who is a research fellow at the Heritage Foundation's Wikipedia page. He's apparently written tons of reports and articles and commentaries on public policy and testified before Congress many times. So this is not new. This will be his 40th time, apparently, or more than 40th time appearing before Congress. But he seems to be struggling to answer these questions properly. Apparently, he wrote a book called America's Failed $5.4 Trillion War on Poverty. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Exactly what the USDA data shows. Yeah, I've read the reports, very few.
You're not a doctor, right? You're not a medical doctor,
No,
right?
I am an expert in.
You're not a medical doctor, are you?
I do know more about nutrition.
You know more about nutrition than a medical doctor.
I know more about nutrition and welfare programs than any doctor.
You're not a nutritionist,
more
are you?
than any doctor.
I know.
Wow.
I said exactly what I'm saying. If you want
It's a
to look
simple
at these
yes or no.
surveys,
He knows more about nutrition
You're not a nutritionist, are you?
than any...
No, I'm
you're not
He's not even a nutritionist?
expert in the food stamp program.
He's not even a nutritionist, but he knows more about nutrition than any doctor. Fascinating.
No, I said exactly what I'm saying. If you want
It's
to
a
look
simple
at these
yes or no
surveys,
question. You're not a nutritionist, are you?
No, I'm an expert in the food stamp program.
Sir, anybody who thinks
I'm an expert in the
wanna
food
talk
stamp
about the-
program. That's why I know more about nutrition than
about the
doctors.
food stamp.
It's fucking hilarious. This guy, I love the entitlement and the lack of competence from these people. I know more than doctors because I'm an expert in the food stamp program that I hate and have, dedicated my life to destroying. Yeah, okay.
The food stamp program.
Sir,
and its
anybody who
nutritional
thinks
effects.
that anybody
You want
who
to talk
thinks-
about the food stamp program and its nutritional effects, or do you want a grandstand?
Oh my God.
Anybody who thinks that childhood poverty is not harmful to children, unfortunately, should not be talking about whether these welfare programs benefit families or not. Let me turn your
Would you
attention
like
to
me
my
to
final
explain what I
topic
meant by
in
that?
my limited time. On January 31st, Politico quoted Donald Trump as promising to, quote, love and cherish Medicaid. Mr. Linden, you don't dispute that Politico reported that, right?
They definitely reported that.
Donald Trump also promised that, quote, the people won't be affected. Medicaid will only be more effective and better. That's what he said, right?
That's what he's promising.
Punchbowl News reported,
I don't want
quote,
reality.
the Energy and Commerce Committee currently is eyeing up to $2 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. You don't dispute they reported this, do you, Mr. Rector? This is what Punchbowl News said.
I'm not aware of that.
Michael, can you tell us briefly what would
He's an
happen
expert.
if $2 trillion in cuts to Medicaid actually occurred in terms of the number of people who'd be dropped from Medicaid?
Yeah, tens of millions would lose coverage or benefits or both. There's just no way around it. Those level of cuts, there is not tweaks or efficiencies to be found that is 1/3 of total Medicaid spending at the federal level. It isn't there. If it's not just one of the proposals that I've heard being batted around it would mean 36 million potential people would lose coverage. So there's a lot of harm here.
We are at a proverbial fork in the road. Either we keep President Trump's promise that the people won't be affected, close quote, or we accept trillions in cuts to our safety net programs that drop tens of millions of people, Americans, from the Medicaid rolls. This will not only affect them, this will devastate them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Wow, a lot of uncomfortable truths there for the Heritage Foundation ghoul, Robert Rector. More like Robert Rectum, am I right? All right, let's move on from that douche. Yeah, maybe we should deal with the corporate welfare first before we take away money from people who are actually impoverished. Just an idea. Maybe we should stop claiming that poor people are super nourished when that's just wildly false. Wildly false. All right, let's go back to talking about unconstitutionality and the sort of, what do you call it? Yeah, just the illegality, the sort of kingly, emperorly type of vibes we've been getting from the Trump administration ever since he took office. Let's go to PBS NewsHour first. Talking about federal judges trying to do their jobs.
Welcome to the NewsHour. Today, a federal judge said that President Donald Trump violated his order that lifted a blanket freeze on federal spending and again directed the administration to release the funds.
That as top prosecutors in nearly half the country just won a temporary legal victory, restoring medical research funding stripped late last week. White House correspondent Laura Brown Lopez joins us now for more. So, Laura, we're 3 weeks into the Trump administration. You're seeing a growing number of federal judges describe the president's actions as overreach. What more did federal judges say about Mr. Trump's attempts to freeze some of those federal funds?
So on that sweeping freeze of federal funding, District Judge John McConnell said in a ruling today that the Trump administration's continued freeze of those funds, quote, violate the plain text of an order that he previously issued, saying that they needed to stop and that they needed to release all of those funds. And Judge McConnell called Trump's actions, quote, likely unconstitutional, and said that the freeze continues to, quote, cause irreparable harm to much of the country. Now, he didn't hold any government officials in contempt, criminal contempt, but hinted that he might in the future if they violate this order. And he specifically ordered the administration to stop freezing money for the infrastructure law, for the Inflation Reduction Act, those are Biden-era laws, as well as said that that the administration needed to release funding for the National Institutes of Health. So the big question here, Amna, is does the Trump administration comply with this judge's order? I asked the White House. They didn't answer that question.
Aww.
And there's some suggestions from people like Vice President Pence as well as Elon Musk that they think that the administration should defy the court orders.
No
You
kidding.
mentioned the National Institutes of Health, or NIH.
But of course, Elon.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Yeah, in many of the things Elon will say as head of DOGE are going to be incorrect. Everybody remember that, okay?
The Trump administration announced it was cutting billions of dollars in NIH funding. We just saw a temporary legal victory for the case to let those funds move ahead. What should we understand about that case and its impact?
So now a second judge has said just moments ago that the administration needs to release that funding for the National Institutes of Health that goes to medical centers, that goes to universities, and it funds research for things like cancer, heart disease, and diabetes. And they said that the administration needs to show within 24 hours that they have released that funds, and they have to show that on an ongoing basis because essentially the states argued that this is life-saving research that is being held up because of this block.
Meanwhile, we see Mr. Trump and Elon Musk's work to slash the federal workforce continue, this time with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Tell us about that.
That's right. Russ Vought, who is the head of the budget office for the Trump administration, but also the act.
Okay, I'm loving that super sticker. Oh my god, narwhal. Look at that little doggy go. Practicing some martial arts here, it would appear. That's right, everybody here. We gotta get ourselves ready for the fight. That doggy dog is looking. Is it a fox? I guess it's a fox. Yeah, it's a fox. We'll call it a fox. Well, yeah, we'll go with fox. It's fine. Whatever it is. That little cute puppy.
Aww.
You know, just getting ready for the fight. The good fight. All right. Gonna move on from PBS here. Let's see what Mike Johnson had to say about all the illegal things Elon Musk is doing and whether or not judges should have any involvement in that. Whether or not the judicial branch is important. Let's find out. I'm sure he thinks it's very important, right? There's no way he's going to come out and say, I don't know, fuck the judicial branch. Right?
I don't want reality.
J.D. Vance said that judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. You're a constitutional law expert. Ultimately, at the end, if the courts say that the administration is violating the law, should they comply with the court's demands?
Well, of course, the branches have to respect our constitutional order, but there's a lot of game yet to be played. Those will be appealed. We've got to go through the whole process, and we'll get to the final analysis. In the interim, I will say I agree wholeheartedly with Vice President J.D. Vance, my friend, because he's right. What they're doing in the
so there we have it. Mike Johnson saying that Donald Trump and his administration should be able to usurp federal judge orders. I wonder what he would have said if Joe Biden were doing things like this during his presidency. or Barack Obama. Of course, Mike wasn't in the Senate in the House at that time. If I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong. But, I feel like he would have had a different answer for this one. Definitely would have had a different answer. But yeah, here he is saying, let's just usurp the power of the, of the judicial branch. Ignore the process. Fucking appeal. It takes too long. Just do what you want, Donald Trump.
Branch. I've been asked so many times, aren't you uncomfortable with this? No, I'm not.
No,
and
not
I
at all.
think the courts should.
He looks like he's blushing.
And
Am I wrong?
These processes to play.
Doesn't it look like he's blushing right now? He seems redder than usual. Maybe he's got an extra sun. I don't know. Maybe he's been hanging out down in Florida. But I feel like he's embarrassed to say what he's saying right now because he knows that this presidency is supposed to only last for 4 years, and at the end of that, all of this stuff is going to unravel in a way, where all these hypocritical statements are going to be laid bare, hopefully sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But it's just fascinating how they only like the law when it suits them. Law and order, only sometimes. Now, of course, Donald Trump hasn't just been waging a war on the judicial, he's also been waging a war on the legislative power of the purse, as well as the fourth estate, the media, and journalism in general for saying things he does not like. Let's go to democracy now.
As a constitutional crisis grows in Washington, we begin today's show looking at the Trump administration's escalating attacks on press freedom. Last week, the interim U.S. attorney in Washington, Edward Martin, threatened to prosecute anyone, including journalists, who, quote, target or, quote, impede Elon Musk and DOGE. That's the Department of Government Efficiency. Martin's letter came a day after Musk claimed it was a crime to identify the young computer engineers who helped him gain access to highly sensitive
crime to
information
identify
at
a
agencies
federal
across
worker?
Washington.
I love that. It's a crime to identify a federal worker. By the way, it's not. It's blatantly just not illegal. Maybe it makes him upset because people found out that he was hiring Nazis and racists. But it's not a crime. And in fact, his agency should be actually under the guise of the Federal Open Information Act, FOIA, where any U.S. citizen, journalist or otherwise, could request that information, as it is all public because of the fact that it's a federal agency. So no, not a crime, very legal.
While the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, has opened an investigation into San Francisco-based KCBS over the radio station's reporting on recent immigration raids. The FCC has also opened a broader investigation of NPR and PBS and their practice of airing underwriting announcements. On Friday, Donald Trump openly called for...
I just realized I misnamed the FOIA. It's Freedom of Information Act. I'm a dummy.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Amy would never make that mistake.
Underwriting announcements. On Friday, Donald Trump openly called for the Washington Post to fire longtime columnist Eugene Robinson after he accused Trump of trampling the Constitution. Meanwhile, a number of major news organizations face accusations of already bending a knee to Trump. In December, ABC settled a defamation suit brought by Trump by making a $15 million donation to his future presidential library. CBS's parent company, Paramount Global, is reportedly in talks to settle a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit filed by Trump, who accused 60 Minutes of deceptively editing an interview with Kamala Harris. Trump initially sought $10 billion in the lawsuit, but he's upped it now to $20 billion.
Why not?
Last week, CBS took the unusual step of handing over its
buy more Truth Central
unedited
stock.
tapes to the FCC. While the tape showed no wrongdoing on CBS's part, many believe Paramount might still settle the lawsuit. This all is happening as Paramount seeks federal approval for its $8 billion merger with Skydance Media. We're joined right now by Jamil Jaffer, Executive Director of the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University. His recent New York Times opinion piece is headlined, "This is not a moment to settle with Trump." Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Jamil.
Thanks, Amy.
So we just went through some of the cases, but if you can go through them in depth and explain what is happening here. Is the media obeying in advance?
Yeah, I mean, that's how I see it. I see a kind of failure of courage among the largest and most powerful media organizations in the country. You started with the ABC settlement. This is a case that arose out of George Stephanopoulos saying on TV that President Trump had been found liable for rape, when in fact the jury had found him liable for sexual assault. Trump sued, claiming that he'd been defamed. I don't think that
And let's be clear, it was the judge who said, in common parlance, this would be rape.
That's right. That's right. I don't think that Trump had any chance of winning that lawsuit. If ABC had contested it, ABC would have been protected by the New York Times versus Sullivan rule. New York Times versus Sullivan is a 60-year-old case that gives citizens broad power to or broad latitude to criticize government officials, makes it very difficult for public officials to recover in defamation actions. I don't think there's any way that ABC would have lost that case, but they settled the case.
Yeah, I mean, because think about it.
Second one is Meta's settlement with Trump. This is over.
Let me just back it up, because just think about that. If public officials were allowed to come after citizens who they have already power over, right? If they were given the ability to seek defamation, seek damages from anybody who criticized them, wouldn't that just mean the First Amendment's completely over, right? I mean, and that saying things as a citizen are now, dependent upon your rulers, right? Your supposedly elected officials now having complete control over what you say. If you criticize the wrong official, you get sued, and you have to pay out money, right? That's just that's the exact opposite of what our government's supposed to be about, right? And I thought Republicans loved free speech. What happened to all that? It's all gone. No more free speech.
Second one is Meta's settlement with Trump. This is
unless you want to say Nazi stuff or racist stuff, you still have the ability to say that, or you want to say the R word, or whatever else, That's fine, as long as it's hateful, free speech. But if it's just criticizing an official, well,
That's too much, man!
Over Meta's decision, or Facebook and Instagram's decision, to deplatform Trump after January 6th. Trump sued, claiming that his First Amendment rights had been violated. This, I think, is a totally frivolous case. There's no way that Trump would have won that case against Meta, but Meta settled it as well for $25 million. Again, all going to Trump's presidential library. And then finally, this reported CBS settlement, or possible CBS settlement with Trump over the action, over the case that involved the editing of this Kamala Harris interview. I don't think that CBS edited that interview in any unusual way at all. The kind of editing they did is routine for journalism, for media organizations. Trump knows that. Again, no chance that Trump would have won that case, but CBS is reportedly thinking about settling it. So what I see here is media organizations that have the power to fight back against Trump but aren't doing it. I think that's a failure of courage, and it has implications for those particular media organizations, because I think it affects their credibility and their prestige. But it
also affects all other journalists and other people who might seek to criticize Donald Trump and his administration, because you have a bunch of people who are supposed to be essentially the bastions of free speech, journalistic organizations like CBS and any of the other ones mentioned throughout this discussion. Suddenly that field becomes smaller. It's easy to target the small guy, because suddenly you have the biggest journalist saying, actually, it's fine. We don't have to criticize him. Who cares? But of course, CBS is no longer just CBS. It's CBS Paramount, right? They have a parent company that's focused on entertainment value and clicks now, right? Same thing for all the other big media companies like CNN, or MSNBC is owned by Comcast. CNN, I think, is owned by Warner Brothers Discovery. They're all just entertainment companies now. They're less concerned about journalism, more concerned about revenue. And that's hugely problematic. That is how I see it. Because billionaires own basically all of our largest media organizations now. Or stockholders. Or both. Alright, let's go here. We're getting close to the end of the U.S. news. Only 6 hours in. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. How are we this... How are we moving this slow? Whose fault is this? Considering everything, I figured we would just do this. Actually, am I going to get copyright struck for this? I'm trying to think. Well, we're going to try it. We're going to try. Because this is very relevant to what we're doing right now. Let's talk about the dismantling of constitutional law somewhere else. Somewhere other than the United States. As something of a comparison, perhaps, to what we're dealing with. Where, you ask? Good question. Perhaps Deutschland?
This channel is part of the History Hit network.
Post-World War I Germany, the law had been a most respected entity, with the country regaining some stability, in part due to capable lawyers and judges, many of them Jewish. In 1933, no law could inhibit Germany's political and military rise to power. In a step-by-step process, the National Socialist government dismantled constitutional law, usurped justice, and created a lethal totalitarian system that soon engulfed Germany and all of Europe. Redefining the nation as a pure political and biological organism, the Nazi government imposed legislation that reinforced its ideological program in all aspects of German life, with a focus on race, business, religion, and medicine.
Adolf Hitler is dead. He is dead, and how he died, the world little cares.
At the dawn of the National Socialist Party in Munich in 1923, a little-known Austrian political upstart by the name of Adolf Hitler naively attempted to overthrow the Weimar government of President Friedrich Ebert. Historically, the Bavarian beer hall served as a locale of camaraderie and occasional ideological meetings.
The beer hall putsch took place in November of 1923. The Weimar Republic, which started out in 1920, was in crisis. Certainly the Weimar Republic had all kinds of obstacles to try to overcome. Its leaders were seen as responsible for Germany's surrender in World War I, which no one in Germany expected. They were also seen as responsible for the Versailles Treaty, which all Germans felt was incredibly unfair, even though both the surrender and the need to sign that treaty were really dictated by the generals, who felt that Germany could not sustain further military action.
On November 8th, with 600 stormtroopers led by Ernst Röhm, Hitler descended upon the Bürgerbräu Keller and shouted out, "The national revolution has broken out. The hall is surrounded." After several speeches by putsch leaders, Hitler left, wrongly believing the revolution had begun.
Wait, hold on. Can't watch this whole thing. But, let's see. Where do we go? Let's go.
In 1923, there was a great deal of economic turmoil in Germany, and Hitler decided to seize the occasion to try to dismantle the democratic
Actually, no, we'll listen to this for a little bit.
Process in Germany and essentially establish a dictatorship. The interesting part of the beer hall putsch is that the putsch itself was so poorly disorganized that he never left the city limits, so that he ended up being tried in a local court. Had he made it outside of the city limits or even on his way to Berlin, he could have been tried for treason in the national court and in fact have faced a death sentence.
Missed opportunity. All right, hold on. I'm trying to find this one spot in here. I cannot remember where. Oh, yeah, right around
here. Is vulnerable. It is Hitler and the Nazis that are in this position to capitalize on that and move to power. But he had always said that he was going to use the Constitution to destroy the Constitution. And he was going to use the rules of the Republic to destroy the Republic. Certainly the Reichstag fire, which occurs in February of 1933, helps him.
Here you see the Reichstag, the German House of Parliament in Berlin, which has been seriously destroyed by fire.
The Reichstagsfire was essentially the 9/11 of Germany. Adolf Hitler had been chancellor of the country for less than a month. There were crucial national elections a week away. And suddenly, this very symbol of German democratic process goes up in flames in an arson attack. The Nazis exploited this event to great effect. The Hitler government immediately blames the communists for this, and the next day Hitler approaches the president
immediately,
and he says,
if not
we
sooner,
need to suspend civil liberties. Hindenburg was hesitant, but ultimately signed, and that essentially was the first major step in the dismantling of the democratic system. In the atmosphere that existed at that point, a lot of Germans were willing to sacrifice certain liberties for the sake of national security. And once again, I think, given what the United States went through after 9/11, I think one can understand that. And I'm not saying that the dynamics or even the situation.
In some ways, we did give up a bunch of civil liberties in the wake of 9/11. It's not a perfect one-to-one comparison, but boy oh boy does it feel like we are living in still somehow like in the shadow of 9/11 25 years later. And Donald Trump and his cronies are, in a way, kind of using that and the sort of gutting of constitutional rights for Americans in the wake of 9/11, and attempting to do exactly what Hitler wanted to do, to destroy the Constitution with the Constitution, destroy the Republic, destroy the government with its own faculties, if you will. And it's should not be lost on anybody that this is very similar to what we're going through right now, even if they're not all waving Nazi flags around. We've seen Nazis emboldened ever since Donald Trump won the election, taking to the streets with their flags. All right, we are done with the U.S. history. Well, not history, the U.S. Discussion of U.S. stuff, essentially. At least the U.S. 2.5 halves. We're going to go on to talking environmental stuff now. Don't worry, the U.S. will be popping up again during all of this. Let's start it off. Since we were talking about the Reichstag fire, let's talk about how fucking hot it is on Earth.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
Last month was the world's warmest January on record, continuing a streak of extreme global temperatures. The global average temperature in January was 1.75 degrees Celsius higher than in pre-industrial times. This is despite the world shifting from the El Niño warming pattern and turning towards its cooler La Niña counterpart, which cools equatorial Pacific waters and can curb global temperatures. Samantha Burgess, strategic lead at the European Centre for Medium-Range Weather Forecasts, said the record temperatures outside El Niño's influence were, quote, a little surprising.
The temperatures are still at record high for most ocean basins. Also, when we look at air temperatures across the globe, we've seen really large anomalies, particularly over the Arctic region, where those anomalies have been 20 degrees above average. So that's a huge anomaly.
El Niño peaked more than a year ago. The European agency, which runs EU's Copernicus Climate Change Service, assesses that La Niña has not yet fully developed and that the world is currently in neutral conditions between the two phases. Even if La Niña does fully emerge, its cooling effect may not be enough to temporarily curb global temperatures. This is affected by factors such as extreme heat seen in other ocean basins and the main driver of climate change, emissions of heat-trapping greenhouse gases. Globally, average sea surface temperatures in January were the second highest on record for the month. Scientists at Berkeley Earth and the UK Met Office said they expect 2025 to be the third warmest year on record.
Yeah, we need an ice bath for the ocean because it's getting way too fucking hot. And with Donald Trump in office, I don't see us doing our best effort on trying to solve any of this here over the next 4 years, unfortunately.
Now let's turn to that other headline story, because scientists from the European Union say last month was the hottest January on record. Temperatures last month were 1.75 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels and slightly warmer than January 2024. Scientists had initially predicted a slightly cooler start to this year. Here's our climate correspondent, Jonah Fisher.
It might have felt a bit chilly here in the UK, but the world has just experienced the hottest January since records began. You can see it on this chart here, how much monthly temperatures are above pre-industrial levels. Now, the grey ones here, these are all the years since 1950. And then here you can see the last 2 years, 2023 and 2024. It really has been significantly hotter. 18 of the last 19 months above that global target that we talk so much about of 1.5 degrees. And look over here, this is January of this year, 0.1 degrees above the level from last year. So why is this interesting, climate scientists? Well, in short, they were not expecting it to be this hot. That's because...
Oh, he's about to get into it. I was going to say, that's because of the fact that we just entered an El Niña, or La Niña phase, supposedly. But instead of it, we just sort of powered right through it on the heat.
In short, they were not expecting it to be this hot. That's because of a naturally occurring weather phenomena that happens in the tropical Pacific. It's to do with sea temperatures, which have an impact on weather around the world. Now, it had been expected that the end of what's known as El Niño, which heats the world, and the start of what's known as La Niña, which has a cooling effect, would mean that temperatures didn't rise as much this year. But that hasn't happened in January, leaving scientists scratching their heads.
So the basic reason we're having records being broken and we've had this like kind of uninterrupted decades-long warming trend is because we're increasing the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Until we stop doing that and until we in fact get to net zero, we're still going to be seeing record warm temperatures come.
Drill, baby, drill. That'll fix it. That'll fix it, I swear.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If you just burn more greenhouse gases, maybe there's like a tipping point where you burn so much that it starts getting colder. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Just a dumb guy in charge of the largest economy in the world. All right, let's go on. Talk about another place that's been dealing with some heat, being LA. They're not just dealing with the aftermath of that horrifying fire. An insurance crisis is, well, seems to be on the cusp of it right now due to all this. Okay, PBS, let's go.
Before thousands of people in Los Angeles lost their homes in the recent deadly wildfires, many of them had lost their insurance. William Brangham recently spent time in the region to better understand the state's insurance crisis as costs rise dramatically and coverage shrinks. As William reports, there is no easy fix, especially in a world dealing with the long-term impacts of climate change.
So your place was right here?
Right here on the corner. And it's funny.
This is all that's left of Peggy Holter's home of 47 years. Her townhouse, tucked in the hills of the Pacific Palisades, is now unrecognizable.
It's really hard on my son because he was born in this house and went to school, lived his whole life. You know, he said, these were the stairs where I waited outside after school for you to come and pick me up. You know,
in a matter of hours last month, the Palisades fire consumed her whole neighborhood. It left just a few small reminders of the past, like this tea set she was given as a child. For now, this retired journalist is staying with her son.
I just don't know, and this is somebody who's always known what I was going to do and where I was going to be and all that stuff all my life. It just seems like there's a blank in my future.
Your life savings was in this property.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're not going to get any of that, nearly all of that back.
No.
Holter says that's because her insurance company, State Farm, dropped her policy last year. They cited the condition of her roof, something only her homeowners association could address. It was part of a massive insurance retreat from this area. In 2023, State Farm, which is California's largest insurer, said it wouldn't write any new policies in the state.
Too big to fail.
Then last year, it declined to renew about 30,000 existing policies here, including over 1,600 in the Pacific Palisades. The company said the rising cost of rebuilding and the risk of extreme weather was too great.
Other than that...
But even for those who did have insurance, like Holter's neighbors, Pam Nye and Chuck Foster, the fires have been devastating.
As a home, as a place, as a refuge, what was it like?
A place where you felt loved, a place where you felt comfortable. It was just a little piece of heaven.
Since their home and neighborhood burned, Nye and Foster have bounced from hotel to hotel. Before the fires, they were paying farmer insurance about $5,000 a year for coverage, which they say included fire protection. So after they lost everything, they went to meet with farmers in person, hoping to speed up their claim.
Sure.
They asked us a lot of questions. And then at one point they said, you really have no coverage. You have flood insurance. I looked at her and I said, that can't be right.
Farmers didn't respond to NewsHour's request for comment. But Foster and Nye have been calling their insurer almost daily, looking for...
Of course they didn't. These insurance companies are crooks, okay? Whether it be health insurance or homeowners insurance, all of them seem to be just doing everything they can not to do their job. And we were told that the insurance industry was too critical for it to be allowed to fail. Capitalism, you know, all that. We need it. And then when capitalism comes a-ringing, they are nowhere to be found, pretending like people don't have the coverage that they paid for. Not paying out expeditiously or at all. And something needs to be done about that. And, you know, if Donald Trump gets his way, I think the only way that California is going to get funds to dole out to people, regardless of insurance companies, I think California is going to be forced to, what is it? Again, I can't remember what he wanted. He wanted them to turn the water back on, and what was the other thing? I'm trying to think. Oh, right. Voter ID They have to do legislation to get federal funds. Which, you know, he's like a mob boss. You know, he's the Godfather. If the Godfather was less eloquent and more deranged, I guess. More of a criminal than Donald Trump. Because he's doing incredibly dangerous and unconstitutional things, like threatening states. Now, he's been doing some other stuff too. He's been signing executive orders all over the place. We've been talking about it. I don't even know how many we're at now. Probably like 200 executive orders. I honestly don't know. I honestly do not know. But he did sign this executive order encouraging... It's weird. I don't know why you would sign an executive order to encourage something. Can anybody explain to me why anybody would do such a thing? I'm just trying to figure it out. Why would you just encourage? He could just encourage people to do things from the bully pulpit that he has. You know, from the White House. He could just say, "Hey, everybody, I encourage you to do a thing." But no, he has to sign an executive order because he just loves signing his name on things. That's one of Donald Trump's favorite activities: is putting his name on shit. More than just rambling and saying shit that makes no sense. He has to sign stuff that makes no sense. Put his name all over it. Golden letters. Or unreadable signatures. But here we go. He's going to encourage people to do something. Let's find out what it is. What could it be?
We're going back to plastic straws. These things don't work.
Going back.
I've had them many times. And
we need more
on
microplastics
occasion, they break,
in our environment.
They explode. If something's hot, they don't last very long, like a matter of minutes, sometimes a matter of seconds. It's a ridiculous situation.
It's insane. Plastic straws are gone. We need an executive order to bring them back.
And I don't think that plastic's going to affect a shark very much as they're munching their...
Yeah. Of course. I love how Donald Trump's sycophants are here giggling at his worst jokes ever.
That plastic's going to affect a shark very much as they're munching their way through the ocean. Okay.
Yeah, it might not affect the shark so much, I suppose. You know who it might affect? Turtles. Turtle. Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club? Yeah, we're gonna introduce more microplastics to our environment. By encouragement. I guess it doesn't seem that he's forcing people to stop using... Because that would be like telling industries what they're allowed to do. Can't do that.
That's too much, man!
Just gonna encourage people to buy plastic straws instead of the terrible, terrible paper straws. He's concerned about the sharks. We're coming after the electric boats. But what about the turtles? Do they like straws? I don't know.
Okay, I'm filming. You can go for it, Mr. Surgeon.
That is a plastic straw. Stuck deep down a turtle's nose cavity.
Bless you. Have you ever heard a turtle's nose? I have.
Oh, God. Oh, it's so painful to watch.
You know what this is? What is it? Swabs. The sterile swabs.
Oh, my God.
Like, put them into the iodine, and then we just...
Okay, I'm going to pause it there just because of how tough this one is to watch. But, you know, while sharks maybe or may not be affected by plastic straws, a great number of other creatures, like turtles, are. Sorry for the horrifying imagery, everyone. But that's just the reality of plastic straws, I'm afraid. Let's talk about some other stuff relating to animals. Gonna stick with wildlife and other kinds of creatures for a little bit. Now let's go to this hearing. Because the Congress Congress was doing, there was like I think this was in the House. There was like a House committee on animal research. And I figured we'd listen to at least one of these witnesses about all this, because I found all of this to be real disingenuous, intentionally lacking certain details, and also, you know, just either that or outright lies. Nancy Mace is heading this oversight committee. Let's see what's going on here.
Mace and Ranking Member Brown and members of the subcommittee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Elizabeth Baker at the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. I work with a team of scientists, physicians, lawyers, and other professionals to move medical research, product testing, and advanced medical training away from using animals. I appreciate the subcommittee's attention to this critical subject. Ending federally funded animal experiments is long overdue. For generations, tax dollars have paid scientists to conduct acts that would shock the conscience of most Americans. Dogs, cats, monkeys, rabbits, pigs, and other animals are used in experiments that are painful, stressful, and often lethal for the animals that are subjected to them. Increasingly, it is recognized across research and testing sectors that animals are not good surrogates for humans. Over 85% of Americans that were recently...
Now, I just want you to all think about this in a way that I know I never ask you to do, okay? I want you to try and think about this as, like, say, like an anti-science person or an anti-vaxxer type of person, okay? I'm not saying that you should be those kind of people. What I'm suggesting is I want you to think about that as we go through all of this, because those are the sorts of people who I see most concerned about this situation. And there's going to be some implications to what she says here, aside from the disingenuousness. Let's just think about it like that, just for just a second.
Agreed that animal-based research should be phased out. Both Congress and the administration must take action to ensure that government funding and requests for animal experiments are stopped, and that instead a portion of that funding is reinvested into more effective human-based approaches. Our first recommendation is to end federal support for wasteful and ineffective animal research. Animal research does not translate to humans because there are insurmountable species differences.
First definite lie, okay? Or at least first very, very, very disingenuous claim, okay? Because the reason that we use rats, which is basically what she's talking about, right? The reason we use rats for for testing of drugs and other sorts of treatments for humans, right, ahead of human trials, which are a part of getting approved by, say, the FDA, right? The reason we do it is not to find out whether or not these treatments work. Okay, that's not the point. We know, we all know that you can't translate from, like, the results for a rat to a human, right? When it comes to effectiveness of a medicine or whatever else. This is about safety. The reason that we do it is for safety. For humans, right? We start with a much lower on the food chain, if you will, animal such as a rat, to at least test initially safety, not efficaciousness, okay? Like, that is not what it's about. That's not why we use rats in labs.
And our anatomy, physiology, lifespan, disease characteristics, and more. It's known that for new drugs, 9 out of 10 are going to fail in humans after they appear successful
we do know that.
in animals. And paying for those failures is partially why drugs can take so long, over a decade, to develop, and cost so much to develop, over $1 billion. Worse, relying on animal data is partially why many human diseases have no treatments and even fewer have cures. Despite this knowledge, the federal government continues to promote animal research. The National Institutes of Health funds 7 national primate research centers that house, breed, and experiment on non-human primates with little regard to actual human translation. While there are countless examples of cruel research Consider this. Since 1991, the NIH has given $15 million to a single heart failure project where dogs are subjected to multiple major surgeries. They have devices.
Hold on, I'm just gonna skip. This is not what I want to talk. Where is it?
Can end these wasteful experiments by cutting egregious research, ensuring that research is not funded if these objectives can be studied without using animals, and ending the federal animal testing requirements in regulation and policy. Our second recommendation is to reinvest some of these savings from animal research and testing toward evaluation, acceptance, and use of innovative and more effective human-based approaches. Methods like organs on chips, reconstructed human tissues,
there we are.
Sophisticated computer models have existed for some
Okay, so actually, I'm gonna let her finish this statement.
time, but they're only supported at a fraction of the funding that goes to the animal experiments.
Sure.
Some federal efforts have already begun accelerating innovative human-based methods. The NIH has a national center, NICEDM, that works to evaluate and advance non-animal approaches across federal agencies through a congressionally mandated committee, ICFAM. With more investment and an expanded purview, NICEDM can accelerate this work and even address the reproducibility crisis in research. A center at the NIH, NCATS, is already working to bridge the gap between medical research and product development by prioritizing innovative human-based approaches. Recently, the NIH adopted important recommendations on non-animal approaches and launched the complementary program to speed development and use of these methods.
Okay, yeah, she's done talking about it. But okay, so if you didn't quite catch what she was saying, she's saying that we can reproduce human organs in the lab with 3D printers and something else. Do you know what the something else is? Anybody here? Can anybody tell me what the thing they use to create organs in a lab? Anybody? Does anybody here know what is used to create organs in labs? Anybody? Well, I'll tell you. I'll leave this. I'll end the suspense. What they use is human stem cells. And Nancy Mace, who is here running this fucking committee, doesn't bring it up one time, right? She doesn't bring it up one time, even though, and this is the problem. Okay, see, I see two people who see it. Okay, yeah, Dark Sparkle God, can I see you? You know what I'm talking about. And I don't object to the use of stem cells, okay? I do not. Okay, I'm not a fucking, a Christo-fascist who wants to, keep embryos in the womb, in every womb, every womb must have an embryo. No, I don't have a problem with researching using stem cells. But you know who does? Nancy fucking Mace. Nancy fucking Mace, who is sitting here listening to this, running this fucking committee, and all of her followers, all of the Republicans. Do you think if we get rid of animal research, suddenly Republicans are going to be all for stem cell research? Are you shitting me? Goth Dog said it first. I'm sorry, I missed you, Goth Dogs. That's my bad. I am trying. Point is, this is the part of this that I find incredibly disingenuous, right? Because she doesn't bring up the fact that she would rather die than support stem cell research, right? And that the Republicans are totally against it. Right, so we get rid of animal research on, say, rats or whatever else, right? And then suddenly, we don't have anything to research on because Republicans are going to try and stop stem cell research, right? And that is why I'm concerned about this, right? And they're managing to get this going. And the fact is, this is a bipartisan hearing committee, and honestly, the Democrat leader of this is not doing a good job of this, not pointing this inconsistency out. Because hey, if Republicans have decided that they're okay with stem cell research, I'm super excited. I'm super about that. Okay, but I haven't heard a peep from them about that. If anything, the only peeps I've been hearing from them are at anti-abortion rallies where they talk about how embryos are human beings, right? How a grouping of cells are already humans, right? So it's just until we get past all of that. Right, and we don't have a bunch of people in power right now who would essentially be fine with getting rid of stem cell research, right, entirely, and abortions, which they've already basically done, right? It's just I'm not going to be about this. I'm sorry. I'm afraid it's just, and I don't like that we currently are using animals for testing. But until we know for certain that the ability to use stem cells in medical research isn't going to be taken away, then I'm not for this. I'm sorry. I know some people are probably like, what the fuck, StreamLord? I thought you were an environmentalist. I am, but I'm also a humanist, and I would like us to not be left in some sort of a research void, especially with, whatever else going on right now. H1N1, H5N1, bird flu, right? All these other things that we're attempting to study right now and are in some cases, many cases actually, I'm not sure how many cases now we're at, like 40 or something like that of animal to human transfer of H5N1 with Donald Trump in office. Like, I think it's misguided. This is a misguided time to be doing this, and I think it's just an opportunity for Republicans to just, be anti-science. All right. How are we doing on time? Holy shit, we're at 6 hours already?
What?
I'm going to finish the environmental stories here before we do that. Let's go here now to CBS New York. From yesterday, newborn North Atlantic right whale spotted off of our shores. Aw.
No, the swamp's too dirty. It's full of whatever alligators shit out, which I can only assume is people.
They don't eat people.
This is wrong. This is all wrong. What just happened? Oh, I see what just happened. Oh, whoops. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, let's go here.
Some uplifting news from the Atlantic. A newborn North Atlantic right whale spotted off our shores. Vanessa Murdoch shares more now what this new addition means for this critically endangered species.
Spotting whales off our shores, not so uncommon anymore. Chris St. Lawrence with Gotham Whale shares the nonprofit started collecting sighting data in 2011.
In that first year?
I have to. No, you're right. I mean, I'm not denying Gotham. I'm not denying. I do admit that they could take away some of the unnecessary testing, and there is abuse, of course. I've seen the undercover cameras. I'm disgusted by it all. But I guess I'm just thinking really, really big picture right now. Because honestly, I'm terrified by what Republicans are trying to do. I don't trust them whatsoever. I guess I'm prioritizing in a very, it's kind of cold and callous sort of way. And I kind of hate that that's what I'm having to do right now. But I listened to a lot of that hearing. Nancy Mace didn't once bring up where these come from. And I know that her voters, Donald Trump's voters, they don't want stem cell testing to be the norm. So if anything, it's just going to be, I guess, homeless people. I mean, because I hate that. I hate that that's my take right now. I wish I really, really do. I don't even know how best to explain how I feel about the fact that I'm somehow being forced to defend it, because I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Let's get the taste out of our mouth. Let's go here to talking about whales. How's that sound?
Common anymore. Chris St. Lawrence with Gotham Whale shares the nonprofit started collecting sighting data in 2011.
In that first year, we only documented a handful of whales.
In 2024, 100 new humpback whales spotted off our coast. Incredible for sure, but for some, less exciting than news of this spotting Monday, February 3rd. A critically endangered North American right whale and her calf nearby.
Oh wow, that's great.
The closeness is like a reminder
that like we live in the natural world.
Noah spotted the duo swimming in the seasonal management area where big boats must slow down. The mom is named Accordion for her signature scar. The baby could be just 1 month new.
Every calf is a huge deal. There are only 372 North Atlantic right whales alive.
We are talking about the reality of their extinction if we don't do enough to save the species.
Gib Brogan with Oceana shares it is extremely rare to see a mother and calf up this way in February.
The mothers and calves are generally in Florida and coastal Georgia and South Carolina this year.
Why mom and baby are here now is unknown. And while the sighting is exciting and promising for species survival, their presence off our coast is cause for concern.
Know that mother and calf are in the shipping lanes going in and out of the port of New York, puts them in risk.
Mothers and calves spend a lot of time near the surface getting to know one another, says Brogan.
Hopefully they'll do the right thing and make sure that the mother and the baby be okay.
Yeah, I'm sure that the big shipping companies will do the right thing. They always do, right? But hopefully those two whales manage to get out of harm's way. All right, a couple more environmental stories here. Wasn't just McDonald's who had a bad last quarter. British Petroleum, aka BP, also had a horrifying Q4 profit return. No.
A promise of a reset from BP as it reported quarterly profit of $1.17 billion on Tuesday. The 61% drop in the fourth quarter compared with the previous year made the results the worst since the same period in 2020, when lockdowns shrank demand for oil. It comes after news broke at the weekend that investor Elliott Management had built up a stake. The company's quarterly earnings were dragged down by weaker realised refining margins. BP joins other oil majors that experienced a decline in earnings throughout last year. They saw energy prices stabilise and global oil demand weaken following record profits over the previous 2 years. But BP has underperformed its peers, and pressure has mounted on CEO Murray Auchincloss to deliver change. Its share price was trading flat in morning markets.
Here's a change for BP. How about you just shut down? How's that sound? Is that good for you? Doesn't sound like you're in the right business. All right. We got some more environmental stories. I forgot about these. Wildlife. All over the place. We got news about wolves in Poland. Let's see this. Associated Press from yesterday. Black wolves at an undisclosed location in Poland. Apparently they're very rare and I think under threat as a species. Good to see a couple. Dude and lady. Oh, it was multiple. It was more than I thought. A bunch of black wolves all together. Yeah, they're very rare, apparently, and under threat. Good to see they're still alive, roaming the forests. That picture, like this scene reminded me of, what's the movie? Princess Mononoke. I don't know why. Is that the name of it? I can't remember. Oh my god, my brain just broke. Alright. Now this is our last environmental story. Let's go here to Thailand. What's happening in Thailand? Mudeng is happening in Thailand and everywhere else.
น่ารักมากอยากจับแบบก้อนน้อยๆพี่ปั้นแล้วก็กลืนลงไปเลยอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
ดูในคลิปในTikTok
I watch TikTok and she likes to bounce. She looks cute.
ก็ดูน่ารัก
She likes to flap her ears. She looks shiny when she plays with her keeper. These are cute moments I want to see with my own eyes.
อยากมาดูด้วยตัวเองอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
They are cute. She's like a, it's like a cylinder, like a chubby little cylinder. Now the zoo is in the process of patenting and trademarking Mudang, whether in cartoon form or her image. The benefits we get from this will come back to the zoo to improve the life of the animals. Dang, whether, oh wait. After we do this, we will have more income to support activities that will make the animals' lives better. Now, I don't know what this means for creators who've been looking at videos of Mudang, perhaps. But this might be one of the only times where I'm like, fuck it. You know, I have some problems with copyright law. Maybe some complaints as well. But we gotta protect Mudang. Alright, chat. Now we're taking a space break. It's time. Well, we've already gotten through 3 halves somehow. We still got more to do. So, it's time for another space break. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit the little bell icon so you don't miss any notifications for when the latest galactic content is coming out. While you're doing those things, which are completely free and incredibly easy to do, I would like you to consider doing something maybe a little bit harder, reaching into your pocketbook and perhaps contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like yourself. So many great ways to do that. Show your support. You can send super chats, super stickers, even get a membership in the YouTube chat. You go to Twitch, bits, subscriptions, Cash App, PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on Patreon. Become a Galactic patron yourself. Also, very affordable, only $3 a month. Get access to more space benefits than the entire Milky Way galaxy. I'm not even going to tell you the benefits, but I must remind all of you to go onto the website and not do it through the Apple App Store. Otherwise, we may have some galactic problems, as Apple's monopolistic practices have been repressing galactic Patreon creators such as myself.
Help! I'm being repressed! That's too much, man!
Also, I want to remind any current new patrons to check your Patreon, check your mail, because I do need information from you to be able to make your benefits possible. I always send a questionnaire to new patrons, and if you don't answer those questions, you won't be able to get an avatar on screen or have your name read out in the galactic shoutouts at the end of every stream. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. I will be right back. want to respond to Godcat here. I know that you're one of the new patrons that I'm talking to right now. But no, I have not seen any response to you on Patreon. You can also message me on the Discord if you're in the Discord. I have no problem with patrons chatting me up to let me know what they want for their avatar and shout out. But no, I have not received anything from you, Godcat. So for now, your Patreon benefits are going unused.
That's too much, man!
Alright, you're back. time for what I assume is going to be the final half. All right. Start it all off with a little bit of space news. Guess what, everybody? Elon's still launching rockets and satellites into space, even though the FAA is investigating him for his most recent rocket explosion. What? Yes, that's right. Let's go here. This was yesterday from the AP. Oh yes, Starlink still attempting to dominate space. No conflict of interest for Elon that he has a bunch of government contracts all tied up in this little project of his. None at all. Quit thinking critically, please. Hold on, I'm going to move forward to the launch. We don't need to watch this thing off gas for 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Falcon 9 is in startup. T minus 15 seconds. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
Shit.
Go Falcon, go Starlink.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I forgot to grab myself a drink, which I ran out of during the third half.
Oh, vehicle is pitching downrange. Don't do that. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
There you go. Successful launch for Elon Musk this time. Even though his last rocket blew the fuck up. Here we go. President Elon Musk launching more rockets into the space while the FAA is investigating him, or trying to. Let's go to Earth news. We got a bunch of that to go through here today. Where do we start? Let's go south. Not too far south. We're just going to go to Cuba. Well, kind of Cuba. I mean, it is technically still Cuban land, but it's under U.S. government control. If you haven't figured it out yet, we're going to Guantanamo.
The first flights from the United States to Guantanamo Bay with illegal migrants are underway. And so President Trump, Pete Hegseth, and Kristi Noem are already delivering on this promise to utilize.
Caroline Leavitt is such a true believer in all this stuff. The way she talks about it, like, she's beaming every time she's saying, like, the worst stuff. And it's just is horrifying.
Hegseth and Kristi Noem are already delivering on
Pete Hegseth
way. And so President
great
Trump,
puppy killer Kristi Noem, R.I.P. Cricket,
Pete Hegseth and Kristi Noem are already delivering on this promise to utilize that capacity at Gitmo for illegal criminals who have broken our nation's immigration laws and then have further committed heinous crimes against lawful American citizens.
Okay, so obviously none of that is proven, and yet that is true, that 10 migrants have been sent to Guantanamo who are now being held in cells that used to hold Al-Qaeda suspects. Now, I'm someone, as I don't think that people should have been held in Guantanamo without charges for decades and decades and decades. Everyone is entitled to due process. So for me, I'm like, yeah, Al-Qaeda suspects should also not have been treated that way. But holy shit, Kyle. Like 10 men sent to the prison base. There's a picture of a cell that used to hold Al-Qaeda. They are presumed to be members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua.
Nonsense. Not true. No, it's not true. Look, let me just, I'll put this very simply for people. This is fascism. What we're looking at right now, 100% is fascism. There's no way around it. The whole point of Guantanamo Bay is that it's an extrajudicial prison, which means no due process, no habeas corpus, no recourse. They don't care what your side of the story is. There's no hearing. Your ass gets thrown in a dark cell and you have to stay there, full stop, period. And even back when it was George W. Bush and Dick Cheney, it was always alleged terrorists. Yep. Well, guess what? We learned not that long after, the overwhelming majority of the people that they arrested were totally innocent. One of the first stories I ever covered was about a guy by the name of Murat Kurnaz, who's a German citizen who was arrested in Pakistan on a bus, brought all the way to Guantanamo Bay, and then the government of Germany had to say, hey, George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, what are you doing? This is one of our citizens. They didn't do anything wrong. There's no evidence of any wrongdoing. Yep. So that was when it was alleged terrorists. It wasn't that. That's fascism as well. Now he's gone above and beyond where you're going to arrest people on U.S. soil, who, by the way, once you're on U.S. soil, you have rights, period. That's how it works legally.
It's true.
You have rights. Yeah. You get due process, all that stuff. You have a right to all of that stuff. And guess what? We just learned last week, one of the people that ICE arrested and is about to deport is a middle school teacher from Miami-Dade who is a dreamer who was brought here as a kid. They arrested a Puerto Rican family, including a toddler. They arrested a U.S. veteran in Newark, New Jersey.
Criminal
People
toddlers.
are now deputizing themselves as part of ICE. Like, we are so far beyond even the Twilight Zone. And the idea of sending them.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is very Twilight Zone. Kyle's right. Oh, God. So, yeah. We are officially now putting people who we can't deport other places in Guantanamo, even if they haven't committed crimes, into a prison without rights or laws. I mean, I guess I mean, we don't acknowledge the International Criminal Court, but I think Cuba does, if I'm not mistaken. And so I don't know. This is really problematic. But we're not only deporting people to Guantanamo, of course. We're deporting them all over the place. Like Venezuela, where earlier on Tuesday, the first group of deported migrants to Venezuela arrived in the country.
New video shows the first groups of Venezuelan migrants deported from the U.S. as they arrived in the Venezuelan capital of Caracas last night. According to Venezuelan leaders, those flights included nearly 200 migrants. Organizations like the Red Cross, along with first responders, were lined up to greet the returning Venezuelan nationals. This all comes about 10 days after Trump's special envoy Richard Grenell met with Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro. The meeting and the flights are considered breakthroughs in the diplomatic relations between the two nations. Deportation flights to Venezuela had been halted for years, except for a brief period in late 2023 during the Biden administration.
Okay. Now, I find this next story to be hilarious. Like, truly fucking funny. I'm about to listen to Lindsey Graham talk about something that I find fascinating. Truly. Let's see what Lindsay's got to talk about. All right, Lindsay. Come on now, get up here.
I was with Speaker Johnson at the Super Bowl Sunday with President Trump, and I told him, and I want to tell everybody in the country, I'm a huge fan, and nothing would please me more than one big,
Huge fan of
beautiful
what?
bill
Oh, ooh, really?
passed by the House
Really?
that did all the things we need to do to make us prosperous.
One big beautiful bill. Now, this is not the thing I found hilarious, although it is funny because the one big beautiful bill would make it so that all Republicans would have to get on board with everything that Donald Trump wants to get done, and put their names to it, vote for it to get passed, and it would probably make it much harder to pass. But let's let Lindsay keep talking. This is not what I have a problem with.
And safe. That is my preference. Now, what guides my thinking is the problem we have now. We're running out of money.
No.
We had Tom Holman and Russ Vought speak to the conference today. And I'm urging the speaker to invite them over and let them tell the House what they told us.
What did they tell you?
Tom Holman said, I am begging you for money.
Oh.
Russ Vought said that
Oh,
we're
no.
running out of money for ICE.
Oh,
We
no.
can't rob other accounts any longer. Why do we need this money?
Foiled by their own petard. Oh, God. Republicans are so funny. Donald Trump shuts down funding for all federal agencies. And, you know, they're running on a CR rather than a fully passed budget. And now suddenly, Tom Homan, director, czar of the border? I can't remember. Whatever he is now. Border czar Homan begging Republicans for more money. Because ICE doesn't have enough money to function. Oh, no. This is one of the only instances where you'll find me saying, oh, no, federal funding? There's not enough federal funding? Oh, it's too bad. That's really such a bad time for everyone. However will we function without ICE doing its purported job of deporting everyone from the country?
There are 300,000 children that are missing. We want to the sooner we can.
That's what he's concerned about. He's concerned about finding missing children who are probably being hidden in an attempt to avoid them being deported, which is what they actually want to fund ICE for. This look is actually perfect for Lindsay. You dummy. You've been clapping while Donald Trump defunds the federal government, and now you're complaining that you don't have enough money for federal agencies like ICE? It's so weird. So weird. How could that possibly happen? Doesn't make any sense. Like I said, foiled by their own petard. Okay, now let's go on to maybe the best story of the day. But to remind you of what's been going on, of course, let's go back here randomly. Talk about this renaming of a particular geographical location.
If you haven't checked Google Maps today, take a look. There's a big change. The company has officially renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, following President Trump's executive order last month. Only users in the U.S. will see the change. Google says the rest of the world will see both names, with the Gulf of Mexico appearing first and Gulf of America in parentheses below. Users in Mexico will only see Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, Donald Trump, aside from threatening to invade Mexico and Canada and Greenland and I don't know, whatever else, he's also, he's deciding we need more things with the name America on it, even if they've been named something else this entire time, like the Gulf of Mexico. Gonna keep calling it the Gulf of Mexico. But, let's talk about Denmark again real quick. What's this?
Everybody has to respect the sovereignty of all national states in the world, and that Greenland is today a part of the Kingdom of Denmark. It's a part of our territory, and it's not for sale. The chairman, the leader of Greenland, has been very clear that they are not for sale. I totally agree with the Americans that the High North, that the Arctic region is becoming more and more important when we're talking about defense and security and deterrence. And it is possible to find a way to ensure stronger footprints in Greenland. They are already there, and they can have more possibilities. And at the same time, we are willing to scale up from the Kingdom of Denmark. And
there you go. There is the Prime Minister of Denmark suggesting that Greenland is not for sale. That was earlier. I think it was Saturday or something. But let's talk about what's been going on over the last 24 hours. Because some Danish people, not just some, thousands of Danish citizens have signed a petition. A petition to do what, you might ask? Well, let's find out.
Could California get turned into one big solving?
A campaign has been launched in Denmark to acquire the state. An online petition being called Denmarkification is seeking to raise $1 trillion for Denmark to purchase California. It asks all Danes to contribute a hefty equivalent of $18,000 each to make it happen. The campaign says if purchased, California would be instilled with Danish values and the name would be changed to New Denmark. It also promises to turn Disneyland into Hans Christian Andersen Land, complete with a Viking helmet wearing Mickey Mouse. Without saying so,
that'd probably be better than Disneyland. Hans Christian Andersen Land. It's better. So yeah, Denmark getting saucy.
Petition comes in response to President Trump's desire for the U.S. to acquire Greenland.
So good. Bask in the glory, people. We got one more story on this. Let's go here.
Gulf of America, Canada, Greenland, Gaza, all these are very muscular foreign policy. How does this align with America first?
So muscular
because it
and
makes
strong.
us bigger, stronger, and better.
So good, so
and
great.
More protective.
We call it America. It's ours.
Because of national security. International.
Even though much of the Gulf of Mexico is international waters, it's ours now because we named it Gulf of America. It makes us stronger.
Greenland because of national security, international security, world security, world
International
peace.
security.
And we'll have to do that.
Danish citizens have launched a campaign to buy California. Denmarkification is the name of this website, which has been created in the wake of Donald Trump. Look at it. Make California great again. 200,420 joined. Let's go to 500,000. Let's buy California from Trump. Denmark's next big adventure. Have you ever looked at a map and thought, you know what? Denmark needs more sunshine, palm trees, and roller skates. But we have. It's so good. Make Denmark great again. Oh my God. This is amazing. We have a lifetime opportunity to make that dream a reality. Let's buy California. This is not an onion piece. This is real. This is a real petition. Let's buy California. Wait, hold on. I was blocked. I couldn't see that part of it. Let's buy California from Donald Trump. Yes, you heard that right. It's a once in a lifetime. Once in a lifetime opportunity. I love this. This comes as U.S. Presidential Donald Trump has repeatedly sought to buy Greenland from Denmark. The satirical petition says it will rename California as New Denmark. Why California? Sunshine galore. Let's face it, Denmark's weather is, well, let's just say it's not cozy. It's cozy. California has 300 days of sunshine a year. Imagine swapping your rain boots for flip-flops. Tech dominance. Gaining an extra bunch of tech bros? Great! It is what every democracy needs. Avocado toast forever. California grows 90% of the U.S.'s avocados. That's right. We'll never run out of avocado toast. To protect the free world. Most people say we have the best freedom. Colossal freedom. Disneyland. We'll rename it Hans Christian Andersen Land. Mickey can go fuck himself. Oh, it says Mickey Mouse in a Viking helmet. That's amazing. I love this. The tremendous plan. The tremendous plan. 1. Crowdfunding goal of $1 trillion. Give or take a few billion. That's just 200,000 krona for every Dane. Skip a few lattes and you're golden. We'll send our best negotiators, Lego executives, and the cast of Borgen. It is in the national interest to promote the extraordinary heritage of our nation. So California will become New Denmark. Los Angeles? More like Los Angeles. Danish values? We'll bring Hygge. We'll bring Hygge to Hollywood, bike lanes to Beverly Hills, and organic smørbrød to every street corner. Rule of law, universal health care, and fact-based politics might apply. Oh, this is so good. Oh, this is so hilarious. It also proposes to turn Disneyland into Hans Christian Andersen Land in tribute to the famous Danish fairy tale author. The website also listed reasons to buy California. It also listed reasons why Donald Trump may want to sell the state. California is home to Hollywood and is a Democrat-ruled state. Trump took several jibes at Governor Gavin Newsom over his handling of the LA wildfires. It's true. Stupid Gavin.
Gulf of America, Canada, Greenland, Gaza, all these are very muscular foreign policy. How does this align with America first?
Because it makes us bigger, stronger, and better, and more protective. We need Greenland because of national security, international.
There you go. Denmark, at least the citizens of Denmark, interested in buying California, starting a petition to make international security better, to make Denmark greater and stronger. All sorts of reasons, some of them pretty good. But this is the sort of stuff I think we can expect, but, you know, I think that it's going to get less friendly over time. So for now, I think we deserve a laugh over this, because with Donald Trump, there's no knowing exactly what he's going to do. And I think it is causing people across the world to sort of, you know, question what the next move will be from him, where he will threaten next, whom he will threaten next. Out of control. We got an out of control world right now, people. We may have New Denmark very soon in the United States. All right, let's see what the EU has been saying about Donald Trump's tariffs. This is at the ECU, I believe. Right? Something, yeah, I think so.
The EU sees no justification for the imposition of tariffs on our exports, which is economically counterproductive, especially given the deeply integrated production chains established through our extensive transatlantic trade and investment ties. Tariffs are taxes bad for businesses, worse for consumers. And by imposing tariffs, the US will be taxing its own citizens, raising costs for its own business and fueling inflation. In addition, tariffs are not only harmful for the trading partners directly involved, but also risk having disruptive effects for many others, as well as the global trading system as a whole.
Well, it seems like the EU thinks that Donald Trump's tariff war bad. Bad for people, bad for the economy, even bad for business. You know what business is just obsessed with right now? Replacing workers with AI, increasing their productivity without human workforces. And one J.D. Vance went to Paris to talk about it. I love this look. Pea coats and really fun leggings. That's great. You know, I don't know if you're noticing this, but Usha seems to be standing kind of far away from JD, a little bit more than usual. And I wonder if she's upset at him for having said that it's okay to have people in government who explicitly say that they hate Indian people. You know, like her and their children. I don't know. I'm just reading into things, maybe. But you see how there's a good distance between these two. I'm not imagining it. Yeah, she just seems different right now. I think she's falling out of love with JD. I don't know why she ever was, but I don't know. I think we could be witnessing a Trumpy Melania type situation. No hand-holding, keeping a distance from her husband on this important trip to Paris. But I don't blame her for being upset that her own husband thinks it's fine for people to hate her and her children and to make it normal. It seems like a very normal thing for a mother to do. Divorce? Anybody? Alright. Now let's go and talk about some more AI stuff while we're talking AI. Apparently Elon Musk has made an offer to buy OpenAI for $97 billion.
A consortium led by Elon Musk said on Monday it has offered $97.4 billion to buy the nonprofit that controls OpenAI. It's another attempt by the billionaire to block the artificial intelligence startup from transitioning to a for-profit firm. Musk's bid is likely to ramp up a long-standing feud with OpenAI CEO Sam Altman over the future of the ChatGPT maker. Altman on Monday posted on X, quote, "No thank you, but we will buy Twitter for $9.74 billion if you want." Musk co-founded OpenAI with Altman in 2015 as...
Yeah, but then he exited the company, sold all his shares. But now he wants back in. By his seller's remorse. This is hilarious, though, because of I'm sure most people are aware. I want to call him Donald Trump now. He is basically now Donald Trump. He is basically the president. But Elon Musk bought Twitter for, what was it, $40 billion? So this is like a 75% devaluation. So that's why I find this comment to be most funny. I'm sure Elon will actually take him up on this, because he's been losing money all over the place on Twitter.
$1 billion if you want. Musk co-founded OpenAI with Altman in 2015 as a nonprofit, but left before the company took off. He went on to found the competing AI startup xAI in 2023. OpenAI is now trying to transition from a nonprofit into a for-profit entity. It says that restructure is required to raise the funds needed to develop the best AI models. Musk's
apparently OpenAI not for sale. Let's see what else Sam Altman's been saying. He's not one of my favorite people, not gonna lie. You know, he's sort of an inconsistent guy on some things, especially AI. Like his concern over AI and then his, you know, running
Elon tries all sorts of
a
things for a long
multi-billion
time.
dollar, what was supposed to be a non-profit that they are now trying to transition into a profit business. You know, claiming that AI is an existential threat while also working as best as he can to make that threat as powerful as possible. Seems like a bit of an inconsistency to me. But it's something he's done and is currently doing. But he had some comments on Elon Musk here. Bloomberg podcast from, this was Tuesday morning in Paris, I believe. I think. Yeah.
Elon tries all sorts of things for a long time. This is this week's episode.
You take it seriously at all? What do you think he's trying to drive at with this?
I think he's probably just trying to slow us down. He obviously is a competitor. He's working hard and has raised a lot of money for XAI, and they're trying to compete with us from a technological perspective, from getting the product into the market. And I wish he would just compete by building a better product, but I think there's been a lot of tactics, many lawsuits, all sorts of other crazy stuff. Now this, and we'll try to just put our head down and keep working.
Does it make it more difficult to move from that non-profit model to that for-profit model for OpenAI?
We're not moving to a for-profit model. We're not sure we're going to do it all, but no
oh,
matter what,
you're not.
The nonprofit will continue to be extremely important. It will drive the mission. It will continue to exist.
The nonprofit will continue to exist, but maybe we'll also try to make profits. That's another Sam Altman classic right there. Classic Sam Altman inconsistency, but I think we just passed it, didn't we? Did I miss it? I was too busy reading chats. But during this discussion, he says that Elon Musk is an insecure, unhappy man-child. All right, I added man-child, but that is basically what he is. We've talked about it, how he's the richest man on the planet, and yet needs to be the best Paths of Exile 4 player or whatever, paying people to help lie for him. He's got to have one of the most fragile egos ever. Let's see what some other AI CEOs have been saying here at the AI Action Summit in Paris. Here's one of them right now.
Moving on now, it is time for the latest business news. And today we're going to be focusing on that AI Action Summit as it's been described in Paris right now, and specifically Europe's pledge to boost investments in the sector. For that, of course, our business editor, Charles Pellegrin, is here on set.
Hi, Aaron. Absolutely. And after Emmanuel Macron announced 109 billion euros in investment for France's AI sector on Monday, EU Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen made her own pledge this Tuesday, bouncing off the European AI Champions Initiative, which has brought together such European tech giants as ASML or Siemens, to name a few, to promise 150 billion euros in the field. She pledged that the bloc would commit 50 billion euros on top of that. Take a listen.
Sorry, I don't give a shit about Ursula von der Leyen. This douchebag right here. Let's go. Let's see what this idiot has to say.
Paris, will these be enough for the EU to catch up with the US and China? There's quite a financing gap there.
There is very much a financing gap. The investments are a very welcome sign, but it's not just the money. Regulation is key. We need less regulation to really boost the sector in Europe.
Okay.
And there are a lot of things that can be done and needs.
You gotta deregulate the industry that's, threatening all sorts of stuff, including our own planet, due to all the energy it's sucking up in its development and use. They just need less regulation, I get it. They're just being held back by all these goddamn regulations, making it so hard to be an AI CEO. Oh, God. Oh. Aww. tough times being an AI CEO, being regulated by governments. That's not fair. Why? What kind of businesses are regulated? Oh, you're saying all businesses are generally regulated by governments? Oh, weird. Then why would we not regulate AI as well? Weird. Very strange. Very strange take from this idiot, who's apparently a CEO of an AI company. You'd think he'd be more intelligent since he's all into artificial intelligence. Well, maybe he needs the artificial intelligence to fix his own sort of human intelligence, which seems to be lacking. All right. Let's go here to end our discussion of AI. Let's go here. BBC News, 16 hours ago. See what J.D. Vance got into over here.
Now, dozens of nations have called for open and ethical artificial intelligence at the AI summit in Paris. World leaders, top tech executives and policymakers gathered there to debate AI's impact on the whole future of world security, business, jobs and much more. The summit is being co-hosted by India, which has been announced as the next location and host for the next AI summit. But this time around, today, the US and the UK have failed to sign that final declaration on sustainable and inclusive AI. Well, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi told the conference that AI is developing at an unprecedented scale and speed and called for global efforts to introduce governance rules. He also spoke of the potential for AI to create jobs.
We are at the dawn of the AI age that will shape the course of humanity.
Hold on. This is not the part of this video I wanted to go to. I want to talk about Elon. Not Elon, JD. Elon has kind of replaced the entire US government, so I guess you can just use Elon for anybody. In the federal government now, I guess.
The Indian Prime Minister there. Well, the US Vice President J.D. Vance called on European countries to be optimistic about AI technology.
The Trump administration will ensure that the most powerful AI systems are built in the U.S. with American-designed and manufactured chips. Now, just because we're the leader doesn't mean we want to or need to go it alone, of course. And let me be emphatic about this point.
I love that.
America wants to partner with all of you.
Really?
And we want to embark on the AI revolution before us with the spirit.
That's hilarious. From the most isolationist and nationalist government in recent history, at least, if not longer. J.D. Vance saying that we want to partner with other people. We don't have to be the leader, even though Donald Trump just said, we have to be the leader. AI must be developed here in the United States. J.D. Vance coming out to say, we want to be friends.
Of openness and collaboration. But to create that kind of trust, we need international regulatory regimes that fosters the creation of AI technology rather than strangles
like no
and we need our
regulations?
European friends in particular to look to this new frontier with optimism. Rather than trepidation.
Yes. Some might say naive optimism, right? Lack of trepidation in this moment is dumb.
Well, although the summit is taking place, as I said, India has been co-hosting that event alongside the French. So I'm joined now by the co-founder of the AI for India program, Shashi Shekhar Vempati. Thank you very much for being with us. When you look at what the final declaration has said and what they might have achieved this week, what has changed as a result of this summit, do you think?
I think it's clearly brought, center stage focus on, not just looking at the risks.
Okay. Now, while JD was saying that he wants, he doesn't want necessarily for the U.S. to be the leader in all this. He wants partners. He failed to sign an international AI declaration while at the summit. So I guess he doesn't so much as want to partner, but he wants to lead. I mean, like, how else are we supposed to take that? Unwilling to sign a international. So that's pretty much everybody that was here who signed it. He did not. As well as the UK. So, that just seems like we are saying one thing and doing the other. Or am I losing my mind? Alright, we gotta go to talk about the Middle East.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Because we are We are getting through all this content here, slowly but surely.
US President Donald Trump's proposal to permanently move the entire Palestinian population out of Gaza to deny them a right of return and to claim their territory for the United States has sent shockwaves through the political and media class. But their focus appears to have been on Trump's proposals to seize the territory. The Financial Times describes it as a plan to take over Gaza. For the BBC, it's Trump's Gaza takeover proposal. And The Guardian also takes the key part of Trump's announcement to be his plan to take over the Strip. Now, these are all framings that put that emphasis on who will govern Gaza and who will own it, with little concern for the Palestinians who currently live there and to whom it belongs. And even when the fate of Palestinians is the focus, the wording is a little mealy-mouthed. So for The Independent, Trump merely wants to relocate Palestinians. The Associated Press opts for the genteel word relocate too, and Washington's The Hill goes for the even more euphemistic term resettlement. Now, many of our politicians have been equally vague. On Politics Live, Labour MP Andrew Peaks and Tory MP Gareth Davies both objected to Trump's Gaza proposal, but couldn't say exactly.
Jerry, thank you for reminding me about the emotional support characters. There's your 8th character right there. Buddy Jesus on a raptor with a pride flag. 80, that's right, Donald James. 80 frickin' likes. It is a lot, but we've been getting a lot of likes on this stream recently. I think the last few have all gotten at least 70 likes, if I'm not mistaken, which used to be just a tremendous number of likes for us now, and it's somehow becoming the regular thing. It's very strange. I wonder what could be. I wonder what it could be. Is the Galactic News Network taking over the media ecosphere? Who's to say? Whoops, what did I just do? I clicked. My bad. I clicked this instead of clicking this. Play?
Let's be clear, hostages and Palestinians have been through 14 months of living hell. The only thing we should be talking about is how do we get the rest of the hostages out and Palestinians, ordinary Palestinians, back into Gaza.
That's the only thing?
Question for me, and the British government's been really clear on this. This is the right for Palestinians to go back to their homes, and how we get the world community working together to put the money in there to rebuild Gaza. There's no sustainable peace unless we have economic investment in Gaza to rebuild the homes, the schools, the houses, to give stability for Palestinians who have it is their homeland, and we need to get people back there safely.
I don't think it is for one country to dictate terms in this way, but we'll look very carefully at all proposals, and I think it's for this government to engage with the administration, but also to determine what role the UK can play in the reconstruction of Gaza.
We'll look very carefully at all proposals. He's just called, Trump, for the ethnic cleansing of 2 million people. We'll just look at all proposals.
Illegal.
Now, all that waffle meant it was up to Novara Media's Ash Sarkar to cut through the crime at the heart of Trump's proposals.
I'm sorry, I was just listening to you both speak, and it's like we've got two of the three monkeys. You've got see no evil, we've got hear no evil. Neither one of you are using the words which are relevant to this proposal, which is what is on the table as ethnic cleansing. When you are talking about the permanent resettlement of an entire ethnic group from the place they call home, that's called ethnic cleansing. And instead it's like, oh, what about the hostages? Oh, what about investment? I'm sorry, it's like Westminster is on the slow train and you're not keeping up with the pace of change.
Although this has come as something of a surprise to most people, I would have thought, since it's a dramatic change of policy.
Yeah. It's a dramatic change of policy, but I think that the signs have been there for a long time. One is that the position of the Israeli government and the ruling Likud party has been to talk about resettling Gaza, and that's been from early in 2024. Secondly, you've got the ramping up of rhetoric around the annexation of the West Bank and the escalation of violence being perpetrated by the Israeli state with the cooperation of the Palestinian Authority, it must be said.
So what would Keir Starmer, what would you expect the British Prime Minister to do or say at this point?
So the first thing is that we need a total arms embargo on Israel. While we supply a small portion of the weapons that are used by Israel, I think it sends an important signal. Two, I think we need to commit to holding Netanyahu and his government to account for the war crimes that they have perpetuated. And thirdly, I think that one of the things that needs to happen is you need to look at things like boycotts, divestment and sanctions. When you've got a government which is planning on committing ethnic cleansing, you need to punish them.
Now, everything Ash said there was so moderate, right? So reasonable. If that was a conversation about Russia and Ukraine, everyone on the panel would have said what Ash said. And if there was any of them that sort of expressed any doubt over that, they would say, you're a Putin apologist.
Yep.
But when it comes to Israel, Palestine, right?
Yep.
The idea, when someone proposes ethnic cleansing, you say, oh, well, to look at that proposal.
Yeah, it's just crickets from them. She was right. They're on the slow train. It's like, it's beyond that. They seem to be on some train that's like moving backwards through time. Like, it's like, you know, why is it that Britain, UK representatives seem to be completely, like, inadequately addressing the obvious plan of ethnic cleansing and genocide amidst an already ongoing genocide, just a furtherance of it all, as if it's just, you know, suggesting that Gaza switch to renewable energy or something. Like, they're taking it with zero immediacy or urgency or severity. Like, people should be fucking screaming about this stuff, especially those who are in, you know, in power or in media, right? This is out of control. And we can't keep talking about other war crimes, like playing whataboutism, or just plain like outright ignoring certain war crimes for the ones that we like to talk about. Like that, it's an incredible amount of inconsistency that just drives further distrust in our governments. But you know, people who are being most untrusted right now are, of course, in the White House, and who are really facilitating all this, and the entire world is sort of noticing. At least much of the world, maybe not all of it, as we just sort of pointed out, but many people. What is this? Why won't you let me switch? What in the fuck is going on? Okay. Here we go.
Donald Trump may very well have gotten the United States into another war. This is the type of rhetoric that will unite, that can feasibly unite the Middle East, right? We have heard from MBS of Saudi Arabia denouncing what Donald Trump has said. We have heard, obviously, from Islamic militants, from the Palestinian Authority to Islamic Jihad to Hamas, who have all understandably denounced what Donald Trump has said. We have heard Iran denouncing what Donald Trump has said. Even from Egypt and the foreign minister, not necessarily directly addressing, but instead saying we will continue to rebuild Gaza. But across the Middle East, there is a real deep dissatisfaction and anger with what President Trump is proposing.
You know Trump went too far when he did something so morally reprehensible that both Iran and Saudi Arabia are on the same page about how bad it is. But it's not just the Middle East who condemned Trump's plans to annex Gaza. The rest of the world was also up in arms, including countries, by the way, that were complicit in the displacement of Gazans in the first place. Now, Jake Johnson of Common Dreams reports, quote, any forcible transfer in or deportation of people from occupied territory is strictly prohibited, Volker Turk, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, said in a statement. Jake Johnson goes on to explain how France's foreign ministry warned that this would be a serious violation of international law, and Germany's foreign minister echoed that same claim, saying that it would be illegal, and added it would also lead to new suffering and new hatred, she warned. There's more. The UK's prime minister broke with Trump on this issue, and as Al Jazeera reports, other European leaders also condemned Trump's move, including Spain and Ireland. Turkey has condemned this move. Leaders in Canada have have condemned this move. Brazil, Japan, Australia, international human rights organizations, they've all forcefully condemned this move.
To Japan.
But there is one country that's with us, and of course, it's Israel. We are the state equivalents of Thelma and Louise, and both the United States and...
I love that metaphor too, Thelma and Louise. Except instead of Thelma and Louise, it's Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It's just, but... Oh, God, I love Mike. He's a great guy. Does good things. He's right, though. We are losing support all around the world. Of course, the people committing the genocide are fine with the suggestion of further genocidal actions. Israel, no problem. No problem here. No problem here. That was more German. My accents are fucking up lately. Ah. All right. Let's go to this. This is going to be really short, at least as long as I can, what do you call it? As long as I can manage to get it queued up to the right place, because I do not have any translations for what we're about to see. But this was yesterday, I believe. Technically, I think this might have been Monday. Just says 1 day ago on Reuters. But we were just talking about Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu had genocider. My God, I can barely talk. That's what happens when we've been going for, what, 7.5 hours? Oh, not quite. 7 hours, 9 minutes. Still, it's a lot. Unique New York. Unique New York. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan. Ow now, brown cow. Ow now, brown cow. Okay, now I'm ready. All right. Let's go to an Israeli court where somebody is on trial, apparently for corruption. I wonder who that could be. I wonder.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Oh, it's Bibi. Been a bad boy. Very bad boy. Allegedly. Allegedly.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
מתי מוציאים אותה, אחים ואחיות שלנו מהגיהנום? תפני לחמאס, יש לך תנאי התייחסות למצבם של החטופים?
Okay, once again, I have no translations and I do not speak Hebrew. I know a few words, but it's not gonna get me through a corruption trial, I'm afraid. And Reuters was not kind enough to provide us with any, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to move on from that. Maybe we'll get some more information on this corruption trial later this week. I guess we'll just have to tune in on another day if you want more of that. But we gotta keep on going. Donald Trump has, I don't know exactly how many times now. I wrote quadruple, but it could be quintuple or septuple. It's unclear. But at least 4 times, which is why I felt safe in saying quadruple down, because Donald Trump continues to reiterate his desire for the United States to take over and to own the Gaza Strip.
Illegal.
Here is one of his more recent iterances of that. Not the most one, but one of the more recent ones. This is from yesterday, BBC News.
Trump has doubled down on his plan to take control of Gaza and move Palestinians out of the territory, saying he's committed to buying and owning Gaza. The comments have already provoked reaction from Hamas, which governs Gaza. The group says Palestinians will foil any attempt to displace them. Let's listen to those comments by the president aboard Air Force One.
It's a big mistake to allow people, the Palestinians or the people living in Gaza, to go back yet another time. And we don't want Hamas going back. And think of it as a big real estate site. and the United States is going to own it and will slowly, very slowly, we're in no rush.
Very, very
develop
slowly.
it. We're going to bring stability to the Middle East, to a totally war-torn part of the Middle East. A part of the Middle
War-torn. I love that. I love that vibe, you know, because it sort of takes away all sort of culpability of the United States government. It's just war-torn. Who knows why? Can't really point to one reason or another. It just is, you know. It's always got problems. It's not Israel's fault. It's not America's fault for giving Israel all the weapons. It's just an area that's just torn apart by war. Who knows why?
East has caused tremendous problem, the Gaza Strip, and we'll own it. It's
the
totally
Gaza Strip is
demolished right
causing
now.
the
It's a
problems.
demolition site.
Gaza Strip is the one. I get it now. Okay. It's war torn because of Gaza. Gaza needs to just stop existing, I guess.
It'll be reclaimed. It'll be leveled out, fixed up. There won't be anybody there. Hamas won't be there. We'll be building through other of the very rich countries in the Middle East. They'll be building some beautiful sites for the people, for the Palestinians to live in. They'll be living in harmony
Big and
and peace,
beautiful.
probably for the first time in hundreds of years.
Hundreds, really,
Well, the
hundreds.
president's comments come as
That's strange, because if I'm not mistaken, there was a pretty long peace in Palestine until the Brits showed up and started slicing it up. Resettling, you know, Jewish settlers into the area. I feel like that's part of it. That didn't start hundreds of years ago, if I have my history correct. Now, gonna keep going. Let's go here to the Associated Press from about a day ago, where Benjamin Netanyahu was addressing the Knesset, but did not have as warm a welcome as he might have hoped.
חברת הכנסת דבי ביטון, קריאה ראשונה. לא לעזור לי, תודה. בבקשה.
לאורך שנותיי כראש הממשלה,
Throughout the years as Prime
נפגשתי
Minister,
בבית הלבן
I met at the White House 20 times with the President of the United States,
אבל המפגש
but the historic meeting
נאור שירי, קריאה ראשונה.
with President Trump, but the historic meeting,
חבר הכנסת שטרן, קריאה ראשונה.
uh-oh, can't even finish his speech.
קריאה ראשונה.
Help, I'm being
של ראש מדינה. לא, נא לצאת, תודה רבה. ולא לעזור פה, לא לעזור. חבר הכנסת אלמוג כהן, קריאה ראשונה.
The state of Israel is strong. You are responsible for the greatest disaster of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Go to Nir Oz. And you, with your shouts, cannot hide the truth. A historical visit. A historical achievement. Really? An achievement, you say? Fantastic. Wow.
Give me a joke.
There you go. Benjamin Netanyahu being shouted down by multiple Knesset members in his little speech at the Israeli parliament. Seems like he's got a lot of problems at home. Maybe he should stop focusing on other places so much. Going to Washington, all of that. Maybe he should be focused on ending the genocide that he's been waging against Palestinians for the last year and a half. I don't know. Just ideas. I'm just floating ideas. Now, you may... I think I said... I can't remember if I said it, and I honestly don't want to take credit for it.
Bassem Naim, who's a member of
Like-
Hamas's political bureau, joining us on the phone line. Mr.
Please
Naim,
hold.
Welcome to Al Jazeera.
I said hold. Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to take credit for this because it's upsetting me. And so I'm going to pretend like I didn't say it before. But, you know, some people have certainly suggested that Donald Trump and his rhetoric around Gaza in the recent weeks, incredibly inflammatory, perhaps inciting things that will lead to further de-evolution of the situation here. Maybe even, perhaps, you know, endanger the hostages, the ceasefire deal. I don't know. People say things. People say a lot of things. Let's go to Al Jazeera now.
Bring in Abbas.
Well, that's not what I wanted.
Who's a member of Hamas's political bureau.
God damn it. Why are you betraying me? Son of a bitch.
Us on the phone line. Mr. Naim, welcome to Al Jazeera. Can you just first tell us about why the statement was put out by the Al-Qassam brigades on the delaying of the next captives release until further notice, and what's meant by further notice?
Thank you very much. First of all, we are in the last 3 weeks, after signing the deal, in very serious and deep talks and negotiations with the mediators, the Egyptians, the Qataris, and the United States. Told them through the assigned committees about the daily violations of the Israelis to the deal when it comes to shooting on Palestinians. Until now, more than 25 Palestinians have been killed and dozens wounded under any pretext. We are talking about most of the humanitarian aid which was agreed upon is still held outside Palestine. Nothing serious entered Gaza. Thousands or hundreds of thousands of Palestinians now for the last 2 weeks in an open air, under the rain, in a very cold weather. We are calling since the last 2-3 weeks to bring in at least 200,000 of tents, 50 to 60,000 of caravans. We are talking about lacking of any sources for electricity. We have called to allow generators of all kinds to enter Gaza Strip, solar energy, at least, if not for the electricity of the households, but at least for the electricity of water wells, to get water pumped to be distributed. We are talking about medicine. We are talking a lot about heavy machinery to care about the rebels, because most of these people who return back to the north, they are seeking and searching for their beloved people who are under the rebel. And we have told them clearly, how can we continue the prisoner exchange, including the dead bodies of the captured Israelis, if we don't, until now, we don't have any of these heavy machineries. I think all in all, besides other threats from the Americans, from the Israelis, to evacuate or to forceful displacement of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip, under the pretext to rebuild Gaza again while Gaza is empty. I think how can you continue implementing a ceasefire agreement while the Palestinians are threatened by ethnic cleansing and forceful displacement?
Okay, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep talking about this because that was Hamas's one of Hamas's spokespeople, Bassem Naim, speaking from the Hamas Political Bureau about the fact that Hamas has now decided to delay the continuation of hostage release because of comments made by Donald Trump, which were welcomed warmly by Benjamin Netanyahu in their little meetings and press conferences that they did over, I guess it was the weekend. God, there's so much shit that's been happening. It seems just so hard to keep track. but I'm pretty sure I said that stuff was going to put all this into jeopardy. Even though I don't want to take credit for it, I do remember saying things like that. Let's go here.
Saturday in Gaza and the latest release of Israeli hostages. The three men looked gaunt and unhealthy, spurring criticism from the Israeli government of their treatment and driving greater urgency from hostage families for their captive loved ones to be released without delay. But
that is such a delusional statement to make. You know, when you're blockading aid from going into a place where there are hostages that you supposedly care about, maybe, just an idea, maybe you might like to think about the fact that those people also need food. But no. They never worried about the hostages being able to eat. They assumed that Hamas had, you know, particle rearrangers, you know, be able to just create food out of thin air. I guess.
Is exactly what Hamas is now promising, saying next weekend's round of releases will be postponed. Hamas blames what it calls Israeli violations of the ceasefire, delaying Palestinians' return north, failures in facilitating humanitarian aid, and targeting Palestinians with airstrikes and gunfire. Illegal. Yesterday, Israeli troops shot dead 3 Palestinians among a group that approached the Israeli-declared buffer zone in the north of the Strip. Israel's defense minister has called Hamas's statement a violation of the ceasefire deal, instructing the military to prepare at the highest level of readiness.
It's a violation of the ceasefire deal? Yeah, and Israel violated the shit out of the ceasefire deal from day one. They were sniping children, adults, didn't matter. You know, they still haven't been allowing aid to flowly into the Strip. They're still blockading it to some degree. They're still slowing it down. They're doing all of the things that are in contravention of their own deal, right? And we talked about it earlier on Sunday, I think, that Israel, after finding out Donald Trump was on board with the genocide, they sent, instead of delegates who had the ability to negotiate, they sent low-level representatives to the Qatari negotiation process, where those people had zero ability to actually negotiate in a binding way, right? Making it completely useless. And they're like, oh, why does Hamas follow the ceasefire deal? It makes no sense. We must finish the genocide. And it's disgusting that these people can go around being complete hypocrites, and the people who are funding all this, the United States government, are just all aboard. And so I don't know what's going to stop any of this. Yeah, it's incredibly troubling. And more statements were made in the wake of all of this by Donald Trump. After this was all brought to light, after Hamas made this statement. But before we go to that, let's quickly go here to see what Palestinians are saying in Gaza. Hello? The fuck? Decision is issued as a natural result. Although everyone was afraid of the consequences of the decision, it is a decision that expresses the opinion of the street. It is a decision despite its harshness, but it is necessary because the vision is not clear among the Gazan people. All that entered through the crossings are materials that are not important. Most of them are luxury materials. And not basic materials. No basic materials entered. People are all afraid. Today, people have begun to stock up on supplies for fear that war will return again. There is no safety, because any flaw in the agreement leads to the return of war. And the threat of a return of war, people due to many things they faced during the war have become afraid of anything. From any statement, from both sides, whether from the enemy or from the ruling authority in Gaza. Of course, we in the Gaza Strip are afraid of these statements that a war more severe than the previous war will break out. Because of all these threats, we are very, very afraid that in the Gaza Strip that the war will return again. We breathed a sigh of relief when it ended with the agreement, and that the people returned to their homes. Yeah. It's clear that Gazans are in a completely powerless situation. They are at the whims of powers like the United States and Israel, and even Hamas, technically, although I don't... It doesn't seem like Hamas is really culpable for this in any way. If anything, they're just doing diplomacy, if you can call what's been happening diplomacy. Because in any other case, like if there was a ceasefire right now between Ukraine and Russia, and then suddenly during the period of ceasefire, Russia was bombing and shooting people in Ukraine still, blockading Ukraine if they could, which they can't, but doing all sorts of things that were in contravention of the deal. Most Western media, probably Western media, would be saying, aside from certain places, I suppose, like Fox News, who would probably just say whatever Donald Trump said, would be rightfully saying that Russia is in violation of the agreement. But Donald Trump quintupled down on his plans for Gaza. Here, Associated Press from yesterday as well. God damn, the news cycle is insane right now. All right. Let's see what he had to say about this suggestion by Hamas that they would not continue with the ceasefire agreement, even though Israel has violated it maybe 100 times already. I don't know the number, but a lot.
Should the ceasefire then be off?
Well, I would say this, and I'm going to let that because that's Israel's decision, but as far as I'm concerned, if all of the hostages aren't returned by Saturday at 12 o'clock, I think it's an appropriate time. I would say cancel it and all bets are off and let hell break out. I'd say they ought to be returned by 12 o'clock on Saturday, and if they're not returned, all of them, not in drips and drabs, not 2 and 1 and 3 and 4 and 2. Saturday at 12 o'clock, and after that, I would say all hell is going to break out. And I don't think they're going to do it. I think a lot of them are dead. I think a lot of the hostages are dead. I think
Jesus Christ.
It's a great human tragedy.
I don't know if you heard that. I almost want to play it again, in case you didn't, even though I'm sure everybody did hear that. Donald Trump, unilaterally, from behind the desk of the president here, suddenly trying to make his own ceasefire deal without any of the mediators or any of the parties involved in this. I think we all know just how long the negotiations around the ceasefire deal have been supposedly going on. But Donald Trump just essentially, like I said, unilaterally has suggested that if all of the hostages, not just what were planned out in the fucking deal, that supposedly he was instrumental in. People keep saying Donald Trump was instrumental in this deal. Stop. Why won't you give him more credit? And blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, well, actually, dude is not deserving of any credit of anything, aside from the fact that he's ruining the deal right now as we speak, in this moment. Right? I mean, think about it. We've had mediators in Qatar for better part of a year and a half, in drips and drabs, because of course Israel has sort of been playing games with these negotiations. But instead of at least respecting the deal and just saying, as long, just saying they better, even I would have a problem with this statement, but just to play devil's advocate, even, he could have just said, they better stick to the ceasefire arrangement. No, he said, no, fuck it. Fuck diplomacy. If they don't return all the hostages immediately in complete contravention of the deal, then all hell will break out. If he didn't already ruin the deal, this is it.
What's happened? How people can be that mean to do.
Mr. President, when you say all hell is going to break loose, are you speaking about retaliation from
You'll find out.
You'll find out.
And they'll find out too.
You'll find out. Everybody will find out. I hate when he speaks in coy, sort of, what's the word? Sort of, fuck. Like, guarded ways. Like, almost more than when he's just rambling. I know it's hard. It's hard to distinguish between the two, but, like, when he says stuff like this that are just incredibly ominous and problematic, dangerous for world peace, and then says, you'll find out, don't worry. It is incredibly concerning. Oh my god. Now, let's go here quickly to Al Jazeera, because while Israelis have been supposedly attempting with, 10% effort to pretend to care about the ceasefire deal, they've been, of course, attacking a different part of Palestine, that's the West Bank, and arresting people without any charges, putting them in military prisons, so that they can replenish their hostages. They've also been going through the West Bank, raiding all sorts of different places, blowing them up. Shit like that. Even places that you would think are not military targets, like bookshops.
A rich cornerstone for Palestinian literature, identity, politics, history, and food in occupied East Jerusalem. Ransacked by plainclothed armed Israeli police on Monday, books including this children's colouring book were considered so dangerous to the Israeli police that they stuffed them into trash bags and took them away, before arresting two of the owners, Mahmoud Muna and Ahmed Muna. Mahmoud's wife says her child witnessed the raid.
Unfortunately, Layla was in the bookshop when all the things happened. She is almost 11, and she saw everything, and she was really shocked. But we talked last night before bed and told her that everything will be fine. Your dad is strong, and he can make it.
The store owners were paraded through an Israeli court where they were ordered to remain in detention overnight while the police conducted an investigation.
Disturbing the public order. This is by selling books, yeah. They took the books which have the Palestinian flags. This was the title. They saw on the Haaretz newspaper. They saw the head article there, and they said, "Oh, you sell dangerous things."
For the crime of having books that tell the truth. They took every book with a Palestinian flag on it and destroyed it or confiscated.
The arrest sparked a protest as dozens of people gathered outside the court in solidarity with the owners.
It's true.
During court, the police requested.
It's a based sign. It's a based sign. Cowards confiscate books. Yeah, Fahrenheit 451, right? But the cowards in our country are trying to do the same thing. For similar-ish reasons, I suppose. We talked about this meeting that was coming up. We've talked about what Jordan's king and ministers and people have been saying, whether in the streets or in Jordan's parliament, saying Jordan is preparing for war with Israel due to what's been said recently about ethnically cleansing all of Gaza into Palestine. But the king of Jordan made a trip to the United States to speak with Donald Trump regardless of all of that. Let's see what was said here.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to have King Abdullah with us. He's been a friend of mine for a long time, actually, long before even my first term. We've had some quick discussions just now, and we're going to have some longer discussions after this.
This dude seems fucking pissed.
The relationship with Jordan has been...
I don't know this guy too well, but his body language is giving off real angry vibes.
We've had some quick discussions just now, and we're going to have some longer discussions after this. And the relationship with Jordan has been very strong, has been with me, and it really has been with the country.
Mr. President, thank you very much for having us in so short after your inauguration. Mr. President, I truly believe that with all the challenges that we have in the Middle East, that I finally see somebody that can take us across the finish line to bring stability, peace, and prosperity to all of us in the region. Keep in mind that there is a plan from Egypt and the Arab countries. We're being invited by Mohammed bin Salman to discussions in Riyadh. I think the point is how do we make this work in a way that is good for everybody? Right. And obviously, we have to look at the best interests of the United States, of the people in the region, especially to my people of Jordan. And we're going to have some interesting discussions today. I think one of the things that we can do right away is take 2,000 children that are either cancer children or in a very ill state to Jordan as quickly as possible, and then wait for, I think, the Egyptians to present their plan on how we can work with the president to work on the Gaza challenges.
Would you still consider withholding aid to those countries if they don't accept your plans to accept
well, I don't want to say that because we've had such a good relationship and we're doing
I don't want to say that again.
In the short time that we've been talking.
I already said it one time.
I mean, no, I think we'll do something. I don't have to threaten with money. We contribute a lot of money to Jordan and to Egypt, by the way, a lot, to both. But I don't have to threaten that. I think we're above that. I do believe we're
above that, even though I've already done it. We're above it. I love that. I love that. That's consistency for you folks. This was during the conversation. Let's go here. Whoops, what's happening? Yeah. How deep into the stream are we? 7 hours and 45 minutes. Holy cow. It's a long, one of our longest streams. It's going to be. Let's go here.
Listen in to comments that have been made by President Trump and the King of Jordan.
Hold on.
Let's listen in.
Leader and does a fantastic job in his country.
I'm sorry, but there's no way we can get through this whole thing. We can't get through 20-minute discussion. We're just going to hit the clips of this, all right? I'm sorry. I know I promised all of the content. This is, in a way, all the content. I literally... Oh my god, I'm just running out of breath at this point, and I have got multiple stories left to get through. There's no way I have the fortitude to get through this entire fucking meeting between him and the president of Jordan. But just suffice to say that if you didn't quite hear it, Jordan is saying that they will take 2,000 injured or sick children into their country. 2,000, which is, I don't know, 0.1% of the population in Gaza. And Donald Trump seemed to think that that was great, and that the rest of the kids and people would all go to Egypt, I guess. So I guess whatever remaining 2 million, or as he said at one point, 1.7 million. I don't know exactly how many nobody seems to know how many Palestinians there are left in Gaza. Okay, let's go here. This is another clip from their meeting. Is that? It is. Susie Wiles.
Mr. President, how is the U.S. going to own Gaza? Your White House has made clear taxpayer dollars won't be used for this. So what money are you going to use to buy Gaza?
Well, we're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it.
Oh, we're not going to. Oh, we're not even going to buy it.
Make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question.
I fucking. I thought Joe Biden was bad. We're just gonna have it. I don't even know what does that mean? We're just gonna have it. It sort of presupposes that like somehow Gaza isn't already occupied by people. We're just gonna have it. It's unincorporated, uninhabited land. We're just gonna have it. We don't have to buy it or anything. It's just gonna be ours. Full stop. This is fucking idiocy.
Used to buy Gaza.
Well, we're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it, and we're going to keep it, and we're going to make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it, and we're going to run it very properly, and eventually we'll have economic development at a very large scale, maybe the largest scale on that site, and we'll have lots of good things built there, including hotels and office buildings and housing and other things. And we'll make that site into what it should be.
And Mr. President, take it under what authority? It is sovereign territory.
Under the U.S. authority.
Under U.S. authority.
You said
Oh my God. So. We have been talking too much about sovereign territory for my liking. But, you know, this statement by Donald Trump saying under U.S. what was it? Under U.S. authority, no one else's. We're gonna take a sovereign territory. This essentially suggests that Donald Trump thinks that he can take any land that he wants under just the authority of the United States government, regardless of the objections of the people living in the places that we're talking about taking, regardless of international law, regardless of the UN, regardless of anybody, any government. The U.S. can do whatever it wants because it has its own authority that it's given itself, and therefore everybody can just suck it.
Before that the U.S. would buy Gaza, and today you just said we're not going to buy Gaza.
We're not going to have to buy.
Not going to have to.
We're going to have Gaza. We don't have to buy.
It's
There's
free.
Nothing to buy.
Nothing to buy.
We will have Gaza.
What does that mean?
No reason to buy. There is nothing to buy. It's Gaza. It's a
Gaza.
war-torn area. We're going to take it.
War-torn area.
We're going to hold it. We're going to cherish it. We're going to.
We're going to cherish it.
Get it going.
We're going to love it. We're going to hug it.
A lot of jobs are going
might
to be
even-
created for the people in the Middle East.
Might even do some weird stuff to the
It'll be for
ground.
people in
My
the Middle
penis.
East, but I think it could be a diamond. It could be an absolute tremendous asset for the Middle East. You know bullies. You know what a bully is, right?
You know what a bully is,
You know
right?
the
You ever heard about
bully-
bullies?
I've always, and I found it throughout my life. A bully is the weakest person,
Yeah.
and they're
He's right. Bullies are the weakest people. This man is weak, but pretends to be strong, bullies everybody around, and is too stupid to even know that he's talking about himself. This elderly orange sexual assaulter and rapist. And I guess genocider in chief now. He's taking it from Joe. He's going to be the genocider in chief. He's going to fully ethnically cleanse Palestine. All those things. He just loves the crimes. Crimes are great.
illegal.
Any crime I do isn't a crime. Supreme Court says so. Let's see what Recep Erdogan had to say. The, of course, president of Turkey. About Donald Trump's plan for Gaza. Oh shit. Sorry, 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Had to fix something going on wrong with the airlock over there. Yes, Mr. Erdogan, what do you have to say our ally. Yeah, let's not forget that Turkey is one of our allies. They're in NATO. Unfortunately, we see that the Israeli administration has more insidious and inhumane plans in mind instead of making the ceasefire permanent. First of all, I would like to say clearly that the proposals put forward by the new American administration regarding Gaza under the pressure of the Zionist lobby are not worth our attention or discussion. The people of Gaza who have not left their lands despite all of the cruelty, savagery, and attacks of Israel will continue to stay in Gaza, live in Gaza, and protect Gaza. Pretty concise statement there from Mr. Erdogan. Yes. Now let's see what accused corrupt Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, had to say after Donald Trump made these statements regarding, completely amending the ceasefire deal unilaterally without any sort of diplomatic conversations. I wonder what Benjamin Netanyahu has to say. The decision I passed unanimously in the cabinet is this. If Hamas does not return our hostages by Saturday noon, the ceasefire will end and the Israeli... Sorry, shut the fuck up. Shut the... What was it? If Hamas does not return our hostages by Saturday noon, the ceasefire will end and the Israeli Defense Forces will return to intense fighting. Okay. Sounds horrifying. Until Hamas is finally defeated. In the light of Hamas' announcement of its decision to violate the agreement and not release our hostages, last night I ordered the IDF to gather forces inside and around the Gaza Strip. This operation is being carried out at this time. It will be completed in the very near future. Wow. And you wonder why Hamas has a problem with all this. Well, there we go. Benjamin Netanyahu saying that he is going to resume all attacks, all genocidal actions on the Palestinian civilians in the country. If Hamas doesn't do exactly what Donald Trump just said unilaterally from behind the desk of the president in the White House. Look at that. Diplomacy by force. But Donald Trump has been doing more unilateral diplomacy rather than bringing together Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky. He's just talking to Putin on the reg. Just on the reg. We've already talked about how he's spoken to Vladimir Putin. But apparently he's been keeping up because they're buddies.
Vice President.
I love how diplomacy and international law just means nothing anymore. It's so great. Who needs laws? Not humanity.
Is set to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the Munich Security Conference later this week. Meanwhile, President Trump says he's spoken with Russian leader Vladimir Putin and is making progress on ending the nearly 3-year-long war in Ukraine. Joining us now to discuss what comes...
Sorry, wait. Who is what? Say that again? I'm sorry, I gotta hear that again.
Vice President
Vance. Oh, so Zelensky gets Vance, but Putin gets, repeated phone calls with the president. Tells you, might tell you what's gonna happen here.
Set to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the Munich Security Conference later this week. Meanwhile, President Trump says he's spoken with Russian leader Vladimir Putin and is making progress on ending the nearly 3-year-long war in Ukraine. Joining us now to discuss what comes next is retired Brigadier General Peter Zwack. The general is now a global fellow at the Wilson Center and the author of Swimming the Volga, a U.S. Army officer's experiences in pre-Putin Russia. Great to have you with us at such an important time. President Trump claimed he could end this war within 24 hours. Trump's envoy,
immediately,
says
if not
the goal
sooner.
is now about 100 days, which gets us towards May.
100
what
days?
do you make of where the war stands and how the new Trump administration is likely to impact it?
So confused.
Good morning, Errol. Thanks for having me. It's a big question. First of all, as everything else is swirling in the world, this war continues, and it is still a battering ram of a war. No war of its size since the Second World War in the West, and with no real end in sight. Though these discussions.
Yeah, well, I would say that it would be a lot easier to get an end in sight if we did actual diplomacy and had, all parties, talking rather than having these sorts of cloistered discussions. Donald Trump said he was going to bring them together. Remember that? I remember that. He was saying, "Oh, we're going to bring everybody together." When he met with, I think he met with Zelensky a while, right? Didn't he? Oh no, he didn't. Did he? Damn it, I cannot remember now. Too much has happened in just a short time for me to remember all the things. But point is this all seems to just be making the world worse. Seems like he's focused on all the wrong people and things. But who could have guessed? Not me. I didn't say Donald Trump was going to do all this stuff when he came to office, or even close to it. I'm kind of feeling like, what's his name? Marvin the Paranoid Android right now. I'm just sort of groaning sadly all the time. Or was that the ship that groaned? I guess they were both sort of groaners. All right. Let's move on. Still got more stories to do, people. And I'm pretty sure yeah, I am sure. Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, well, let's just go to China. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. We're going to finish the final half. Fourth half here. With a few stories in Asia. Let's go to China first. And we talked earlier about how China has launched an investigation into Apple's monopolistic practices. Apple, who is dependent on China for manufacturing and for the ever-burgeoning market for their own products, they're now under investigation. And apparently, they have been also looking at a number of other U.S. firms in the country.
China
Google.
on Tuesday announced a wide range of measures targeting US businesses, including Google, as well as farm equipment makers and fashion brand Calvin Klein's owner. The news came minutes after additional US tariffs on Chinese goods took effect. The measures were announced as Beijing also slapped tariffs on some US products such as coal and gas. It was something of a rapid response to the new duties on Chinese goods imposed by Donald Trump and marks escalating trade tensions between the world's two biggest economies. China's Commerce Ministry said it put PVH Corp, the holding company for brands including Calvin Klein and Tommy Hilfiger, and US biotechnology firm Illumina on its unreliable entity list. Companies added to the blacklist can be subject to fines and a range of other sanctions.
Oh, God.
These include a freeze on trade and revocation of work permits for foreign staff. Separately, China's State Administration of Market Regulation said Google was suspected of violating the country's anti-monopoly law. and said it initiated an investigation into the company in accordance with the law.
Poor Google, under investigation along with Apple for monopolistic practices. My God. Who could have foreseen this? With Donald Trump waging a trade war against all of our biggest partners. I certainly could not have foreseen that. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Let's see what some people in China, like Chinese traders, not Traitors, but traders with a D, have to say about Trump's tariffs and the repeal of the de minimis loophole for small dollar shipments.
Adding a 50% tariff won't impact us much.
Chinese toy trader Zheng Hao says new tariffs from US President Donald Trump don't bother him.
First of all, our product is a high profit product. For example, if I sell it here for 5 yuan, the wholesalers may give consumers a price of 15 or 20 yuan, because this is the standard pricing in the US. Even if a tariff adds 2.5 yuan to a 5 yuan toy, the impact on the end consumer isn't too significant.
Zheng's Jinqi Toys is in a massive market complex in the eastern city of Yiwu. Yiwu is the world's largest hub for selling small products wholesale. Everything from costume jewellery to Christmas decorations are sold here. Zheng says the US accounts for about 80% of his exports. Still, he's not fazed by Trump's tariffs and other moves against China.
The United States unpredictability, well, we're okay with it. It's whatever. We have no choice.
Trump promised 60% tariffs on Chinese goods during his campaign, but he revised that down to 10% after taking office. He also plans to cancel duty-free treatment of low-cost packages from China under the so-called de minimis rule.
Yeah, and the guy who they're interviewing says, you know what? Yeah, he can tariff us, but can he stop us from just shipping to the U.S.? Oh, he can't? Oh, well, then we're actually... And he didn't say it quite like this, but basically, he says pretty much outright that China will... People like himself who are, manufacturers will just ship stuff to the U.S., not selling it to the U.S., but just shipping it, right? And then they'll have somebody else in the U.S. to sell it, right? It's so funny. Basically putting stuff like they just, or like they'll either ship it to the U.S. And have one of their own people sell it from within the U.S., which would not be, you wouldn't be able to, it completely circumvents the de minimis rule. Or they would just, go to a different country like Vietnam or something like that and have them ship it to the United States. Sell it to whomever, right? Completely just circumventing once again the tariffs that Donald Trump has been trying to put on China. Let's go here now. Talk more about the tariffs that Beijing has put now into full effect, as they said they would give people a little bit of time. I think they said a month. Can't remember how long it was that they gave, but they were much more thoughtful about how they decided to put the tariffs into place, giving producers and others to try and find, or consumers like importers, I guess it would be in this case, but giving them time to adjust, to prepare for what's going to happen. And yeah, now I believe, according to Al Jazeera at least, those retaliatory tariffs placed by Beijing are now coming into effect as of yesterday.
China has added extra tariffs on a range of American imports. Coal and liquefied natural gas will be levied with an additional 15% tax. Crude oil, farming equipment, and some vehicles, 10%. The move is Beijing's response to the Trump administration's added 10% tariff imposed on all Chinese imports to the U.S. at the start of February.
Trade and tariff wars have no winners.
what is needed are not more tariffs, but dialogue. We urge the U.S. to correct its action and stop weaponizing trade issues.
We'll get right on that.
China is also hitting back by filing a lawsuit against the U.S. at the World Trade Organization, sanctioning 2 U.S. firms, tightening control over the export of rare earth minerals to the U.S., and launching an antitrust investigation into tech giant Google. China's first move in Donald Trump's continuing trade war against it is relatively restrained, affecting less than 10% of its annual U.S. imports. But it does carry a warning for Washington. Beijing doesn't want an extended trade war, but it is ready for one and can now cause more damage to the U.S. economy than it did during Trump's first term.
China really learned the lesson from the first Trump administration. It's not wise, to immediately take a dramatic measure against Trump, because at the end of the day, we know for sure Trump is a very transactional.
Trump wants to decrease Washington's trade deficit with China, which hit a record $295 billion last year.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. Now all of it's going to be getting taxed on one side or the other. Oh my god. Styx Dragon with a hilarious song. I've never heard the song. Oh, he will back down. Yes, he will back down. Back himself up to the gates of hell. Like a dumbass clown. Oh, he will back down. Love it. Love it. Very funny. Very funny. Oh, shit. Well, it's 8 hours and 5 minutes in, and we have gotten through almost all of the content. We still have 2 stories left to do, but you all deserve one of these before we get to it. Alright, congratulations everyone for making it to the final 2 vids of the stream. First, to the penultimate vid. Associated Press from a day ago. South Korea and the United States hold joint live fire drills. Was that applause? Is that applause for me? I'm sorry.
The value.
Are people applauding my musical rendition of Styx's song? Really, all of the applause does go to Styx, if that's what we're talking about, because it was the lyrics that made it good. It wasn't my singing. Back to South Korea.
The value of training for this is a great impact. It's building those relationships with our counterparts, establishing the ability to both simultaneously strike contact on different objectives, simultaneously building communication lines with each other, which, as everyone knows, communication lines are very important on the battlefield, and then also coordinating with other units as well, the 11th Engineers, the 517, air assets, indirect fires from multiple different areas. It's just very important all around.
Now, you've heard me say I'm concerned about the increase in military activity that, some of these things that we've been doing, which are abnormal. Not that we don't work with South Korea on the regular, but there has been an increase in the number of drills and military sort of like shows of force from the United States and from our partners, as well as from China and Russia. Over the last year almost. We're 8 days, we're almost 1 week away from our 1 year anniversary, everybody. I cannot believe we've gotten this goddamn far. But with Donald Trump in office, I have never been more concerned about the potential for World War III. You know, and, you know, so call me inflammatory if you want. But with Donald Trump in office, what is diplomacy going to stop these wars from happening? I don't know. It doesn't feel like it. He doesn't seem to be interested in diplomacy. He seems to be doing, you know, just sort of kingly decrees and just pronunciations and stuff, right? Pronouncements. That's the wrong thing. Pronouncements or whatever else, right? And it just feels like we're even closer to the cusp of complete, just utter horror right now, worldwide. You know, he's pitting NATO members against each other. You know, doing ceasefire deals from the White House without talking to anybody. They're not even doing them, amending ceasefire deals without any sort of discussion with anybody, it would seem. And it is not good. It is really bad. And I'm concerned. I'm very concerned. And maybe I'm being a little bit too alarmist. I don't know. But I'm just looking at the signs right now. It's not good. All right, the final video. And I figured we'd put in something maybe more fun here at the end. Let's go to North Korea. Today marks technically Wednesday we're talking about, not Tuesday. Wednesday. We are talking about today we're going to talk about the Lunar New Year, which is being celebrated in North Korea. This is a video from earlier in, I think it was like a week ago. I've been holding on to it for a rainy day, if you will. I don't know. But today, Wednesday, is the last day of Lunar New Year celebrations. So say goodbye to all of the decorations, the Lunar New Year's decorations we have around the stream, which are going to be going by the end of tonight, essentially Wednesday night. If I do a stream tonight, they will all be going away after that. I'm hoping to do a stream later tonight if I can manage to get some sleep between now and then. So let's go to North Korea and see how they were celebrating Lunar New Year's. Rice cake soup. Ooh, got a little what's his name? Can't think of his name now. Why can't I think of this dude's name? Not the guy we're looking at, but the person I wanted to reference. Yeah, we got some culinary action though, as you can see. Oh god, Valentine's Day decorations, which I have not done any work on. I think you mentioned this a week ago, and I still haven't done anything. Oh, I suck. Unfortunately, I don't speak Korean. So we're gonna have to skip. We don't have to. I'm just gonna skip past it because I have no idea what this guy's saying.
떡국대는 펄펄 끓는 물에서 3분 내지 5분 정도 데쳐내야 떡국대의 쫄깃쫄깃한 맛과 국물이 구수한 맛이 한데 어울려서 독특한 맛.
What is that? I see seaweed. I think that's saffron on the top. Maybe. Hard to say. Rice cakes all over. A little bit of broth. People are digging the glass pots.
설명절이면 예로부터 우리들 속에서는 여러 가지 음식을 만들어 먹고 또한 다양한 민속놀이로 즐겁게 세워왔습니다. 설명절의 대표적인 음식을 보게 되.
Got nothing against this guy, but I just have no idea what he's saying. He could be saying
민족 음식이 하나되고 있습니다.
literally anything. And I would have no idea. I think the only Korean word that I know is annyeong, and that's because of Arrested Development, which means hello. Now, you gotta assume that not all North Korean people have some sort of gold-plated room to eat rice cake soup in. But I figured we could still enjoy this regardless. They do seem to be having a fun time. It's making me hungry, I know that. Ooh, is that warm rice wine? Mmm. Gotta love some warm rice wine. Come on.
Come on! 설명절이 오면 우리 가정은 모두 모여서 소름식을 맛있게 먹곤 합니다. 떡국은 우리 식구가 모두 좋아하는 음식인데 이렇게 설명절은 물론이고 가정에서도 자주 만들어서 먹곤 합니다.
Aw, those are some cute snowmen.
Aww.
Looks like people are just trying to have a fun time here on Lunar New Year. Little hacky sack, little maypole type action going on, although it's clearly not May. Kite flying. Just really trying to bring in the new year. Alright, that's gonna be it. Boy, oh boy. You still here? My God. Your fortitude is noted. Writing it down right now. Well, we made it through another stream. It was incredibly long, and pretty difficult too. But thankfully, we had each other to get through it. Unfortunately, that's gonna be it for me tonight, folks. But till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, Geo Dragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanob, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here help produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. I think we need the wise words and sweet lo-fi beats. Engaging Galactic Afterstream in 3, 2, 1.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal to the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. And you can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster, you can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement.
I think that it's getting auto-modded. I think that the mods command is getting auto-modded somehow. I need to figure it out. It's been bugging me, but it hasn't been working for like months now, and I keep forgetting to fix it. It needs to be fixed immediately.
And poverty is increasing. Immediately, it's not sooner. Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna try and figure it out while we're doing the afterstream. It's the best time to do it while I'm still awake and still here in front of the computer,
began the day that President Obama took
thinking
office.
about it.
Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office,
Why is this
this
happening?
country was
Can I
running
change a
a
word or two in here?
surplus, and
Fix it?
projections were
What
that we
exactly
were going
about
to
it
continue
seems
to run
problematic?
a surplus. During the 8 years
I think it's
of
like
President
suggesting
Bush, for a number of reasons,
potential
including
retribution
the
or
war in
something.
Iraq,
I
the
mean,
war in Afghanistan,
God, I stand by the
including huge
retribution.
tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt.
First try. Let's see.
But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt,
Hey, it worked.
$1.8 trillion deficit, and almost
I
all
fixed it.
Americans are in agreement
Yay.
that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high.
By the way, the final day of Lunar New Year celebrations is called the Lantern Festival, where people carry around little paper lit lanterns.
There are
And
lists of many,
it's
many
a
very wealthy
fantastic
people
day.
who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended.
The Bob Carmody banning is weird. Yeah, he's not even banned from the channel. His just one of his accounts just keeps getting disallowed from commenting, and I have no idea
I
why.
see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no
I guess I'll
reason
double check to make sure he didn't actually get banned by, I don't know, Soul Life.
And clearly we have
Perhaps. I guess it could have happened.
of Republicans who want to make
Ban list is getting kind of long. Hard to go through the whole thing, but I'll do it. I'll do it for Bob.
But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year
It would make no sense. I don't think you can ban a mod from the channel. But I guess crazier things have happened.
And let me just say that if in fact we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension that would add $700 billion to our national debt. $700 billion. Now I've got 4 kids and I've got 6 grandchildren, and I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money.
Wait, is Bob a mod? Why do I think Bob is a mod? Is he not a mod?
All over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to
I don't see Bob on the list.
because we've
Well, he's just getting repressed. He's being repressed by goddamn.
And Mr. President, I think the vast majority
God
of American people,
damn.
progressives like myself, or whether they're conservatives, I think they
Algorithm or something. Or YouTube's app. Or I don't even know what.
we have such a
I wish I knew.
national debt makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is
But he's not on the banned list.
point out
So I have no idea what happened.
income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will
Well,
continue
Bob at least has a second account where he's been chatting from Karma D, but hopefully he just gets unblocked by YouTube
carpenters,
soon.
virtually all the other working people.
Immediately, if
And I
not
just
sooner.
think that that's fair, that's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair.
No, you're right. He's not. I don't know. I don't know
President, on
why.
behalf of all
I thought he was a mod.
This agreement
Probably because he's a mod in like a million places. that's my guess. Many of the streams I watch, and I think everyone here watches, he's a mod.
Initiative.
Many
Teddy
places.
Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916, and it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. over 20 million jobs. Under President Clinton, we lost 600,000 private sector jobs. Under President Bush, during the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people are saying, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, what the President and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, What Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that a majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future." And that's what the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction, and that is one of the important reasons why this agreement between the president and the Republicans